Well, good morning. Welcome to this AI and Digestive Health meeting. It's a pleasure to be here and have all of you physically present and online. It's also a pleasure to be with my colleagues at the table that I'll introduce in a minute. I am João Fonseca. I am the head of the new bachelor degree on digital health and biomedical innovation, and therefore is a real pleasure to be part of this event that has more than 350 participants, both here and online, showing the top quality of the speakers and the high interest of the area currently. And I welcome also some of the students of the bachelor degree in particular, although I think they have classes at this time, but the student autonomy is key. And we'll start with a keynote lecture of the president of this event, Miguel Martins, that I'm sure all of you know, and that is a researcher and a professor here at the Porto University Medical School, and also someone that has been working on AI for many years, well, at least relatively to his age, and with a great success. So I'll start immediately. Again, welcome. Let's make this a discussion day, a learning day, and a day that we look forward for a better future in healthcare. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you all for coming from multiple places. I see here many friendly faces, and it's my great honor to open this meeting with a lecture about an overview of a vision for the role of artificial intelligence in digestive healthcare. Indeed, in our university, with members of Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Engineering, with support in the beginning of our hospital and also of World Gastrenterology Organization, and also a large capsule endoscopy private practice. We were able to found a precision medicine unit that enabled us to do our first patents and our first AI works. First on capsule endoscopy, and then we expanded to multiple fields of digestive healthcare. Indeed, this expanded. We are now working with multiple institutions in eight countries and in 3 continents, and we keep expanding our medical team and also data science team in order to fulfill the many challenges that digestive healthcare presents. So this led to multiple publications and some awards. And on all the fields of digestive healthcare, as a team, we are gastroenterologists, and so gastroenterology and digestive healthcare goes to many fields, from hepatology, coloproctology, and also digestive endoscopy. And the objective is really to be plural in the fields that we are fulfilling the gaps that artificial intelligence might help. So this led to multiple awards, both national and both international, and recognized by different societies of digestive healthcare. But indeed, this is an international group, so it's a group of many friends. And here in this photo, you can see that this work was possible between, in this case, of a Portuguese, Spanish, United States, and Brazilian friendship that led to multiple works. And the journey of AI has been a very made of friendly connections that has enabled us to fulfill our vision. So this is when I asked about our generative AI, what the future of AI would look like. Obviously, we do lots of research on capsule endoscopy, so our generative AI model does think that that the future of digestive endoscopy and digestive healthcare is capsule endoscopy by being minimally invasive. Then in 2050, he believes that a digestive endoscopy room would be something like this, with a magnetic compressor for ESD. Then afterwards, some kind of liver transplant. And then when we asked the generative AI model to do the future in 3000, it thinks it's Iron Man doing a Xenobiont operation or something. Well, we don't know. At least this is the vision of AI for the future. Now I will give you what we believe is the present and future of AI in digestive healthcare. Indeed, we know that gastrointestinal endoscopy is a very useful diagnostic and therapeutic tool that is able to be used for GI cancer, to pancreaticobiliary disease, IBD, hepatology, and gastroesophageal pathologies. And we know that capsule endoscopy is a very fertile ground for the development of AI tools by being the technique with most images in all medical fields. Particularly, there are multiple modalities of artificial intelligence, but what has really propelled the development of AI in radiology and right now in gastroenterology, which is the second field of most active field of research, competing with computational pathology, is indeed deep learning. Deep learning and convolutional neural networks mimic the neurological activity of the human brain, and therefore the adaptive role and ever expanding role of convolutional neural networks enables these models to do a complex analysis of multiple features such as texture, depth, that can provide a multifactorial analysis. Indeed, this architecture in multi-layers and the ability to exponentiate learning with increasing data sets and also with improvements of the architecture leads to excellent results. And we know that specialties with a strong imaging and diagnostic component have assumed a leading position in the short-term implementation of AI, and digestive healthcare is on the forefront. So we live in the era of big data, and we have to leverage this opportunity. We have data not only from digestive endoscopy, but from radiology, from pathology, also from electronic health records. So even though the future is not already, especially on what is available on the market and what is going to be available in the market for the next years, but the future is the multimodal models that will include all of these sources into a final output. Right now, the number of FDA-approved devices are in terms of digestive healthcare are, as you see, very few. I believe that in the next 2-3 years we will reach at least 50 by the submissions that are on course. But at the moment, even though in research we are on a very exciting phase in regulatory terms, but this is very important because indeed AI needs to be regulated. We know that, for example, GI Genius is approved in Europe and in the United States, but for example, in Europe, it's fit to be used as a CADEX. It means it can say if the polyp is hyperplastic or an adenoma. But for example, in the US, it's not granted that it's just a CADEX. It means it will detect polyps. And we also have from Iterative Scope a similar technology that enables detection of polyps. So this is to say that in the present, as of November 2024, we have devices that are answering the first questions, but this is just really the tip of the iceberg. Indeed, this is what is approved, and basically this is what we can use. Obviously not in research. In research we can use for cholangioscopy, endoscopic ultrasound, capsule endoscopy, but as a deep learning model that works in an interoperable fashion, which is the future of AI, this is what we can use, and this is an example of some exams performed with AI in Portugal. So in terms of strategy for healthcare, we believe that AI can enable us to see more, to see beyond and decide better, and I will give examples. Indeed, see more is basically to see lesions that we as endoscopists or digestive healthcare practitioners are not able to see because we fail as human beings. This is a study that further fostered the implementation of GI Genius, and in this case, artificial intelligence proved to reduce significantly the number of polyps and colorectal neoplasia. Afterwards, the same study from this group proved that AI leveled the number of polyps detected by expert colonoscopists versus beginners, and also the number of polyps detected on the right colon versus the left colon, because as you know, it's different. And basically AI had a leveled effect on the number of polyps that were detected. However, we believe that indeed in colonoscopy it's really interesting, but I think that the end game for seeing more in artificial intelligence is indeed capsule endoscopy. Capsule endoscopy provides the most important innovation in terms of seeing more, because as you know, the sensitivity is far lower than in colonoscopy due to the human error, because capsule endoscopy video usually takes about 30 to 45 minutes to see and has 50K frames, and if it is a panendoscopy capsule, meaning that it has double camera and the ability to see all the GI tract in one exam, it's even the double the images and could be double the time. So when we start our unit, we patented this for case applications of AI. And first, in the objective for small bowel was to detect and stratify the hemorrhagic potential of lesions, meaning that we were able to say all the most relevant group of lesions, such as polyps, ulcers, and do lesion characterization. Also, afterwards, we did it on a endoscopic fashion. We moved to the small bowel, where the data sets were bigger to the colon, then to the stomach, and then to the esophagus. Also, we ventured into doing automatic evaluation of the inflammatory bowel activity, and afterwards we created a model that could do the bridge between non-invasive exams to an invasive exam by creating a technology that is able to detect and differentiate multiple lesions in all the GI tract, taking leverage of device-assisted enteroscopy, which enables us to see all the GI tract. Indeed, this is an example of how AI works. AI works on image per image, but it does it on an astonishing rate, and this is what enables, for example, a capsule endoscopy video to be seen in 30 seconds instead of hours. And you can see that there is a level of certainty per image, and we also can deploy some explainable AI strategies to improve the model, but also for us to understand why we are taking here our heat maps. We can also use bounding boxes, but I believe that heat map is the way to go, and most groups now are using heat maps as the recommended explainable AI, because as you know, for the ones that are more into AI development, bounding boxes are human determined and can increase the biases on model training and model development. Indeed, AI does evolve with time, and neural networks improve with with the number of images, and therefore this ever-evolving character of AI is what makes it extremely useful and sexy for scientific publications. And indeed, we can go through just detection to lesion characterization, and in this study, we were able to prove that AI, for example, can predict if erosion or ulcer will bleed. And for example, this would be useful for example, telling an internal medicine if you can use a DOAC or not to for a patient. And but this was just on the small bowel, and so the way to go was to create a model that was able to do it, for example, in the small bowel and in the colon. And but these were just examples for ulcers and erosions. I could bring papers about protruding lesions, small bowel cleansing, but indeed this would need for the gastroenterology to put a finger, and now let's search for ulcers, now let's search for blood. As you can see, what is approved just detects polyps. It will not detect ulcers, for example, in colonoscopy, in the case of Scout or GI Genius from Medtronic. So the future is to create indeed complex convolutional neural networks that are able to do and mimic our activity as gastroenterologists, where we can detect different lesions and if possible, in a panendoscopic fashion, meaning that, for example, at the moment when we do colonoscopy, if we go to the ileum, it stops working. So the goal is to create these interoperable and panendoscopic solutions in order to be able to be much more proficient in the use of AI. So in this paper published on endoscopy, we were able to create the first model to detect and differentiate lesions on colon capsule endoscopy, and you can see the model can detect subtle lesions such as these polyps, or to easier lesions like this blood. And afterwards, after reaching the colon, which was difficult because the data sets were smaller, we were able to go to the stomach, where it's possible to do lesion identification of pleomorphic gastric lesions. And then in 2024, we published our first panendoscopic multi-brand and multi-device paper, where we proved that AI could be used to detect lesions even in the esophagus, which for the ones that are familiar with capsule endoscopy know that it's really difficult to have a data set with a number of images because the capsule goes too fast on the esophagus. And indeed, the future is to emulate this study that we did on 2021. Now we are doing this in full videos and in a prospective study. And this was the vision on 2021. At the time, we did this on steel frames. Then we went to clips, and now we are able to do this with even better metrics, with better frame reading rate, and we can do this in full video exams, and we achieve the same metrics in the prospective study that we are submitting to DDW and to the publications. And therefore, we can see here that this is what detection and differentiation looks like. You have a model that can detect lymphangiectasias, centrolasmas, erosions with low bleeding potential, ulcers with low bleeding potentials from ulcers with high bleeding potential, and also polyps. So this is the vision, an AI that can detect multiple findings and also do not only lesion detection, but lesion characterization and lesion prognosis. This is creating a technology without deploying it on the clinical practice. It's not enough. So besides creating the model, we put much of our time in regulatory efforts and also in creating a product and for us to use on the clinical practice. And this is one of the first versions of our software, where we can have an immediate report of AI after reading an automatic report where the findings are selected, and AI also can do prioritization of the relevance of the exam according to the findings. And you can see that per image, the neural network is capable of automatically doing lesion characterization, but also in the future to integrate this in clinical practice in a way that it does the division of the GI tract in one single exam. And this is indeed how AI is revolutionizing small bowel endoscopy, is by leading to, for example, 60% sensitivity, in some cases to 50% sensitivity, to over 98% sensitivity, to come from hours to seconds in image analysis. And this is an example of lesion detection in the esophagus, stomach, small bowel, and colon. And therefore, the final barrier is to go for colon capsule endoscopy, which is the panendoscopic modality. And I believe that the future of capsule endoscopy will be the future of GI screening. And colon capsule endoscopy will change name, because it will not be colon capsule endoscopy, it will be indeed capsule endoscopy. So in the future, capsule endoscopy will be for all the GI tract, and small bowel capsule endoscopy will be a curiosity, the time that the humans have no time to read all the GI tract, and so they stuck just to the small bowel. So in the future, trust me, capsule endoscopy will be colon capsule endoscopy. And to that, it's really important to have neural networks that are capable to automatically read the quality of the cleansing, because even though AI is increasing the diagnostic performance, if we have a bad bowel prep, we'll still have bad image identification. And this is a clever way of doing automatic classification of the bowel prep, and therefore we know that if we are missing a lesion, it is because of the bowel prep that is not enough. Instead of doing a subjective evaluation such as we do today, AI can do it, an evaluation frame per frame, and therefore we know what is the exact amount of mucosa that was seen or not seen. And this was for the small bowel. Afterwards, we moved to the colon, and the goal is to have this on a panendoscopic fashion. So this is the vision, to create a non-invasive panendoscopic solution that enables, in one exam, full GI cancer screening. And afterwards, the vision is also to, if you have this lesion and you need to treat, you have an AI tool for the invasive procedure, and therefore you have the full circle of AI on the clinical workflow. And also there are other possible deployments, such as a robotic capsule or other tools that we frequently see, for example, in the event organized by Professor Tassos on Denmark, where we can see that AI can, capsule endoscopy hardware can do a bunch of new things. So AI has also the opportunity on capsule endoscopy to even be a therapeutic tool for the future. But this was about seeing more, meaning that we can make a very time-consuming exam into a faster exam. But then when I was starting my RCP training, Professor Pedro Pereira challenged us with an idea of creating a cholangioscopy model. So meaning that the idea was to somewhat see beyond, meaning that, okay, we don't know if the stricture is benign or malignant. Let's see if AI can do this. This led to our fourth patent, and I would say like 2 weeks without sleeping a lot, because this was really new territory. Now was time for AI not only to see more, but to predict what the humans cannot predict. And therefore, we knew that cholangioscopy, even though it's very useful, had problems of inter-observer and even inter-observer agreement with low sensitivity on the biopsies. And that's why the strictures are called indeterminate, is because they are indeed difficult to characterize. And therefore, we published our first paper back on 2021 on gastrointestinal endoscopy with this metrics. This was just a single study on steel frames, so very humble beginnings, but it was the first, and with just one scope. And afterwards, we improved a lot. We were able not only to do the characterization of the stricture, but also to do morphological identification of key features such as tumor vessels. You can see here that the model has more than 98% accuracy. And afterwards, tougher features such as papillary projections. And afterwards, we were able to go it in multiple devices and do it multicentric with from images to video. And this study was the first multicentric that was able not only to do diagnose the correct detection of the stenosis, but also do morphological characterization. And in 2024, we have a paper published on TIG and one accepted on Nature Scientific Reports. So by this month of November 2024, and this was our last launch on Hospital das Clínicas. And so this has been an effort led here in U.Porto by our team, led by Professor Pedro Pereira, and in Spain by Dr. Mariano, in United States by Dr. Widmer and Dr. Tamas, and in Brazil by Professor Eduardo Moro. And this is the vision, is to increase the diagnostic yield of biopsies and avoid unnecessary treatments and diagnose faster. And you can see that the AI can also be deployed retrospectively. And this see-beyond logic was therefore applied to endoscopic ultrasound, where we first were able to create the first model and patented this model that was able to predict if a cyst was going to be mucinous or non-mucinous, and basically the same approach. And afterwards, in 2024, we are able not only to detect cysts and differentiate if a cyst is going to be malignant or non-malignant, but also solid lesions, differentiating, for example, pancreatic cancer from pancreatitis. And so, as you can see, this is a multi-centric effort between Spain, Portugal, United States, and Brazil. And we improved a lot from the first study. And the same logic was applied. So when I was on RCP, I thought about cholangioscopy. When I was in the very ending time of my fellowship on proctology, I thought, well, let's try to apply cholangioscopy to high-resolution endoscopy. And because anal cancer indeed is a very relevant disease with increasing prevalence, and high-resolution endoscopy, despite being the gold standard to detect anal cancer precursors, it's a technique that is hindered by a suboptimal specificity and also a poor inter-observer agreement and a long learning curve and a limited number of experts, even though there are societies like Jens, and we have the privilege to have his president here, Dr. Luís Barroso, are doing a tremendous effort to promote education on high-resolution endoscopy. It's still a very tough technique, and even though it is proved by the Anchor study that decreases the anal cancer risk, it's still a technique hindered by the human factor. And therefore, in 2022, we published the first paper proving that AI could detect and differentiate high-resolution endoscopy. This won the best prize, best scientific work of ACG 2022. And at the moment, the sensitivity on the first work was 91%, and global accuracy was 91%, but we did not know if the performance was on non-stain images, on stain images, and post-manipulation or without post-manipulation. So this was at TRL of development, and what we challenge our group to do, with obviously the help of our friends from France, afterwards Brazil, and now United States and UK, was to take the technology from a research phase into a deployment phase, where we are able now to have an AI that works in all the relevant clinical subsettings for high-resolution endoscopy. And indeed, we created a model that is able to detect and differentiate LCIL from HCIL in the different clinical subsets. And this led to this publication. And you can see here that the neural network is capable of detecting HCIL and LCIL in non-stained images, in stained images, and even after treatment. And you can see that in just a space of 1 year, the metrics went from 91% to over 98.8%. And AI was capable of doing that in non-stained images, meaning it did not need the normal staining that high-resolution endoscopies usually do. And even after treatment, with a sensitivity of 99.6%. The fact here is because we put most of the effort in this very challenging group. So it's not all about indeed, if we work hard in one model, we can really increase the model not only by the number of images, but by working in its architecture. And here, again, the explainable AI strategy of using heat maps to know where the lesions are, which are very relevant for explainability. And at the time, the limitations was that the study was retrospective and unicentric, but the strength was it was patient split design and with cross-validation and high-performance metrics. However, now we are going into future directions with multicentric high-resolution endoscopy validation in these centers, enabling us to fulfill the gap and really prove that AI can decrease the number of anal cancer precursors that we missed on high-resolution endoscopy. And this is already the result of this effort, and this is a multicentric study in different high-resolution endoscopy modalities in a protoscope and in a colposcope between a high-volume center in France, in Paris, and in São Paulo in Brazil from Professor Sidney Nadal. And we can see here that we can use it on live, but also afterwards, similar to second opinion, where we can basically predict if the lesion is going to be HCIL and LCIL with over 98.8% accuracy. So this leads to the third part of the vision, which is to decide better. Obviously, if we see more and if we see beyond, we are able to decide better. But there are examples of works where by just looking on an image, you can predict the relapse of ulcerative colitis. And in this study, on a normal image, they were able to predict if ulcerative colitis was going to have a relapse or not. But we are able, for example, to do this on anorectal manometry, where we are able to not only detect but differentiate motility patterns, like a neurogastroenterologist expert is able to do that. And also, for example, to create an artificial intelligence generated score that is able to correlate to Eliakim score and Lewis score, which are the scores that we use, for example, for evaluating inflammatory tibial capsule endoscopy autonomously. So AI is not only able to pick up on ulcers and lesions, but also to calculate the risk. And therefore, artificial intelligence, not only in all the subspecialties, and this is an example of coloproctology, is already having a tremendous impact. And however, the AI does present multiple challenges, and bioethics, it's really a hot topic, and it should be a hot topic. We need to ensure that our models comply with the GDPR rules, that we don't introduce biases. If we train a wrong image or we provide a wrong ground truth to the model, we are training AI to do wrong diagnosis, and so this is very important. And explainability is also crucial, because we need, as humans, to be under control and to understand why the model is doing such assessment, and this fosters responsibility and trust. And after we have responsibility and trust on the model, we then can think about transferring the model to other hospitals and other units. And before we do anything with other hospitals, we ensure that we can trust on our technology and that we have an explainable AI strategy. So we advocate the the model of trustworthy AI that is compliant with GDPR, transparent and explainable, robust, fair. For example, it includes demographic data from everywhere we can get with our resources from at least 3 continents now: Portugal, North America, and South America, which is at a human control, meaning that the center of decision is on the human, and that could be accountable in the future, because if you are, for example, deciding if a stricture is malignant or not in the future, the responsibility cannot be only on the doctor, must be shared with AI. And this also leads to opportunity in terms of green endoscopy, which is our topic in digestive endoscopy. In this study, we prove that by many metrics that AI could be a clever solution in capsule endoscopy by decreasing the greenhouses effects of conventional endoscopy. So we came now to the concept of software as a medical device. We have locked software as a medical device which are not AI, meaning that they will not evolve, and base software as a medical device where we can actually deploy artificial intelligence, and these models are ever evolving, such as we human beings are. And we know that software as a medical devices are now on the rise, and they are a topic of not only doctors, but bioengineers and also the digital healthcare professionals that we are now training to be future leaders of healthcare. And indeed, we need to have more education on software as a medical device, and to understand the regulatory challenges and ethical implications. For example, in Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Engineering of the University of Porto, by identifying challenges, we created AI-based software as a medical devices for colon capsule endoscopy, cholangioscopy, endoscopic ultrasound, and device-assisted enteroscopy. So basically, all comes for a challenge, an intended proposed intended use of the AI-based software as a medical device, and then we explore the potential clinical applications of the technology. And this is what we believe is the future of gastroenterologists. We advocate a model of AI gastroenterologist, a doctor that knows obviously about gastroenterology, knows about endoscopy, knows about blockchain in the future to keep data secure and better shared, knows about data science, obviously, knows about UI UX in order to create not only a model, but to create a technology that can be used, and obviously understands the data protection challenges in order to deal with data, for example, from the United States or Spain. We need really to be cautious. So this is really what an AI gastroenterologist is, and I have no doubts that this is the future for we as gastroenterologists, and also other specialities, for example, as gynecology, and other ones will follow. And we are in the age of AI. The 90s were about the internet. I think that the 20s are about AI, and we can see that NVIDIA is the most valuable company in the world, and that's for a reason. And however, we must lead with a fear of, I think that over-enthusiasm is not really good, so we need to be cautious when we oversell a technology. Here, Elon Musk said in 2015 that self-driving cars will appear in 2 years, and Geoffrey Hinton, that won the Nobel Prize this year for his contributions to AI, said that radiologists will become obsolete in 5 years, so 2021. However, in 2024, I see my radiologist colleagues still going regular cars to work. Even today, when I come here, I saw a radiologist, and I thought, okay, he's coming by car and he's not driving. And I think it's the same in the US and everywhere, so it's not only in Portugal. However, this is true, but for us doctors, and now I'm speaking specifically for doctors, this is for you. You have to understand that technology will come, because it's inevitable, and you have to decide if you want to be on the table or on the menu. If you understand easily, if you come to understand data science challenges, you'll be able to understand better what will happen. You will have more research opportunities. You will have the possibility of stand out between your peers, and most of that contributes to a future of healthcare where doctors are on the center of decisions where the technology will go. But this requires learning, and I'm very proud that my university understood that and created the first degree for digital healthcare, and also by fostering the education and promoting events such as this. And so I'm very grateful for my faculty. It's my alma mater, and very proud Portuguese person here, and very proud to have all my friends from everywhere and everyone here listening to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. It was, as always, an immense pleasure to hear from you, all the work that is being done and that you are leading. And I'm sure that there's a lot of discussions to be started. And first of all, I'll present Professor Guilherme Macedo, that until last year was the president of the World Gastroenterology Organization, and he is a professor here at Porto Medical School, and also the director of the Gastrenterology department at the Hospital of São João. And that has an important feature, which is the training center of the Gastroenterology Organization here in Porto. And so, and I will also, in a minute, present Professor Renato Natal. But first of all, I'd like to Professor Guilherme to comment and to start the discussion.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation now at this time, and really thankful to you, Professor João Fonseca and Professor Renato Natal. Of course, this presentation and the keynote lecture could have some discussion, and it's wonderful to be here, having all these experts in the different areas of artificial intelligence, not only GI, to listen to what Miguel has said about his vision and our vision about the role of artificial intelligence in digestive healthcare. In fact, it's important to realize that this has been a workload since the early of this decade in the department. So it's something that we really got engaged into because caring for digestive health is the perfect match, as we envisioned at that time, is the perfect match for artificial intelligence for doctors. And why was that? Because we, as the gastroenterology community, we have a specific fetish about pictures, imaging. All our cognitive mind throughout decades, when I say our, it means gastroenterology, we have been working on imaging, making the image more perfect, more reliable, more trustful, because we are just picking up things that we cannot see from the inside of the body, a dark and lonely place, by the way. But we made it clear. So artificial intelligence could provide the obvious and the needed tools to get in there and to understand what is going to happen. So the problem is that artificial intelligence, it is a disruptive technology. It's not an incremental technology. It is disruptive. That means that our practice as doctors will change. It has been changing, and that is I would say the value of our work, what we've been showing. We are climbing this mountain, but at the same time knowing exactly that we are creating new landscapes and new challenges. And this is why I always say that this is a perfect match of artificial intelligence into the digestive world. Now, don't forget that the global burden of digestive diseases is enormous. We are, let's say the experts in digestive diseases do have a role in 1/3 of all the world complaints, all the world health. So, of course, we have a tremendous workload in the future, that's true. But the tools that we are having in artificial intelligence will change our practice. And they will change our training methods. How are we going to train our experts in getting somewhere that we think we know everything about that? How can we train that? How can we explore that afterwards? Because one thing is diagnostic, the other thing is going there and being and providing therapeutic weapons. So it is this mixture of visions. We are not divided. We are not. We don't have mixed feelings about should we go, should we not go. No, we should go. That's for sure. That's what Miguel just showed us. We are there because this is the real time. Artificial intelligence is not the future. It's happening right now for us, for the medical community. And digestive experts, in my view, are really the perfect match for this. Now, it will overcome digestive health. It will go further beyond. The future are women. That's why we are expanding to gynecology. But again, it's the purpose of treating image. Artificial intelligence is just not image. There are much more tools that we will apply in the future, especially in other areas like hepatology, an enormous field to be approached, even in pathology. So there are many, many options. But what we must realize, it's the time to get artificial intelligence in our daily practice. So, having said this, and trying to have some provocative thoughts on all of you, I think it's also the time to praise the tremendous network that we have been achieving. And before that, beyond the network with all the institutions throughout the world, that when we have here good representatives, the importance of having this type of close work as we have been doing with engineering. This is not something that has been created by someone. It's a group job. It's a large team, and that needs to be taken into account when we are providing further steps. It is really important that we understand how things began. It will be much more important to see how we are going to evolve. So this is the challenge for all of us in the GI community and beyond the GI community, and for our engineers, partners and friends. We have much more to do. This is just the beginning, but it is happening. So let's have some discussion about this.
For sure, and you mentioned one of the things that I in a minute would like to also discuss, which is AI helping further, not only in the diagnostic, endoscopic and diagnostic, but also in the intervention therapeutics that are being done, which of course is more challenging, even more challenging, but maybe very interesting for the future. Sorry, maybe I need to have some water. But before that, let me present Professor Renato Natal, which is the Vice Dean of the Engineering School here at University of Porto, and has been an essential. So this is very nice because me and Miguel are between the two sides that really need to converge to be able to do these things, and of course engineering and medicine, and this is what is needed. And Professor Renato has this vision, and at NEG and also in the university engineering faculty, as really leading and push forward the AI applied to healthcare, and being and making possible this connection and all the things that we are discussing early this morning. So thank you, Professor Renato, and please give us your vision on this matter.
Thank you very much, Professor João Fonseca, for this introduction. I would like to greet my colleagues of this panel, Professor Miguel Martins, Professor João Fonseca, Professor Miguel Mascarenhas. Of course, I would like, first of all, to thank the invitation to be here in this session and congratulate the Faculty of Medicine for this initiative. I wrote here some notes, so let me read them. Our ability to respond creatively to humanity's challenges imposes new transdisciplinary knowledge that should contribute to fostering a cultural movement based on collaborative innovation and transdisciplinary approach. The development of artificial intelligence and its applications, especially in the health area, is an excellent example of this multidisciplinarity. Taking the motto of this event, Shaping the Future, and having as a reference the title of the book of Professor António Câmara, The Future is Invented, I would say this community does not understand these sentences as a commonplace. On the contrary, it continues and will continue to overcome the limits of knowledge by driving innovation, assuming the support of FMUP for those purposes for sure. As it was expressed by Louis Pasteur, one of the founders of microbiology, science and peace will triumph over ignorance and war. I think this sentence shows the power of science and knowledge to overcome conflict and promote peace, something that we feel right now as a need. Regarding the last slides of Miguel, I would say that the first papers in AI were published more or less 60 years ago. So we hope that what's happened after 60 years from now. And I think this one of the big deals, as I can see, is not only the technical part, but it's also the relation with other things like administrative parts, bureaucratic parts, of course ethics, but ethics is everywhere present, but also the big data. And the big data needs regulation, of course, and perhaps the regulation in Europe is different from US or with China, of course. What kind of work or what kind of directions that we take to relate with these issues, as I can see that, because this kind of technology needs a lot of big data. This is my provocation.
Please, Miguel.
Okay, so regulation right now, in terms of our work, is a big part. I would say that right now, in the beginning, most of my work was on intellectual property and knowing how to write a patent that would stick. Now I'm spend most of my time in regulatory parts. So most of my time, obviously, besides coordinating AI efforts, it comes into regulation because it is very different, the landscape between FDA and Europe. So I will give an example I will use digestive healthcare as an example. Each software is a medical device, and that's why I use this topic for the presentation. is going to be like a drug that FDA approves, for example, for an intended use. For example, cholangioscopy, if wants to be approved and used, because sensitivity of biopsies can be 60% or only 50%, and you are deciding between, for example, cholangiocarcinoma or a benign condition like sclerosing cholangitis. And that's a big decision, and this probably will take the device to be a class 3 opposed to like class 2 on capsule endoscopy, where it's not taking the decision from the doctor, but like pinpointing where the lesion is. So when you work with FDA, it's really a multidisciplinary team. So I see here some of the colleagues that are working on the clinical part. So there is the clinical validation part. We finalized that for capsule endoscopy, where we were working with our peers from Guimarães, our peers from Alabama, our peers on Madrid. So that's just the clinical validation. But then there's the PCCP plan, which is the data science plan. How much changes you are going to do? What is your plan for increasing data set? How will avoid the data biases? For example, they will be willing to accept your model, for example, without US data, if there is nothing in the US, and if they think if it is generalizable to the population. But for example, in the future, what about the African population? And you know that there is this demographic bias. So the future of each application takes in a really multidisciplinary work. And this is just the clinical part, and then the data science, which are the part that I understand. Then it goes like to the product team, which is cybersecurity tests, unit tests, things about the screens, and digital healthcare themes that completely surpass me. And this is software engineer stuff that I understand the basic, but it's a teamwork. And indeed, when you see a product being approved, it takes a ton of work, and should be like that, because indeed AI must need to be regulated. And right now in the United States, the stance is very much stricter than the one in Europe. They, even with all the evidence, they just allow on all the digestive healthcare for you to say there is a lesion there. They don't allow lesion characterization. I think that the first device for lesion characterization will be approved on January. And but so long story short, each application should be treated like a drug that has to go under multicentric validation and has to take into account clinical criteria, data science criteria, cybersecurity criteria. So it's going to be a team's work that takes a lot of efforts from the engineers and the doctors, and then we become hybrids. I would say everything of this started with Professor Guilherme and Professor Renato. They were both my thesis supervisors, so I feel I belong to both houses. And I become like an hybrid. But João Ferreira, which is my counterpart and the author of the patents on engineer, is also an hybrid. He understands more about capsule endoscopy than I would say most gastroenterologists, because he understands the challenges, and we need to speak both languages, because if we don't speak both languages, we don't understand, because the doctors, they are focused on the results, and then the engineers are focused on creating the best technology without thinking on the case application. So we need to find a balanced approach where we see the best methodological approach, but we don't lose sight of the case application. And I think that's it. We need to become hybrids.
Thank you. I fully agree. And maybe I would change the name from regulation to also health technology assessment, because this is more close to the drug, as you said. And also maybe we start to think about the counterpart of pharmacovigilance. As maybe we need to start to consider monitoring the effects after deployment of these new technologies. Professor Guilherme, I know you want to do a question before pushing to the...
Right. Now, there is something that has been coming up from this concept of being hybrid, which is important. we call it chimeras. That means half of man, half of beast. But anyway, it's important to have this concept. The thing is, are we ready as doctors to understand that need? Having said that, Miguel, for you, what would be the major threats that, for example, GI community is facing at this time with AI? Or are there no threats? It's just a yellow brick road.
I think that when there is technology can be deployed for good and for the worse. I think that we, and I'm sure about this, we are just one of the stakeholders. We don't decide everything. Industry plays a major role. Regulators play a major role. The lawyers, they play a major role. It's harder to get basically that agreement with NYU is more painful for me than writing 10 abstracts for DPO is really, and I think we miss a third person here, which is our lawyer team, which are incredible, and data protection is one thing. So, but answering straight to your question, I think that we as GI, the threat is that AI is wrongly used. How we can have a solution, because a problem without presenting a solution is rather useless. So the solution is for us to be working close with our engineers and academia. The engineers and the doctors, they want to be the same. I think that engineers can save more life than doctors, and the engineers that are working with us, and that was something that you said, Professor, are like doctors, not directly doctors, but they end up saving more lives than we do. So, and I have been working with data scientists every day, so I pretty much know how they think. And I believe that they are concerned with the same things. They want to save lives. They are inspired with us, with the same mission. And you don't have to be a doctor doing this procedure and having this part. You can be such as important, or even more important, on a larger epidemiological scale if you create solutions that are sustainable. So the biggest threat for us GI is to say that AI is not for us, AI is going to replace us and take us apart. I have to put in mind that in Harvard, the dean of Harvard said that endoscopes, the endoscopes that we use, are tools for engineers, and this thing called endoscopy is something that will never prevail, and you should stop playing engineers. That was said by a gastroenterologist that was the dean of Harvard at the time. So when people try to refuse technology, that's a threat, because you see how much lives were saved by colonoscopy and upper endoscopy, and if the vision of these men prevailed, the world will not evolve. We will be on a dark age, and there were many dark ages. But here on academia, Faculty of Engineering and Faculty of Medicine have to converge, and that's what we did. But this is just an example for one case. Then there are much tougher areas like electronic health records that I don't even dare to go. But this was the first thing. We are still on the very early beginnings, so the challenges are huge, but the opportunities are huge as well. So this is an exciting time to be a resident and to be a doctor, yes. But please think outside the box. I don't think that the present is going to be, the future is going to be like the present. And the things that will probably change your life, you already don't know. The persons that will change your life, you probably don't know. Yes. And so embrace innovation and embrace the future, because that's how you can take leverage from that.
Perfect, and I think we need to end this session. We'll have more time to discuss with the audience, but otherwise we'll start late already to the second table that is going to be immediately after we leave these shares. And again, let's have a great day. Thank you so much for this first session that really put us with the right mind to do the rest of the day. Thank you so much, and let's continue with the upper GI session. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I want to say thank you to Professor Guilherme Macedo and Professor Miguel Mascarenhas for the invitation. We have now upper gastrointestinal session with about esophago with Dr. Francisco Mendes from Hospital São João, stomach, Dr. Miguel Martins, also Hospital São João, and small bowel with Anastasios Koulaodzidis, that is from Denmark. That is a great pleasure to be with you, with us in U.Porto again, 10 years after.
Pleasure all mine, pleasure all mine. Thank you.
Thank you. I have with me Dr. Bruno Rosa and Dr. Pedro Cardoso, two experts about intelligence, artificial intelligence, and we go to start the session. Dr. Bruno and Dr. Elder, please.
Thank you, Professor. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Francisco Mendes from São João Hospital to start this upper GI and also small bowel session.
Hello, good morning to everyone present both in person and online. It is a pleasure to be here present to discuss one of the most important topics in modern gastroenterology, the application of artificial intelligence in digestive healthcare. We know that the esophagus is a 25 centimeter tube with both cervical, thoracic and abdominal parts. And there is delimited by two sphincters, the upper and lower esophageal sphincter. But esophagus is not a static tube. It is an organ with multiple functions, such as food bolus transport with peristaltic movements, working as an anatomical barrier and reflux prevention. Understanding the esophageal pathophysiology is important for understanding the diseases that can affect it. That can be both benign, such as gastroesophageal reflux disorder, precursor lesions such as Barrett esophagus, or even causes of upper GI bleeding as esophageal varices. Finally, motility disorders commonly affect the quality of life of a significant portion of patients, and artificial intelligence can have a role in managing it. One of the main concerns in upper GI endoscopy is the detection and management of pre-malignant conditions, aiming for an earlier and less invasive management. When considering Barrett esophagus, a lot of works have been made in detecting precursor lesions with or without dysplasia. In this context, a study published this year was capable of developing a convolutional neural network for diagnosing short segment Barrett esophagus, showing high accuracy with both white light and link color imaging. Interestingly, we have seen accuracies that were significantly greater than endoscopic trainees, but still a little lower than endoscopic experts. In the right side of the picture, we see the use of an explainable AI tool capable of locating the region of the image that was responsible for the model's prediction. In the area of the Barrett esophagus, we are seeing the most interesting aspects in application of artificial intelligence in esophageal topography. As you can see here, we stand by AI-assisted diagnosis of Barrett esophagus-related dysplastic lesions, where AI standalone analysis was capable of obtaining higher diagnostic accuracy than both the non-experts and the experts. This is still a technology in validation, but it is capable of augmenting the diagnostic accuracy of endoscopic trainees, approaching them from the accuracy of experts. We can see on the right side of the picture the ability of the AI models to locate and delimitate clearly the lesions, possibly guiding biopsies and treatments. In the esophageal topography, we see one of the most common and severe causes of upper GI bleeding, hypertensive GI bleeding from gastroesophageal varices. Authors from Oriental Center were capable of classifying the varices related to their grade and risk of bleeding through red color signs. And when we see the evaluation of the applicability of this technology, the endoaxial GEV was capable of having higher accuracy for predicting the grade of varices in esophageal varices and comparable performance when considering gastric varices, with the possibility of delimiting varices and identifying red color signs, choosing the varices that are suitable for endoscopic variceal ligation. Eosinophilic esophagitis is also a hot topic in the upper GI endoscopy. As we know, the most subtle findings such as edema or rings can be commonly missed during diagnostic endoscopy, leading to delayed diagnosis and worse patient outcomes. In this context, the application of an AI model to the ERIF score was capable of obtaining higher diagnostic accuracy than both endoscopy trainees and experts, delimiting each lesions through heat maps and guiding biopsies for obtaining higher isopathological scores. In the motility disorders region, we are still in an earlier phase of model development. However, I think that it's important to recognize that in a era of generative AI, a model developed based only on Gemini code was capable of identifying all the disorders and contraction disorders in high-resolution esophageal manometry, capable of identifying disorders related to the Chicago classification and delimitate the findings that were suitable for analysis of the model. Lastly, in capsule endoscopy, our group has been working in achieving capsule panendoscopy with a single exam GR screening strategy. In this context, a late-break study was capable of developing and validating a convolutional neural network for both small bowel and colon capsule endoscopy, diagnosing with high diagnostic accuracy lesions within the esophageal topography, locating them with heat maps. There is a proof of methodological and technological development, and the last step for achieving AI-based capsule panendoscopy. Therefore, we must conclude that esophageal disorders have complex pathophysiology with a commonly delayed diagnosis due to the subtle findings that are identified in the early phases of diseases. Therefore, through machine learning and deep learning models, AI has potential to streamline the diagnosis of esophageal disorders in both benign, malignant, and motility-related conditions, modifying the management and the prognosis of patients with esophageal diseases. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Francisco. We'll make the discussion at the end. So I now invite Dr. Miguel Martins, also from São João Hospital, to make his presentation on the application of artificial intelligence to the stomach.
Thank you for your presentation. I will try to discuss some topics of application of artificial intelligence in gastric evaluation during upper endoscopy in a few minutes. So, upper endoscopy is a critical diagnostic tool for gastroenterologists, but it's an imperfect tool. And if you focus only on gastric cancer detection, we know that upper endoscopy has a high negative predictive value, but it also has a false negative rate that can reach up to 10%, which means that 1 in 10 gastric cancers can be missed during upper endoscopy. And this can happen for multiple factors: patient factors, lesion factors, and also endoscopists. We can miss because we are human, and we can miss because of our lack of experience. This can cause misinterpretation of lesions, and you can also miss lesions because of hidden blind spots hidden in upper endoscopy. And currently there are tools that can improve our diagnostic accuracy, such as magnification and virtual chromendoscopy. But these tools also take a lot of time, years and years of experience to master it. So I think that is where artificial intelligence can have a potential and transformative role in upper endoscopy, because it can not only improve our diagnostic accuracy in detecting and differentiating lesions in the gastric, in the stomach, but also because it can make the whole procedure more simpler, more effective, and probably more greener. So it was impossible for me to talk about all the published data in this area, so I will try to give some examples and some case of applications of this type of technology. So I will also start with premalignant condition. This is an artificial model that can help and help the doctor to increase his diagnostic accuracy in detecting not only gastric atrophy, but also intestinal metaplasia. The results, the findings were curious, because AI-enhanced upper endoscopy of detecting premalignant conditions can match and even at times exceed those from expert practitioners. As you can see in this image, the model is predicting the probability of having, in this case, intestinal metaplasia and atrophy. Potentially more groundbreaking is if you can use this type of technology to reduce the probability of missing gastric lesions. And the findings of this systematic review are promising, because although they are primarily focused on analyzing gastric images rather than videos, they show that our diagnostic performance can increase using this type of artificial intelligence. Although this type of early studies are always conducted in controlled settings and normally in a retrospective way. However, in some cases, the problem will not be the detection of lesions, but will be the differentiation of the lesions. So it will be beneficial if you can also use this type of artificial intelligence models to predict, for example, to increase our diagnostic performance in detecting early gastric cancers that can be suitable for EST, and potentially reduce the number of unnecessary surgeries. And one of interesting case application also is if we can use this type of artificial intelligence models to differentiate types of clinical status of H. pylori. So this type of models can be used to predict the probability of not having an infection, having an infection, or having a post-eradication status of H. pylori. This could be groundbreaking too, because it could reduce the number of biopsies needed, and also could reduce the consumption of disposables, which could also be a which is also a hot topic in this moment. And so smart endoscopy could be a greener endoscopy too. And this is also interesting because it can help us doing real-time procedures. So this AI model was developed to provide us in real time the probability of, or help us detecting vessels that have a higher risk of bleeding in late bleeding post-EST. So this type of AI during real-time procedures can aid the physician to detect more efficiently the vessels that, for example, can benefit from a post-coagulation therapy. So gastric can also be assessed in a minimal way. So capsule, we believe that capsule endoscopy may have a future, and maybe capsule pan endoscopy can be very beneficial, for example, for assessing patients with gastrointestinal bleeding, or in the case of being an available tool for gastrointestinal screening. So this AI model was published last year, and it was the first published model in detecting various types of lesions in the gastric using capsule endoscopy, and it was a necessary step to enable us to be able to do a capsule pan endoscopy assessment of the whole GI tract, which we believe that only be possible or cost effective if we can use AI to help us to do that. I'm sorry. So where we stand now with AI for gastric assessment? So we have to remember that the majority of the studies are based on retrospective studies. They are conducted in controlled clinical settings, so the performance metrics that we see here are not, cannot be totally interpretable and be applied in real clinical practice. They are prone to selection bias, and Professor Miguel already told us about the potential demographic bias of this. And there are still performance challenges in real-time use that need to be assessed in further perspective and multicentric studies. So I finished my presentation with the Washington Post editorial from yesterday, from Thanksgiving, and which says that this year be thankful for AI in medicine. So I think this can be can in fact have a transformative role in upper endoscopy in assessment of both esophagus and stomach. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking Miguel for inviting me here and congratulate DIGESTAID and the Gastrenterology department of Hospital São João and the engineering team for all the outstanding work in the development of these AI solutions at the service of digestive health. So it's my honor to present you the next speaker, Professor Koulaodzidis. In fact, he would need no introduction. He is a super expert in capsule endoscopy, also a worldwide well-known leading investigator, and one of the greatest promoters of the international multi-center collaborative work in this area. So Professor Tassos is a professor of clinical research of the Southern Denmark University and also the current president of the International Capsule Endoscopy Research Group. So Tassos, be very welcome. It's nice to have you here, and we look forward for hearing your talk.
Bruno, thank you so much, so kind words. I'm so delighted to be back in Porto. It's been indeed about 10 years. First of all, I have to say that absolutely delighted to hear what is happening here. Guys, you are in the forefront of artificial intelligence in medicine. I'm gobsmacked, actually. It's fantastic. Once again, I'm gonna take 2 seconds to say that I'm known to overrun, so I'm gonna beg for lenience, maybe a couple of more minutes than the 7 minutes. Crack on. We had a dream once, and that dream was pretty much what you're doing now, guys, and that dream was called Nautilus in 2012. The consortium submitted applications quite a few times in the European Union. I think we're so stupid to understand that the applications were bad, and we thought, oh, this European Union is not giving us the money to do this clever capsule. But in any case, the dream, as I said, is something that you already taken and bring it forward. One of my good friends and collaborators, Dimitris Iacovidis, who is an AI expert, an AI guy in Greece, he has been so disappointed by these decisions that he's taken the time to create this map of what exactly was happening back then. And you realize that the majority of the projects that have been kind of funded by European Union at the time, or at least by the time this particular slide was made, were not on AI. So things have changed since, and the autocapsule, because Sandy Cochran the other day was asking me, oh, but you forgot to put autocapsule in this slide. Autocapsule, though, and ICE, which is artificial intelligence capsule endoscopy, the projects that we actually have in our university, is more on AI these days. So essentially, you see this shift, the shift that I heard this morning happening early in 2020, or maybe slightly earlier than this, appearing. And the same thing happens also in Britain, and we know that essentially this C-scale study is aiming to reduce the time, the reading time for capsule endoscopy. As you can see, they aim to go down to 10 minutes by the time they implement the second phase of the capsule. And of course, reading also goes, or remote reading goes hand in hand with remote delivery. This is a beautiful small study from Gohar, Nia, and Ramesh from Britain, and you can see that essentially the remote delivery of capsule works very well. We're trying to replicate the same, and Miguel, I'm very pleased that you participate in this study as well. We have already completed in 3 European centers, and we're going to complete in Denmark soon. Why this thing happened, though? Why we're kind of looking around for the possibility of employing AI in capsule endoscopy? Well, we know that we were not so good, and the experience didn't really help a lot in capsule endoscopy, in reading capsule endoscopy. And this is a study very close to my heart because it's a study I wanted to do myself, and somebody else have gone and done it. And I'm really pleased because I always quoted the second look in known cases of capsule endoscopy can increase the diagnostic yield by about 6% and also change the management by 4%. As I said before, we're really bad. We're not only bad in agreeing ourselves in capsule endoscopy, but pretty much bad in agreeing with our decisions in capsule endoscopy. Sabina Beck has managed to create this beautiful study. It was not as brave as was meant to be, but it's one that is becoming a seminal component why eventually capsule endoscopy needs AI. And we know that essentially the reading time falls by the time you read your last capsule endoscopy of the session, and that essentially experts that have been better by 20% compared with naive readers are not doing so well by already the second reading of capsule endoscopy. And I quote this beautiful slide from Professor Swain. Back in 2012, he allowed me to use it in the presentations. So that were the images we had back then, but we pretty much know that the images have improved, and that gives us the time and the opportunity to apply more efficient artificial intelligence. The same thing happened in other systems as well. So essentially, I come to say in the final portion of this presentation that artificial intelligence was something that was close to my heart, but I didn't expect that it's going to have this exponential and rocket development of the last 5 years. And in fact, Miguel, I feel that and all my studies are now the menu, as you mentioned, and not really on the sitting on the customer side of the table. So, solutions for artificial intelligence. You see that there are manufacturer-based solutions, but also what I really love is these solutions that are cloud-based solutions. And you're doing so, as I explained, beautiful work here that I don't need to stay anymore. You explain everything in your talk, Miguel. Only 4 papers that I'm going to quote, which they have become the seminal papers right now, and it's not from DIGESTAID, nevertheless are seminal papers in artificial intelligence. The one that presented in 2012, and we know that it showed that the convolutional neural network that was trialed had really good efficiency, even equivalent to that of gastroenterologists. The same, more or less, study was replicated by another manufacturer, coming pretty much to the same conclusion. You see the tremendous increase in the sensitivity and also the remarkable reduction of the time of the reading time. That was also applied not only in small bowel capsule endoscopy, but in combination of small bowel capsule endoscopy and gastric, allowing the residents to provide a better assessment. And as somebody mentioned this morning, the training of new residents in artificial intelligence, and the famous ARCTIS study, again with the first manufacturer showing as well that there is a remarkable reduction in the reading time, and that this particular model, this CNN model called ProScan, was doing well in terms of efficiency as well as reading times. Lastly, this is under review. It's a paper that we have created with Pablo Cortegoso. Pretty much summarizes all the manufacturer-based AI systems, and we know that they do very well in terms of reading. What are the challenges in AI? I think Miguel has already mentioned quite a few, so I'm not going to stay more into this slide. Requires, of course, extensive labeled data sets, big data. Physicians need to have transparent AI tools, and the compliance in healthcare systems and all the lawyer-based stories are very important. Lastly, what is the future of AI in small bowel capsule endoscopy? Well, I have to say that, as I said, I feel that you've taken over something and you created a beautiful, inspiring network in Porto. Continue, guys. You're doing a great work. Healhcare, which is the group of clinicians with vested interest in capsule endoscopy, wants to hear more from you and about you. And with this one, I'm going to remind you that there is a meeting called Reflect that takes place every October. Well, we're trying to change it actually to December from 2026, but it's October right now in Nyborg in Denmark. And we're also discussing along the same lines that you do here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tassos. We have some minutes to discussion. I ask the audience if there are any comment or any question. And the moderators, Dr. Bruno and Dr. Elvin.
Thank you, Professor. I'll start with Francisco. Francisco, what do you think could be the implications, benefits of using explainable AI in lesion detection, namely in Barrett esophagus that we have spoken about?
Relating to Barrett esophagus, the use of explainable AI tools has the common purpose that it has on other digestive endoscopy fields. I think that not only for greater confidence in the model's prediction, which is very important for the doctor decision of when to biopsy, when to do endoscopic treatment of Barrett esophagus, but also for locating the lesion. And there are solutions such as heat maps, but not only the use of bounding boxes or of delimitation markers can be of greater importance to delimitate the area of the lesion that is prone to treatment or there it needs to be biopsied, such as in other digestive endoscopy fields.
We have a question from the audience.
Yes,
please.
to Dr. Anastasios. I think that we've been discussing since the last session how big will be the impact of artificial intelligence on our practice. But again, sometimes we have to make the right questions on how it will help us. So considering these comments, sometimes when we see that the artificial intelligence could help us to predict the chance of bleeding of an ulcer in the small bowel. So what is the clinical impact on this information? If it's not bleeding, you're not going to do anything. And if it bleeds again, you actually don't know where it is because you can't say with sure the location of this small ulcer. So saying that, I think we have to try to use artificial intelligence in a way that they can show things that we don't know yet and can give us a really big impact on our daily practice, like using images of CT scans combined with endoscopic images and trying to locate what we're seeing, and in the future, adding to this endoscopic pills the ability of doing some marking, tattooing, or even treating these ulcers that can bleeding. So I want to hear from you. So are we making the right questions of how it can be useful in our daily practice?
Okay, so you point out so many things in one big sentence that it's quite difficult to respond in many aspects, but so beautiful things. You probably saw in my presentation that I presented one of the papers that we had few clinicians, together gathered to present the future AI questions. But all these elements, I don't think they have been taught or discussed in this particular paper. So once again, and I think Bruno very kindly mentioned something about me being kind of very keen on collaborations. Somehow, all of us guys, we need to come together in, I mean, that paper was nothing in inverted commas. We need to come together so to bring all these questions forward. Things that you mentioned already, pretty much the multidisciplinary connection of data from CT scans or from history, from patient records or from capsule endoscopy need to happen to give you some prediction models, risk assessment models for the future. Okay, and as you very nicely mentioned, an ulcer that is there one day that doesn't bleed, even if it has a high risk or propensity of bleeding, is it going to attract a decision, or meaning a decision to treat at that particular point? That I don't know. I mean, this is a very valid question that I think has to be answered at some point in the future. If we are so certain that it will have some impact, some effect, then I guess we should go down the path of treating. But at what particular point, us as a medical community will be happy to say, based on that risk assessment model, I can go ahead and treat something that is not causing an immediate or current problem. It's also another story which I'm feeling very, very, how can I say, inadequate to answer at this particular point. So once again, I'm gonna throw onto the table this story of collaboration. We really need to bring together a big survey of clinicians with, I mean, for me, unfortunately, I always feel that I wear a casket of capsule, let's say, vested on capsule endoscopy just to discuss all these questions. Sorry about this very convoluted answer, but I think it was quite difficult to to give one that covers every element of your question.
Okay, if I can just make a brief comment and a question for Professor Tassos. In capsule endoscopy, this is actually completely disruptive because up until now we have been trained, our training has been directed for focused attention, for lesion detection, then lesion characterization, making a correct diagnosis. And of course, it is a very time-consuming process. So currently with these tools, we have some quite solid evidence that we can reduce dramatically the time that we dedicate to reading those examinations and also improve the accuracy. So how do you think that this will impact training in the future? How should we train the future residents of gastroenterology? What should we expect from them? And what would be reserved for the gastroenterologist with the assistance of these AI solutions? Do you think the reading will be replacing all our reading, or only assisting us while reading a capsule endoscopy examination?
God, man, why all these so difficult questions? Once again, Bruno, fantastic points. I'm gonna attempt another convoluted answer here. All of us know, and all of us we have been in endoscopy rooms, that there are people that are good detectors. Interpretators is another story. Good detectors of pathology, and there are people that are not so good detectors of pathology. I guess one thing that I tried to point out with this paper from Sabina Beck was not brave enough is to find out which is the element in the human brain that makes you be a good detector. That's number one. And I'm going to touch into the AI, so that's why I said it's a convoluted answer. That element, if we discover it, I think we're going to be able to help somehow, even before AI, human endoscopists, human readers, call it whatever you like, to improve. Okay. The AI paper that I show you as the number 3 paper, showing that this, that scan, the convoluted neural network assisted the residents to provide a better response, is one evidence that this can assist into the process of, let's say, educating our endoscopists. But for me, I'm somehow the more I hear about AI, the more somehow develop antibodies against AI to an extent, saying that as human beings, we need to put our things together, our act together, to improve what we give as an educational kind of basket to those that are residents and junior doctors. AI can probably push our job as educators to do a better kind of work for the human reader and endoscopist. So, in other words, through this convolution, I'm trying to say that we're not there to be, at this particular point, replaced, although I would love to have an AI system that would do an operation for me, or with no mistakes, or come to a diagnosis again with no mistakes. This is going to happen in the future? Maybe in the 3,000 years that Miguel was showing, that the Iron Man will come to our rescue, maybe, but at this particular point, I personally don't trust AI fully to leave it read the capsule for me. I use it as an adjunct, let's say.
I comment just a thing on the junior doctor perspective. For example, if I'm using an AI model to assist the AI reading in a capsule endoscopy, the thing that I am scared is if I'm, for example, I'm seeing the capsule endoscopy video and I might be only paying attention for the squares, okay? And the problem with that, or for gastroenterology residents, for example, is can this type of AI assisting reading lead to doctors be only focused on the squares and not on the mucosa itself? So from that kind of perspective, the way around, if you use AI to choose only the frames that have a higher risk of having lesions, maybe then if this type of AI model can only show me that type of only those frames, I can see those frames for myself and assess the risk of having a lesion, the risk of having a high risk category of lesion or not. So this type of AI, if it will be used in an AI assisted reading or showing the most relevant lesions at the end of the capsule endoscopy, I think it's a quite interesting theme, and we do not know which is the best current model to applicate artificial intelligence in capsule endoscopy.
So there you go. There you have already an answer into. You need the survey of the junior personnel as well. How we want AI to act on our behalf or in our education. So there you go. You have a survey there.
Short last question, please.
I'll take my question.
No. Okay, just a quick question to Professor Anastasios. How do you see these systems that we presented on this fantastic research, how they will evolve to develop patient digital twins, which can materialize in the future the personalized medicine, which is fiction at the moment?
So there is a program, the European Union program that has been funded called CERTS about, it's not exactly digital twins, it's synthetic data. So I think there is a lot of element into this in terms of creating and educating those systems to get better and better. Whether this, I'm not going to start on the manufacturers or whatever else. To be honest with you, I do believe that cloud-based systems, they have more potential to be the elements of the future in treating patients. But I would have to say that the more data you feed them, the more kind of impactful they will be. and I will probably stay there. I just want to hear what you have to ask Professor Macedo, if you don't mind.
Well, thank you. I'm not sure if I'm allowed, by the way, but just 30 seconds to Mars. Well, it was not a question. In fact, it was a comment. It was just what mentioned earlier about disruptive technology. Disruptive technology means that we need to change in an unexpected way. When you change in an expected way, you are incremental. When you change into an unexpected way, you are being disruptive. And this is a challenge, a disruptive challenge, essentially not only for the practice, but for the training process. Future doctors always have to be trained, and this will impact the training system. So that's why this is a very important issue to be discussed. But it was just that comment. It is explaining what disruptive means.
An excellent comment. That also feeds into my comment that I'm on the menu, in fact.
Last question.
Well, I wouldn't ask any question. I think in future, Shaquille Ahmed from Liverpool University in UK. I think in future, AI will tell us which surgeons should operate and which endoscopy should look at the capsule endoscopy.
What a beautiful thought. What a beautiful thought.
Okay, thank you. We finished this session. We have a coffee break now. 20 minutes coffee break. Thank you.
So we're ready to follow with these morning sessions now away from the gut, because in fact, when we go through the esophagus and stomach, as we did in the morning, and duodenum, the first hole you have in your wall is something, it's a door open to the liver, biliary, and pancreatic system. So it's exactly there that we are going to be in the following moments. And so it's my pleasure to introduce you for the first talk on the liver issues, Pedro Cardoso, which is a clinical fellow in our department of gastroenterology here in São João Hospital, and is member of the Precision Medicine Unit, and he's tightly involved with technologies that are showcased in this conference, mainly for IBD and device-assisted enteroscopy. Pedro?
Good morning. My name is Pedro Cardoso. I'm a doctor at Gastroenterology Department at São João, and it's a great honor to be here today sharing the stage with such renowned physicians and members of the academic community in the fields of digestive health and artificial intelligence. So my goal for the next few minutes is to present you the state of the art of artificial intelligence in hepatology, highlighting significant innovations AI brings to liver disease and offering insights into emerging technologies and their applications for patient outcomes. So, as well as other fields in digestive health, over the past 2 decades, the field of hepatology has witnessed major developments in diagnostic tools, in prognostic models, and in treatment options. And the integration of AI marks a transformative period in liver disease management and research, which is evident with over 800 PubMed publications, just half from the last 2 years. So these articles address a wide range of diseases, but almost all address either neoplastic or metabolic liver disorders, which are the major causes of liver-related morbidity and mortality. Regarding the input data that is used, they currently incorporate a range of imaging modalities, but the most common used ones are CT scans, MRI scans, histopathology slides, and ultrasonography. So, to illustrate the need for future development in AI, I bring you a few studies in the field of hepatology that I consider to be first steps in this journey. So, in 2020, investigators of Mayo Clinic developed a machine learning tool capable of differentiating alcohol-associated hepatitis from acute cholangitis with only 10 laboratory parameters. And indeed, they outperformed physicians in this simple task. Another work regarding comparison between algorithms and non-invasive tests, such as laboratory testing and fibroscan. A paper published in Hepatology states that through machine learning tools, we could establish the fibrosis stages in metabolic-associated liver diseases. This paper here, published on American Journal of Gastrenterology, the authors developed an AI ECG-based score to identify patients with advanced cirrhosis based only on ECG tracing. So this score was developed with data from more than 5,000 liver transplant patients. And this model distinguished advanced cirrhosis from health control subjects with an excellent performance. And the score was also positively associated with markers of liver disease severity, for example, MEL score. And now that we covered the first steps, the next slides I will talk about other articles with a higher complexity and their application in various areas of pathology, and starting with liver histopathology. So, since the first works in histopathology in 2014, so 10 years ago, the articles about histology essentially focus on three things: muscle D, portal hypertension, and hepatocellular carcinoma. And this work from a team from Boston used liver biopsy samples from 3 large NASH clinical trials to build and validate a deep learning neural network to enable quantitative measurement of NASH histologic severity based on these 3 parameters here: the steatosis, the ballooning, and the inflammation. Here, there is another example of a study based on histopathological data regarding hepatocellular carcinoma. Here, a French group developed 2 deep learning models based on a whole slide digital image for predicting survival after HCC surgical resection. And based on 2 things, low risk and high risk features, they developed this model with a higher discriminatory power than a score combining all baseline variables associated with patient survival. Now, regarding imaging, this graphic summarizes the different approaches that can be made in order to transform imaging data into clinical accessible information. So, through an input image and deep learning algorithms, we can do lots of things. Segmentation of liver and other organs. Classification, we can do detection and classification of liver lesions, but also detection and stratification of steatosis and fibrosis. And the most interesting, we can do outcome prediction based on these imagological data. And to give an example of this, based on the need for non-invasive and accurate methods to identify patients with clinical significant portal hypertension, this group developed a deep learning convolution network based on computed tomography or magnetic resonance to identify these patients. So this is a multicentric and intercontinental study with more than 10 centers in China and Turkey. They used liver and spleen images of cirrhotic patients who underwent CT or MRI scan within 14 days of transjugular catheterization for hepatic venous pressure graded measured. They divided the patient in 6 sets and were sampled randomly into training, validation, and testing datasets. Regarding these results, for both CT and MRI, the neural network identified patients with portal hypertension with an area under the ROC greater than 0.9 in the training, validation, and test datasets. And so this shows a significant technological advancement and a promising new non-invasive method to detect, in this case, clinical significant portal hypertension. But this is just an example among many others in this evolving field. So I will start to conclude my presentation by telling you what are the emerging frontiers here in AI in pathology. I think the use of large language models and natural language processing is one of the most promising aspects because it could be used to extract data from electronic health record and also in clinical research. I should mention, and I don't want to miss talk about the multi-omics. Because that can provide a comprehensive molecular understanding of liver disease, but this subtopic is still in its early developments. One other forefront in the field is the histology that we saw, but the advances in the digital pathology will definitely lead to improving proficiency in the automated analysis of liver biopsy images. And to conclude, I'm sure that the future directions in of AI in hepatology promise to expand its current utility across a wide spectrum of applications. As we saw in HCC, that will help to guide treatment in a personalized way. In chronic liver disease, it will help to predict disease course and treatment responses. In liver transplant, that I didn't mention, but is a very interesting area, that may help organ allocation and personalize post-treatment care. And in the future, I think the use of AI virtual assistants in clinical practice will definitely enhance diagnostic accuracy and help in the decision-making process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pedro. We will have the discussion at the end of these 3 talks. So at this time, I would like to invite, and it is our pleasure to do so, live from Madrid, Dr. Belén Agudo Castillo, a specialist in digestive system at Puerta del Hierro University Hospital. And I believe that you are already there and ready to go. Thank you very much for attending and participating in this meeting. And I hope you stay with us for at least for the discussion. So, Belén, please.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good morning. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee and Miguel for this kind invitation. It's a privilege to be part of this talk and this session and sharing the stage with these great experts. And despite it's a pity not being in person with you, I'm grateful that technology allows us to share this talk about the AI in pancreas. And I am talking from a clinical perspective. I think that technological aspects behind, you know better than I do. When we talk about the pancreas, we encompass a wide range of entities, from inflammatory, like acute or chronic pancreatitis, to cystic lesions that have potential of malignancy, and also pancreatic tumors with different malignant behaviors. And in the evaluation of pancreas and pancreatic diseases, we rely on EOS. It's our preferred diagnostic tool because high-resolution images in real time allows us to detect small lesions that can be missed in other technologies like CT or MRI. And also we can take biopsies to take a pathological diagnosis that guide our clinical decisions. And nowadays is a pivotal tool in the therapeutic management of pancreatic and biliary diseases. But despite these strengths, this technique has a very steep learning curve, sometimes more than 1 or 2 years. The evaluation is operator dependent, and also the equipments vary from the possibility of add other technologies. And we have limitations in some particular scenarios like cystic characteristics. So just go for the main question in this talk. Can AI help US and can help us? And the short answer is yes, but we have to take in mind some challenges, because in pancreatic diseases, the data are scarce because we have some troubles trying to obtain histopathological confirmed diagnosis in each of the diseases. And also the operator dependent and the different technologies make it difficult to make big data sets. We have also the black box problem. We have experts make difficult to trust, understand the decision of these machines. So let's see how can artificial intelligence help us in endoscopic ultrasound. And the first important thing is that in trainees, I think that AI has shown promising results. In this Chinese study, they shown that trainee station recognition accuracy increased significantly with this model that recognized by itself different anatomical landmarks. And this make EUS maybe in the future to make shorter the learning curve. But I think the most important focus in research is the pancreatic lesions, and the reason is because pancreatic cancer is increasingly, and we have the problem that all the diagnoses are in advanced stages, and the survival is very poor. So early diagnosis is critical for improved therapeutic outcomes. And sometimes the differential diagnosis in the US is not so easy, despite the FMB or other technologies that we can use. And there are many studies in this area. You can see here a meta-analysis and systematic review with a pool sensitivity and over 90% in the differential diagnosis of pancreatic adenocarcinoma and other entities. And the research in this area is growing very quick. And we have our own experience with this international study for centers participating, trying to be with less bias in the selection of the patients, and you can see the accuracy is almost 100%, and this has a direct impact on the patient care. So in the pathological evaluation of tumors and lesions, also AI has proven promising results. Also, this Japanese study shown like we have the most is the macroscopic on-site evaluation of the sample, trying to identify if it's adequate or not to make a diagnosis, and they shown that AI could do as better as the experts. And in pancreatic cystic lesions also is a very important area because the incidence of these lesions is growing because we have better radiological studies and the elderly population. And these lesions, most of them are benign with no potential malignancy, but mucinous lesion has potential of malignancy. And we have to be aware of identifying properly these patients. And morphological criteria in US are suboptimal. So there are also research, multiple studies in this area trying to identify benign or malignant pancreatic cyst. We have also the experience, and you can see here, like our CNN was able to identify with an accuracy of 99% between mucinous or non-mucinous lesions. But we have to go so far, and in IPMNs, the mucinous lesions, most frequent mucinous lesions, we try to know if in surgical specimens it has been studied the low or high grade dysplasia prediction, and this is a really promising application. And the future, well, the future is now, and I'm glad to share with you for the first time this lymph nodes evaluation, because sometimes we need to properly stage patients with pancreatic cancer and other neoplasia, and the lymph nodes is one of the most important risk predictors. So we are working in this, and I think that maybe in a few months we can talk further about this technology. And well, thank you very much, and I'm sorry for the technical issues. I was not prepared for that, but thank you, and I'm open for the questions later.
Thank you, Belén. Thank you. So, moving within the same hospital in Madrid, let's have now Dr. Mariano González, also, as you know, a specialist fellow of digestive system at Puerta del Hierro University Hospital, and a collaborating professor at the Department of Medicine in Universidad Autónoma de Madrid. So, bienvenido, and please follow with your presentation, then we'll have the discussion at the end of this session.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry and sad that I cannot be there. I would love to be there with you guys in such an amazing course. Unfortunately, I committed with this course and this animal lab in Santander, which I am now, but I will try to join you later and at least see your faces and share some of our knowledge. There's a big reason in which artificial intelligence is very important for biliopancreatic cancer, and this is because there is a very significant portion of strictures that we call indeterminate biliary strictures, which are strictures that they have no overt mass in either MRI, CT scan, or even after EUS or ERCP with the standard techniques, tissue sampling techniques like cytology, FNA, FMB, forceps biopsy. And The spectrum of the causes of these biliary strictures is very broad, from a lot of malignant diseases like ampullary cancers, cholangiocarcinoma, pancreatic cancer, of many benign situations as well. But the problem is that almost 50% of them belong to either pancreatic cancer or cholangiocarcinoma, which unfortunately there are two conditions in which the survival does not reach 20% after 5 years of that diagnosis. They have a very, very poor prognosis. And it's very important that these patients start very early with their treatments. And it's also very important that these cancers, their surgical and oncological treatments are very aggressive. So we should never give this kind of treatments to a patient who does not have known cancer, either by biopsy, cytology, but we have to confirm these cancers. If we look at the different methods we have right now, either ERCP with breast cytology, fluid aspirations, forceps biopsy, even if specificity, of course, it's a biopsy, it's very high. Sensitivity is very low. It's still very, very low. Even with endoscopic ultrasounds, if we look at distal biliary structures, we can get close to 90%, which is still enough, not enough, but sensitivity can get below 50%, especially in proximal strictures. So we are very way below standards. This is why cholangioscopy has become a very, very important role within the last years, in which we can put a camera inside the biliary tree, and by how we look, by our experience, by some classifications, we can distinguish whether some strictures look benign for us or they look malignant. You can look at a malignant stricture at the left, look at all those vessels, friability, nodules, and we can see a benign stricture that really looks like scars, like fibrotic at the right. But the problem is that we know all these things just by our own experience. Like, there are many classifications. I like better the Mendoza classifications published in 2022 with a large group of experts, in which they define which are the most common features of malignancy. But it's every feature, even like dilated vessels, nodularity, intraductal lesions, friability, ulcerations, it's all by what we see. There's not an objective, there's not nothing that can tell us this is malignant, except, of course, from biopsy. And cholangioscopy has a thing that some authors have called the cholangioscopy paradox, in which is one of the only conditions in which we are better by looking at it, than by biopsies. This is logical because spyglass is less than 2 millimeters thick, and the forceps is 1 millimeter thick. It's very, very hard to get big biopsies for these cancers, which have also a lot of fibrotic portion, and it's very hard sometimes to get diagnosis. So this is why it is very important that artificial intelligence help us with this, because as we were saying, the burden of indeterminate biliary strictures is huge because of the bad prognosis of the conditions of the cancers that we can see, but also because the aggression that most of the treatments give to patients, even in benign condition, and the low yield of biopsies. The resource consumption of this, repeating ERCP, repeating cholangioscopy, Whipple surgery sometimes in benign disease, the economic cost that this brings to our system, but also the emotional cost for families, for patients that they do not know. They know a thing that is likely malignant, but it's never hard, and we try once and again to try to demonstrate it's malignant. So I think it's the perfect condition in that artificial intelligence can help. Many groups from many parts of the world have tried and have published in very good journals from all around the globe their studies in artificial intelligence, in cholangioscopy, groups from Japan, groups from the United States, groups, a very, very important group from Ecuador. And you can see with very good softwares and good results regarding the use of artificial intelligence for determining benign or malignant strictures. But nowadays, the group that has get further in this, it's our group is DIGESTAID, Smart Cholangio, like from the first pilot study published in 2022 in gastrointestinal endoscopy, showing the yield of the software to determine whether strictures were benign or malignant, or the publication in 2023 for characterization biliary strictures, now multicentric study between University of Porto and us, Hospital Universitario Puerta de Hierro Majadahonda. But now we've gathered more and more information for more centers. We just published in many conferences. I did it myself in ESG Days, UEG Week 2024. Our results from patients from, especially for Porto, but also from our group, from NYU Langone. But this group's still growing, and we have so far we have 4 more centers in Spain, 2 more centers in Brazil, the biggest center in South America, University of Chicago, which is a reference in the United States. And I'm sure we're going to gather all our experience to try and have as much information as we can, and someday maybe be able to overcome the problem we have with biopsies in cholangioscopy. The last publication was even this last November. We published 3 cases from NYU, New York, and our center, a real-life application of how artificial intelligence can potentially change the way we can act during a cholangioscopy, the way where we can take biopsies, or whether we should make more effort to demonstrate a stricture is benign or if it's malignant. Our results in regarding performance, sensitivity, specificity, everything over 90%. But the important thing is that this software is based on our knowledge, and we know tumor vessels. So our engineers have taught this software to recognize tumor vessels, to recognize papillary projections, to be like us, to gather. It's like a human artificial intelligence. This is how we will see it real time. Here at the left, you see a benign stricture. You can clearly see none of these features are present, and you can see the system if it's giving all the time over 98% of probability of malignancy. But in the other hand, you can see a malignant stricture with all the features we've seen before, and you can see a heat map at the right part of the image, and that's how this software can help us to biopsy. Like, this is the place in which it's high likely that you're going to get malignant biopsies. So it's not only a feature to tell us benign or malignant, it's a feature to tell us from now in the present, how can we get the highest yield of biopsies. So concluding, we all know, and I'm very certain that there is a need for improving diagnosis in cholangiocarcinoma. Our diagnosis tools nowadays are very limited. This is making treatments to be delayed, and sometimes we get too late to these patients, or even some patients get surgeries that they don't need. So there's a big potential of artificial intelligence to help us identify what we already know, and this can help endoscopies and especially can improve diagnosis of these terrible diseases. Thank you very much for having me here, and thank you to all the DIGESTAID and Smart Cholangio teams, which are great colleagues and great friends by now on.
Thank you. So thank you, Mariano. Please stay tuned because we still have some minutes to go for the discussion. And I believe it will be a tough discussion. We have 5 experts here in the panel. Dr. António Pinto da Costa, a clinical fellow of the Department of Gastrenterology in Hospital Universitário Puerta del Hierro. And also 4 members of our team here in all PhDs in different areas. And they are all consultants, distinguished gastroenterologists from our hospital. Professor Filipe Vilas Boas, he has PhD in pancreatic cystic lesions. Pedro Moutinho Ribeiro in pancreatic cancer. Pedro Pereira in strictures, biliary strictures, and Rodrigo Liberal on autoimmune liver diseases. So we have a nice panel. We still have some time, so please have some comments and some questions. Yes, go ahead.
I'll have a remark and a question for both Mariano and Belén, my friends and mentors. So as interventional endoscopists, I would like your input on how close do you think we are to develop AI-driven tools to orient us through complex procedures, complex therapeutic procedures like orienting us through gastroenteroanastomosis, through open drainage. How close are we to this, since the landscape we are working in right now is diagnostic, is based on image analysis? How close are we to give the jump to these precise decision-making tools?
Who do you want to answer first? Mariano or Belén?
Yeah. Well,
okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for that kind of difficult question, Antonio. I think we're very close regarding diagnosis. We are close to at least get some help, like big help from artificial intelligence. In terms of interventional endoscopy, which both Belén and I are very interested in, it's our main thing. I'm not really sure how close we are, and it's still, and thanks God, that's still more a human thing. And I think in this moment, I'm not very sure how it can help. Sometime maybe it can tell us like the way to get to some place, or how successful we can be regarding some different anatomy or something. But I think I'm not very sure it's even like none of anywhere data are being gathered in this sense. I know for ERCP, they can tell us by the morphology of the papilla, like how you can approach it maybe, or what kind of ampulla is it. But I don't think like in interventional endoscopy, as I understand interventional endoscopy, like drainage, access, gastroenteroanastomosis, in this moment, we are anyhow close to have artificial intelligence helping us.
Well, yeah, I agree with Mariano, but I think that sometimes this is coming so fast. And maybe the anatomical part I talk about, the recognizing of the structures and landmarks, it's happening, and it could be a good tool in order to the therapeutics, for example, recognize the best area to make an anastomosis or drainage. And I think it could be interesting, and also to have an anatomical individualized plan for other studies, like nowadays surgeons really have these radiomic reconstructions prior to surgery, and maybe we have to go in that way.
Okay, thank you. Pedro Pereira, I know that you have a burning question. Go ahead.
To Mariano. Given the high accuracy of visual diagnosis of the biliary strictures with cholangioscopy and now with artificial intelligence, do you think that we can leave the histological diagnosis, like, for example, in hepatocellular carcinoma, that we rely on in imagiologic images, or do you think that we must also have the histological diagnosis?
It's a very good question. The thing is, like for hepatocellular carcinoma, there are so many data regarding radiological features with a lot of studies that they kind of certain whether it's a cancer or not. There are criteria, but in this moment for cholangiocarcinoma, we only have visual diagnosis, not yet. I think when we combine visual diagnosis and artificial intelligence, I think we will no longer need biopsies. But nowadays, just by visual diagnosis, I would love to have my surgeons or oncologists to trust 100%. But unfortunately, or maybe I don't know, they're being like too safe. They need histology for any patients to be given chemotherapy, and even sometimes for surgery as well. I think nowadays the series are way lower, but remember back in the day, 20% of Whipple surgeries thought to be made by malignant disease were finally benign conditions. I think now for sure we must be like in 10 or 5%, but it's like there are very, very aggressive treatments or surgeries for making some mistakes. And you know also that we know like we are very certain sometimes with malignant strictures, but whether there's been like PSC, for example, patient that have had stents, whatever, we can miss there. Like that's tricky for our eyes.
And another point that I would like, the molecular studies that we need in the future, we also need the histological diagnosis for this, I think. So maybe it's different. We cannot only rely on optical diagnosis. Although the sensitivity and the specificity are very good, we also need the histological, but most of these patients are palliative patients, so they need chemotherapy, and the chemotherapy will be driven by the molecular studies.
Okay, Pedro Moutinho now, yeah.
Hello, first of all, congratulations for your presentations. Dr. Belén, one question regarding pancreatic cancer. And as long as we know that we are not diagnosing pancreatic cancer at early stages, we don't have issues diagnosing it because the cancers that appears to us are easily recognized by US and we can then make an FNBs. But we know that more than 80% of pancreatic cancer arise from little lesions that are called panins. Do you think there's a place to make some effort joining US, MRI and CT scans in a conjoint algorithm to diagnose these precursor lesions? Because this is the only way to decrease the mortality of this cancer, in my opinion.
Could you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree that all the efforts have to be focused on the early diagnosis, and I haven't talked properly about the identifications of small lesions, but there are some studies trying to identify these small lesions that maybe the visual human cannot identify. And I really think that the problem here is that we don't know yet the behavior of these early lesions, which lesions are going to be real a cancer or what are going to stay stable. So this is the area I have talked about, the IPMNs also. And I think that there we have to be with the molecular diagnosis and also the pathologist working together, not just the imaging, and also multimodal studies with maybe biochemical markers in that area. So we need more data, and we have to work not just with MRI or CT scan and US, but also these all markers involved.
Yeah, but I agree that that could make a striking difference in the future. In fact, this time it is clearly an unmet need. Professor Filipe Vilas-Boas, any question, any comment here?
Yes, thank you for your presentations. I learned a lot with them. I have one question for Belén and one for Mariano. For Belén, I would like you to comment on the real advantage of using the new platforms that allow us to automatically delineate the anatomical structures during US, and how will these platforms impact on the training in US, and if these platforms will allow more endoscopists to engage with US. I would like your thoughts on that. A question for Mariano will be around the use of the new cholangioscopes. We know there are several new players on the market, and how will this impact on our ability to develop these convolutional networks to automatically distinguish these biliary strictures?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm going first, and about the training, I really recommend you to see these Chinese studies, the VP Masters, because it's easy to know how they can help us. These models can identify the anatomical landmarks like aorta or portal vein, CVD, and also they are able to see something that you are missing. For example, in the I don't know, the duodenal valve, and you are missing the CVD, and the model says that you are missing this structure. They can measure, and I think that this makes learning very easier compared to the that we have now. The other thing is that, for example, in Spain, we don't have like a structured learning. And this is like a good way to make an uniform fellow or whatever, and everybody learns in the same way.
Okay, so you will have a kind of a checklist that you have to follow, and if you miss one structure, the machine will tell you that and will help you find that structure. Yes.
The model
Mariano?
knows that in the gastroesophageal junction you have to recognize 7 structures, and if you miss some landmark, it's going to tell you that you are missing something. And you can also get visual feedback in colors and everything, and I think it's really promising too.
Thank you.
Yep, Mariano. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. For people who don't know, currently there are CE-approved, besides Spyglass that everyone knows, 3 more cholangioscopes and a 4th is coming, that they can offer some features that Spyglass cannot so far, like a biggest channel, 2 millimeters, or some of them are thinner, so they can help us to get in the pancreas or in thin bile ducts. Some of them, like the Microtech one, they have white balance. So all of them are gonna have like a different image. And I think that's a challenging thing for smart cholangio, because almost 100% of what we've studied is from Spyglass. But so far we've already put some cases. And in my video, one of the cases that we were doing, it was with the Microtech one, and still was precise to distinguish between benign and malignant. But that's a very important thing, because now, for example, in China, the most used is not Spyglass, the most used is some Chinese companies. And that's what's gonna come within the next years, and they're gonna compete very hardly, especially in price, with Spyglass. So we need to make sure that our softwares are compatible, and they are really recognizing what's cancer and what's not, and not what Spyglass says, for to say it in one way, that's cancer or not. I think it's a challenge, but I think it's pretty overcomable, because us human can do it. We've been using it, and we find no difference, or not that much, between distinguishing benign or malignant using one or other platforms.
Great. Thank you. We still have time for one question from the floor. We are getting out of our time, but still, any burning question?
Professor Guilherme, temos uma pergunta online.
Okay, go ahead.
Margarida, you can speak now. Margarida, are you there? Sorry, Professor, I think you can...
Yes, okay, we can move now. So
in the meantime, first, just a comment. I'm a hepatologist, and I'm very happy that whoever has organized this event decided to invite the neighbor, the liver, to the field of biliopancreatic. I liked very much Pedro's presentation, and I'm going to pick one of Dr. González's last sentences in his very nice presentation, which is not related to his presentation. Maybe in the future we'll no longer need biopsies. And in fact, so making a parallel to hepatology, what we've seen over the last maybe couple of decades, there was a decline in the number of liver biopsies, which was mirrored by an increase in the methods of non-invasive testing. I liked very much Pedro's presentation, the way he put everything organized in the presentation. Obviously, and it's not his fault, he did not have any very nice video to show for obvious reasons. But he focused, particularly when in the last slides, when he mentioned emerging frontiers and then the future directions about digital pathology. I don't know whether we have any pathologists in the audience or not, but what I want you to ask, because it's a reality maybe already now, what can I, as a clinician, expect and when in the near future regarding digital pathology. In particular, obviously, you have always focused your presentation in fibrosis, but there is another feature that we get from the biopsies, which is inflammation, that you did not mention about. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. So I think for an artificial intelligence standpoint, in the last years we have less biopsies and less histological material to look after. That's bad from an artificial intelligence standpoint, because I think in the future we will rely on multiple aspects, so not just the image, but also the histological pattern. And yes, most of the studies are based on muscle D, fibrosis, and steatosis, but there is a huge field on hepatocellular carcinoma, and specifically predicting the survival, that study that I show. And it's very important because with the histology material, we can analyze lots of laboratory markers and specific histological parameters that will tell us lots of stuff about how that patient's gonna make in the future.
So you're saying that
we need more
what's going
biopsies.
to happen in biliary pathology, we will need more biopsies.
We will have the surgical specimens.
Yes,
so.
very likely so. So at this time, well, thank you for your contributions. It's very important to realize that, in fact, in the liver world, this is going to be an issue. The fine characterization of inflammation, it's just not picking up fibrosis. It's characterizing the inflammation. That will be really an appeal to those that we will address the issue of AI in liver issues. We understand a strike, but how are the policemen dressed? Who are the guys that are holding all the phrases and all the sentences? Who is crying? So it's not enough to say inflammation. We need to know exactly who are the guys involved out there. So great session. Thank you very much. And don't forget the idea from an ancient American poet, miles to go before we sleep. So let's move to Professor Marilia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation to be present in one of these panel discussion. It's really a very exciting program. And as we don't want to get late, I would call the first speaker, Professor Susana Lopes. Professor Susana Lopes, she's an auxiliary professor at Faculdade de Medicina do Porto. She's a distinguished professor and specialist in the area of IBD and ultrasonography. And she's also the president for our Endoscopic Society. So, Susana?
Thank you, Professor Marilia. It's a great pleasure to be here, and I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to begin this session in lower GI tract. And I will talk a little bit, because I only have 7 minutes, about artificial intelligence in IBD. As we all know, we have been running a long road, but we still have some steps to go. All began a couple of years ago when the interest in utilizing AI tools to diagnose and to help us in the field of GI images began, and all began with a capsule. The first interest was to reduce the time of reading all those exams and to diminish the probability of losing and letting go some lesions. But nowadays, fortunately, in the field of IBD, we have ample spectrum of applications, because we have some subjectivities, not only in endoscopy, but also in histology. We've been hearing a lot of pathology, and we still need pathology in IBD, but we have tools related to AI that can help us. We have plenty of new tools in imaging. We have virtual chrome endoscopy. We use endoscopy still a lot, and we can develop some scores to help us to classify objectively the degrees of inflammation in IBD. We can also, during endoscopy, can use AI tools to let us know if we have microscopic inflammation, because as we all know, if we have microscopic inflammation, despite of having endoscopic healing, we have a greater probability of relapsing of the disease, and we can adapt our attitude during colonoscopy in order to treat the patient in a different way. And also in a pathology, as we are trying to reduce workload to pathologists, it has been an important point of interest to develop some scores that help, some AI scores that help pathologists to distinguish if we have inflammation or not. And finally, maybe the holy grail will be to use all those tools, all those, I don't know if you are listening to me, all those tools in AI to make sure that we can provide the perfect treatment to that perfect patients and to go to personalized medicine. That's the goal we are always talking about. In terms of capsule endoscopy, I will only talk a little bit because we are now moving not only to detecting and grading, but also to make predictions about disease outcomes. And I will only mention this work that came this year from our group that developed a new score, a new AI score, to classify the lesions in the small bowel and in the colon. It's an initial proof of concept work that pretended to classify rapidly, automatically, immediately the lesions to say if we have Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, because it's used in pan endoscopy. So we can see if we have the lesions and to classify not only the grade, but also the location, because we know that even the location has prognostic importance. Another way we are going, another step that we are moving up is try to predict the behavior of the disease. And it is very important in the beginning of the disease to predict if that patient will have an aggressive behavior and if we'll need to have advanced therapy early on. So this work has proved to perform better than even the fecal calprotectin, the blood markers, and the Lewis score to predict, because it analyzed all the video from the examination, not only time frames. It analyzed all the videos, all the location, and it was able to better predict the need for biological therapy in the first year of the disease. Also, as our imaging tools improve, we are now aiming not only at endoscopic remission, but also at histological remission and even at barrier healing. And with AI, maybe we can aim at that. Because with AI, we are able to develop some algorithms to classify the disease. We have now algorithms and tools that are able to, at the same time we are doing endoscopy, to tell us the Mayo score, the UC score, and to that in a reliable way, declining the inter-observer variability. And that's very important because that can also have impact in clinical trials, because with those scores, those algorithms that can be used in real time and also in videos, we can escape the need for having central readers. And also in the learning field, it is very important because we can create some learning platforms objectively telling our students to stratify correctly the disease activity. This work is from the Birmingham group that has been working a lot in IBD field with virtual chromoendoscopy, and it has been presented in DDW and also in ESG days this year, and they developed an algorithm that is able to automatically convert from white light to chromoendoscopy, the algorithm knows if it is using white light or eye scan and is capable of predicting with accuracy, with a very high accuracy, superior to 80%, if that patient has inflammation or not. It was not very easy for us to have always to change our mindset if you are using chromo or if you are using white light. And with this novel algorithm, it's the computer itself is able to identify which kind of chromo or which kind of white light we are using. It is also important to know if we have histological activity despite of endoscopic activity. And this work has proven that during colonoscopy, the algorithm is able to detect if we have histological activity or if we have histological healing, and it has a predictive interest because the algorithm shows us that if we have a disease that is classified as active, we have almost 30% chance of relapsing at 12 months follow-up. Otherwise, if we have histological remission, only 5% of those patients will relapse in 1 year follow-up. So at the time we are doing colonoscopy, we are able to know if our treatment is correct for that patient at that time, or if we have the need to change that treatment without the need to have a histological confirmation, because the algorithm tells us with great accuracy if we have inflammation or not. Regarding the pathological evaluation of the species, there are several algorithms, at this time almost at least 3 algorithms that have developed have a good correlation with the scores that we use in clinical practice. None of those histological scores are validated and are user-friendly, so there is a lot of subjectivity and there is a learning curve that's not always easy to perform. And this AI score system proved to have a good correlation with the pathological scores, and at the same time proved to have a good correlation with endoscopic assessment. As you can see, you have 80% of accuracy predicting the endoscopic score. And also, we can see that it is very interesting to decrease the time that the pathology use and needs to score the samples, and it is a very simple way to do it. And finally, because we are using ultrasound much more in the field of IBD, and that has the problem of being a difficult technique to learn, and it's very subjective. AI has also been interested in this field, and radiomics have proved to be able to give us a help analyzing the image, the still image, with an accuracy of almost 94% in identifying active disease in this image. As you know, radiomics has been used in CT scan and MRI, but now its interest is also shifting to ultrasound. And finally, in the field of IBD, AI can also give us a help in the field of clinical trials, making us able to perform better clinical trials, shorter clinical trials, escaping the need for central readers in order to make the clinical trials more rapid, not needing to wait so many years to have new drugs in the market. So finally, to summarize, there's an unlimited potential applications of AI in the context of IBD, playing a role in diagnosis and understanding of the disease, its characterization, monitoring, and treatment, becoming an essential tool in precision medicine. Despite this enthusiasm and promising results, there's a need for extensive validation, careful, proactive investigation for different populations, as we've been all the morning hearing about that, and testing in local practice settings before broad implementation. AI can eliminate subjectivity, allowing an algorithm approach to patients. Thank you.
Thank you, Susana. We will have the discussion at the end. Thank you very much for your excellent talk. I will now call Professor Ahsan Javed. He's a colorectal surgeon from Liverpool, and he will talk to us about colorectal cancer and lesion detection. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much to the organizing committee for this fantastic opportunity. So my name is Ahsan Javed. I'm a consultant colorectal surgeon and a senior lecturer at the University of Liverpool. I think at these conferences, you have to declare your conflict of interest. I have no financial conflict of interest, but I'm a Liverpool fan. And I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the Portuguese population for beating Man City, which is put up on top of the Premier League. So very briefly, in Liverpool, we've got the third biggest unit in the country, and this is our cancer load. We discuss about 1,500 colorectal cancer patients in our MDT and perform more than 300 resections. In terms of the complexity of the work, it starts from ESD for high-grade dysplasia, going on to TEMS for early rectal cancer, standard TME, and then pelvic exenteration. So it's the whole spectrum of colorectal disease that we deal with. So artificial intelligence in colorectal surgery, I think it's an important topic. This was a slide that I made last week for the presentation, more than 1,350 hits. But in the last 5 days, we've had this recent publication from the ACP-GBI task force that we need to have a proper AI task force, which means that AI is here, it's not coming. So if you think about it, then I think in the field of colorectal surgery, AI has applications in the preoperative phase, intraoperative phase, postoperative phase, and also in terms of surveillance. And I think in the interest of time, the way I look at it is to think about it from a patient perspective. So I'm going to talk to you about a rectal cancer patient who I wish to treat in the next 2 years, and this is what I want to do with AI. So rectal cancer, as you know, for the non-colorectal surgeons is difficult to treat because there's a risk of local recurrence and distant metastasis. And because of that reason, if the cancer is locally advanced, patients get neoadjuvant treatment. One of 3 things is going to happen. Either there's going to be partial shrinkage, which happens in the majority of cases, and patient goes to have surgery. In about 20 to 30% of the cases, the cancer actually progresses. So we don't know what the biology of the disease is, and I think that's where we can use AI to understand what the biology of the disease is. And then you've got this new group of up to 30% in the recent trials, which are going to have a complete clinical response. And these patients go on a very aggressive surveillance pathway, and I think there's opportunities for artificial intelligence to really make these even more robust. So here's a patient with locally advanced rectal cancer comes to my clinic, and I think that in the very near future, we need to start using this GastroGPT version 4, which I think the Danish group have published, and it produces better transcripts of the physician and patient consultation. I think there are AI-related tools which can help me predict what is the risk of a wound infection, which is a very important problem from a surgical perspective. So the authors from the first paper have come up with 14 parameters which can help you predict which patients are at a high risk of having a wound infection. You can use AI to predict which patients are going to have a delayed discharge, and they're going to have a return within 30 days. The biggest problem for a colorectal surgeon is an anastomotic leak, and there are tools available which can help you predict whether there is going to be an anastomotic leak or not, and that can help me in really counseling my patients and in some occasions altering my surgical plan. And it's also been used in complex pelvic surgery to determine outcomes. So the next phase is we've talked about radiomics, we've talked about histology, but I want to talk about radiopathomics. So this is where they've combined MRI-based prediction models. So you just look at the MRI scan and you have up to 80% accuracy whether the rectal cancer is going to respond to the neoadjuvant treatment or not. But the authors from the second paper have actually combined histopathology with the MRI scan, and they've come up with a model which with 90% accuracy predicts whether the patient is going to have a complete pathological response or not. I want to take it to the next step because we've got a translation lab, and my research interest is in the microbiome and the metabolome. So what we're doing is we're actually feeding in the microbiome data and the metabolome data to get these signatures with the metabolome, microbiome, radiopathomics to understand the biology of the disease and then treat patients individually. I think radiology, we've talked about it in considerable detail, but I think there is a definite role with this automated signal augmentation technique, which can help you really plan your surgery, and in certain cases, simulation, which is of great importance in complex pelvic surgery. Then we come on to the next concept, which I think is very interesting, which is the role of artificial intelligence in nutritional prehabilitation. So these are data from Alvaradi's lab in Chicago, where they've demonstrated that if you have those bacteria which produce collagenase, then you have a higher risk of having anastomotic leaks. And I told you that's the biggest problem for a colorectal surgeon. But surgeons are simple people. They said, okay, bacteria, let's give them antibiotics and see what happens. Well, guess what happened? You gave them antibiotics, and the bacteria that grew were producing more collagenase, so the study failed. So what's the answer? The answer is actually in diet, and there are data to suggest that if you have a high fiber diet, then that is going to increase the population of the favorable bacteria into your microbiome, which is going to improve your surgical outcomes. And that is in association with those bacteria that are going to produce less collagenase and have a higher concentration of butyrate, which is required for enterocyte. So where does AI come in? Here it comes. So I'm collaborating with a company which can actually come up with a diet, a personalized diet based on a patient's microbiome. And you can actually engineer the diet to have those bacteria which are going to produce less collagenase and have higher butyrate levels. And we're hoping to start this in the new year. So then we come to the day of the surgery. I think you have to look after ourselves as surgeons as well. So I would like to drive to work in an AI-based Mercedes so that I'm not stressed when I get to work. And then we get to surgery. So we've talked about anatomical recognition. And I think the biggest change in rectal cancer management was when we started operating in the correct planes. And this is where AI can really help you in identifying the proper TME planes. Then, again, coming back to the anastomosis, you can have advanced physiological imaging. We can really tell you that you are able to join the correct bits of the valve so that there is reduced risk of anastomotic leakage. And then we talked about training, and Shaquille was talking about who should be doing. Well, you can use artificial intelligence to really get the matrix on the surgeon. It can calculate the number of movements that the surgeon has made, the actual angulation and the force, and that will tell you, give you your haptics data to tell you whether you should be doing lower rectal cancer or not. So now the patient is onto the ward, and we want to know how bad the pain is. And here's an AI algorithm that is able to tell you how much pain the patient is in. And in the next phase, they're trying to see whether this will help come up with the hemodynamic parameters of the patient. And this fulfills the EDI agenda as well, because they have validated it in different ethnic minorities to make sure that the algorithm works. And then the patient is off home, and can we use AI at home? Yes, we can. And this is a paper published in NEJM, which most of you will agree is a very respectable journal. And there they're using AI-based home methodologies to really look after patients when they've been discharged. And this is where they've actually used artificial intelligence in the preoperative phase to study the patient's behavior, and then after that used it for the recovery at home. So the million-dollar question is that when will AI take over the world? I'm happy to challenge Elon Musk and Miguel. I don't think they know the answer. I know the answer. This is when AI can predict the mood of my wife and my boss. And I don't think that's never going to happen. This is really an acknowledgement slide for the people who support me at home and at work. And lastly, thank you very much for the invitation, and look forward to working on artificial intelligence. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We'll now move to the third talk, which will be delivered by Professor Luís Barroso. He's the current president of the International Annals Neoplasia Society. He comes from Wake Forest University in North Carolina, USA, and he will talk to us about high-resolution endoscopy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a huge pleasure to be here. I'd like to thank the organizers for the invite. So I want to go ahead and get started. So we'll start with the problem. This is the scope of the problem. This is anal cancer and anal cancer incidence in high-risk groups. So you can see here, we know these groups relatively well. HIV positive groups, especially HIV positive MSM, but also other people living with HIV, not just the MSM subgroup. So males and females that are not MSM, HIV negative MSM here, you see this is going up with age. And then also some other groups such as vulvar HSIL, vulvar cancer, and then especially solid organ transplant. So not just HIV positive groups. So we've known this for quite some time. This is the problem. What we haven't known until relatively recently is what do we do about it? But now we know. You all probably know about the Anchor study. So this is just a quick summary of the results. And you can see in this randomized study that treatment did help. So screening, diagnosis, and treatment of high-grade anal dysplasia does decrease the incidence of the squamous cell carcinoma by almost 60%. So this, of course, was a huge result. This led to Ian's developing anal cancer screening guidelines. So we know the results. So what do we do about it? So here's the guidelines just in a quick summary. So I want to draw attention to our HIV positive subgroup. So men and women with HIV, not just MSM, but they should all be screened starting at age 45. We start a little bit earlier for the MSM subgroup. And then also some HIV negative subgroups here. Again, history of vulvar HSIL, vulvar cancer, as well as solid organ transplant. Should all be screened. So this is a hard recommendation for screening. We get into a softer recommendation, so just to discuss screening because the incidence is elevated over baseline, but not as high as the other groups. So this is just a softer screening recommendation to discuss with your patient. So those are the tools, that's the scope of the problem. But then here's the problem with screening, and that is that our best screening tool is not very specific. So anal cytology, looking right here, yes, we can pick up these precursors, but we're not specific. So we're going to find almost half of our patients, 43%, that are going to have to go on to the more intense procedure of HRA. And then you can look at some of these biomarkers on the right, and we're not really helping the situation. We're just picking up more disease, but also compromising our specificity. So that leads me to just doing a quick thought experiment, and this is based on the US population here. So looking at the number of HRAs that we might have to do just to diagnose a whole lot of high-grade dysplasia, because the disease is also highly prevalent in these high-risk groups. And then we get into the fact that this disease tends to recur. And it leads me to this slide here, which is the iconic scene from the movie Jaws, where the character sees the shark and says, "We are going to need a bigger boat." So that's where we are in HRA right now. We need to very quickly and very vastly increase our capacity, which means we need to train more HRA providers. But what's the problem with that? Well, we know that HRA providers do better when they have some white hair. When they're new and inexperienced, they tend to miss HSIL. There is a steep learning curve. This just demonstrates this here. This study almost 10 years old. You can see just with experience, the same provider is finding more dysplasia and more high-grade dysplasia on the first screen and missing disease, or missing less disease. So it's hard to train people. It takes time and experience. And I want to just go through some pictures here in the next few slides so you can see what I'm talking about here. So here's a fairly big lesion. The spoiler alert, you can see where the HSIL is. This is biopsy proven. This just outlines the lesion here. So that, again, these are colposcopic pictures. You can see with Lugol's iodine, this is pale yellow. It highlights the lesion pretty well. So that's relatively obvious and very large lesion. But then this slide shows us that there's a lot going on. So this is a little more subtle. We see some vascular change here over on the left part of the slide right here. This biopsy shows HSIL. But then you see this nodular lesion right here. This is LSIL. And ironically, LSIL or condyloma are often easier to find. Sometimes you can even palpate these, but we're not really as interested in those because they're not really a pre-malignant condition. So this one here, a lot more subtle lesion. This biopsy shows HSIL. You can see how this might be easily missed. Another one here, we see the HSIL. But did you notice these other more subtle lesions right here? So again, a lot going on. Another one here, these vessels are very subtly different, but they're more spiral, and they were LCIL. And last but not least, concluding our pictures here, here's a perianal lesion posteriorly. It was nodular. I didn't like the feel of this at all, and you can see on the next slide why. Here's a close-up of the vessels here, very large and angry, and this is outlining the lesion, and you can see this on biopsy did show an invasive cancer. So that just gives us a quick illustration of the problem and why these lesions are subtle. So how can AI help? Well, this just looks at some early data looking at running thousands of these images through a neural network that then with repeat exposure to the images really becomes quite accurate over time, upwards of 90+%. This shows it looking at some of these still lesions, and it's able to predict HSIL versus LSIL with really an overwhelming amount of accuracy. So this is really helpful. This is exactly what we're trying to do when we do the procedure. And this is just looking at the heat map. So again, this is retrospective and looking at still images, but you see very good performance characteristics here. And I don't know about you, but as a clinician, when I see this heat map, I just see a target, and I could see this serving for an expert as well as a non-expert early starting out. Here's where you want to think about biopsying once we can generate this in real time. So I think this is exactly the kind of assistance that we need. So I hope in these last few minutes I've shown you that we know the populations, we've known them for quite some time. Now we have the tools that we need to screen for this disease and to prevent the invasive cancer, but we need to expand these tools, and part of what we need to do is to move our tools into the 21st century, and I think AI is the next logical step to help us expand and to improve upon these tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll have the discussion at the end. And finally, the last talk, Professor Cecilio Santander, he's online. He'll be presenting online, I believe so. So Professor Cecilio Santander, he's the head of the Gastroenterology department at Hospital Universitário La Princesa in Madrid, Spain, and he'll talk to us about digestive motility.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I would like to thank you to invite me for participating in this interesting course. Really, it's a great honor, and this is time, or is the moment for artificial intelligence in anorectal manometry. These are my conflicts of interest, and anorectal manometry is one of the most clinically relevant tests in the study of anorectal function. Anorectal manometry is the diagnostic procedure used to evaluate the function of the anal sphincters, rectum, neuronal pathways, and can also be used for therapeutic purposes such as biofeedback. Main indications include fecal incontinence and dysynergic defecation. It involves inserting this flexible tube with various pressure sensors into the rectum to check how the anal muscles work by performing tasks like squeezing or relaxing. The interpretation of anorectal manometry results is complex and requires extensive training, especially with high-resolution manometry. There is a significant variability between centers regarding the indications and protocols for motility studies, with discrepancies in the interpretation of studies and significant intra- and inter-observer variability. This variability has become more pronounced since the introduction of high-resolution manometry, and the London classification really was introduced to standardize these protocols. But could artificial intelligence for anorectal manometry help overcome this limitation and improve the accurate detection of motility patterns? Absolutely, yes. Anorectal manometry is an ideal target for machine learning applications. The first machine learning algorithm to automatically differentiate between fecal incontinence or obstructive defecation were published in 2022 by Professor Mascareñas, Professor Guillermo Macedo, and Dr. Hilario Froedner Jr., and they developed 4 models of multiple machine learning algorithms for the automatic interpretation of anorectal manometry. 827 anorectal manometry examinations were in use in this study using water perfused catheters. 4 models were evaluated with a 5-fold stratified training strategy, and the gradient boost model achieved the highest accuracy, 84.6%, as you can see. Also, the gradient boost model achieved the highest precision and sensitivity for detecting fecal incontinence and obstructive defecation. And the area under the curve for this model is 0.94. And in conclusion of this paper, artificial intelligence algorithms have effectively distinguished between patients with obstructive defecation and those with fecal incontinence, demonstrating the potential for improved diagnostic accuracy. This study developed a deep learning algorithm to identify the synergic patterns in 3D high-definition anorectal manometry, which were well validated of anal paradoxical contraction during stimulated defecation. They generate 3 machine learning models, which are traditional machine learning, deep learning, and hybrid model. All models show an area under the curve greater than 0.9 in detecting dyssynergia, and the highest area under the curve is the one for the hybrid model. We recently, with the group of Professor Miguel Mascareñas and Professor Macedo, conducted a study integrating artificial intelligence into the interpretation of high-resolution manometry, and the paper is currently in press. The aim of the study was to develop an artificial intelligence model capable to identify anal tone and contractility disorders using high-resolution anorectal manometry. 700 studies were included and were classified according to the London classification, as you can see in the figure, and this is the methodology flow followed. Models were evaluated based on weight F1 score and area under the curve metrics, and here you can see the results for each model. You can see very high levels, and this study represents a proof of concept for artificial intelligence and identifying anal tone and contractility disorders. And in conclusion, AI is transforming how motility, these disorders are diagnosed by combining high-resolution anorectal manometry with AI. The diagnosis becomes faster and more accurate. And finally, AI application in high-resolution anorectal manometry could improve healthcare by allowing remote analysis. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Cecilio. If you could stand there, because now we're going to start a discussion. I think we have like 10-15 minutes. So I will open the discussion, and with co-moderators, I will have Dr. Manuel Limbert. He's a great friend. He's a dedicated colorectal surgeon. He's from Lisbon, Instituto Português de Oncologia, and he's now the president of the Portuguese Society of Coloproctology. And we have Dr. Hilário Jr. from Brazil. He's also a surgeon, colorectal surgeon, and your PhD in rectal anal physiology, right? And finally, Dr. Shakil Ahmed, you're also a surgeon from Liverpool, and they will help me to conduct a discussion of this very interesting roundtable, this session. So I don't know if my co-moderators have any questions, otherwise I will start one with Susana, can I? Susana, I think that IBD and with all these exploding drugs that are coming, not only we want to know, as you pointed out, if our patient is one that is going to have a mild disease, then we can treat him with traditional medicine, or if we need to go to advanced therapies, and if we should do it soon, as written studies have shown. But also, as there are so many drugs now tackling several anti-inflammatory pathways, is there any work to say, in this specific patient, which drug should I use? Because they are all tackling different pathways. So are there any works in this area to choose what medication?
Yes, thank you for your question. At the present time, with the ones that deal with IBD, we almost need a menu at our table. In a couple of years, we will need that because there are lots of drugs that are coming to the market, and that's what we always aiming is to know which drug to choose to which patient in which order and what drugs to combine eventually. There are a lot of works being done in genomics and proteomics and trying to combine with all the other omics, namely radiomics, and now with all the molecular targets that we can, the inputs that we can have from artificial intelligence. There are a lot of work being done on that area, but until now we still don't have that. Maybe we can have that not in such a long future. I believe that in the midterm we will be able to have that because we have a lot of data coming from different areas, but at the present time we are still a little bit far from that.
Thank you, Susana. Please, who wants to?
I would like to start to thank you to the organizing committee for inviting me, especially to Professor Miguel. As you know, as Professor Marilia said, I'm now the leading of the Portuguese Society of Coloproctology. That was the first Portuguese society to include an IA task force in his work. So for us in coloproctology, AI is the present. It's not, we want to take a place on the table and not on the menu. So about the talking of Dr. Javed, you did an insightful presentation, and it was fascinating to learn about the innovative approaches you are bringing to this field. And I found your discussion on AI role in improving surgical precision and predicting postoperative outcomes especially compelling. You mentioned that AI models are being used to predict surgical complication, and I'm very interested in that. What do you see as the biggest challenge in integrating these models into our routine clinical practice?
Thank you. I think speaking from surgical community, I think the biggest problem is engagement. I think as surgeons, we just like to operate and we don't like to follow the biology of the disease, and we don't want to engage with this disruptive technology. And I think that's our biggest problem. I think there's a parallel with, there was a question asked about IBD and drugs. I think there's a clear parallel in rectal cancer, because we know that there are 30% of patients who are going to respond to neoadjuvant treatment. And I think if our AI algorithm can predict, then those are the patients who should be chosen for TNT. And if your AI algorithm is telling you that, listen, this is not going to work, then maybe just give them short course radiotherapy and operate. But I think the problem is within us, and I think these models have been there. If I wasn't exposed to Miguel last year, I would have been not been interested in AI. So I think that is the biggest challenge, to engage the surgical community, to tell them that these benefits are real. And once they start seeing those benefits, there's no reason why we shouldn't be adopting them.
Any questions?
First of all, I'd like to congratulate on all the presentations. Very, very insightful, very important for us all. I would like to thank very much Professor Miguel for the invitation. It's always a pleasure for us to be here in Portugal. We love this place here. And I'd like to congratulate Professor Cecilio Santander for this marvelous presentation. And as you know, I love anorectal manometry, so my question is to you. But more important than that is a consideration. Artificial intelligence, in my opinion, is going to improve our time-consuming report on anorectal manometry. And in my head pops up the idea that we can perform, we can study more, we can do more research on this. All we see in artificial intelligence is about improving diagnosis and improving the follow-up of patients. But in my opinion, we have a very important tool helping us in more research on this. And seeing your presentations, your slides, it comes to my mind that we have a lot of to investigate concerning anorectal manometry. And I'd like to know your opinion on this, my dear friend.
Thank you very much for your consideration and your question, Professor Hilario. Really, nowadays we are at the beginning of the anorectal manometry with artificial intelligence. So it's time for start with very good goals. That one of them is that, like you said before, time consuming. We need a lot of time for the training of the examination. We use a lot of time to interpret the register, the examination. So it's mandatory try to extend the possibilities of study for the population with motility disorders in a high amount of people. The way really consider how to reduce the number of high experience in anorectal manometry, because, as you know properly, is not available in all centers. Motility disorders they have a high prevalence, but the center that really has the opportunity to perform this kind of studies is very low. So we must do research about how to solve the simplicity of the studies and reduce time consuming in the two approaches that you mentioned before. So thank you very much, Professor.
Muchas gracias, amigo.
Gracias.
Okay, thank you very much. Really enjoyed the talk, and thank you very much for talk for this session. I have to say Miguel as well, because I want to come back next year as well. Everyone saying thanks to him, so well done. Okay, I have just one comment and one question for Luís and Suzanne. I think what I am seeing since morning is data. Okay, if we put more data, we get a far more better AI telling us what to do next, kind of stuff. And I think perhaps the time has come where we, as the international community, has to get together and have a collective database, which we can use for different kind of a step in the patient journey, if you like, from diagnosis to surveillance, as Ahsan was mentioning. So first question from Susanna, from myself. One of the biggest problem for me in Liverpool as a colorectal surgeon is to differentiate between IBS with IBD. do you have any AI solution for that? If I see the patient, I say, come on, you AI telling you I've got IBS, go home.
But maybe you can use pathology to help you with that, and you don't need to do biopsies. But you can use AI in endoscopy, and you can say at the same moment if you have inflammation or not, if you have neutrophils, eosinophiles, and you can do that immediately, not considering all the other stuff that is involved in IBS and in IBD. But if you have a perfectly normal colonoscopy and with no inflammation, maybe you are pretty sure or much more secure that you can have a functional disease and not an organic one.
So
That's one way to go. The other way, maybe with microbiome.
I still have to see the patient, is that what you're saying?
Sorry?
I still have to see the patient.
Yes, you have.
Yeah, okay.
And maybe more times in a year that if he had IBD.
Okay. And Luís, one question for you. I do anal cancer in Liverpool as well, and one of my biggest problem is that patients go for oncology, have chemoradiotherapy, and they have complete response, and we have some kind of a surveillance program. Once they reoccur very badly, and there are component of residual disease as well. Is your HLA service with AI and help can predict which cancer after complete response will recur, or can you do some biopsy HLA in those surveillance? Can we have a post-anal cancer chemotherapy surveillance program based on AIN and HLA?
That is a great question, and I think that the answer is yes. We can surveil post chemotherapy and radiation. Once people have had a complete response, you do, of course, want to find the subset that's at risk for recurrence. And they're going to recur, they're not just going to immediately recur from a normal epithelium, normal cell, so you're still going to have the precursors, and we can hopefully find that early. There's a lot more complications when you're seeing the mucosa that's post radiation, a lot more abnormalities that are not really pre-malignant, so there's a lot more variables. So I think AI could be even more helpful there. But yes, I do think that these patients do deserve HRA surveillance so that we can find the recurrent high grade, treat the recurrent high grade, and then put them at lower risk for a recurrence, because that's even worse prognostically than their first cancer, of course.
Okay, we'll still have 2 minutes, and I intend to use them. So I'll ask the floor, are there any questions? There is one question. Microphone, please. Excuse me? Professor Elliot, thank you.
Thank you. Susana, is there any paper concerning about surveillance for cancer in ulcerative colitis that can be useful to target the areas that we should biopsy on these patients? And the other question is about rectal cancer. We don't know exactly why some patients answer for chemoradiation or not. So it's a speculation, and I think it's related to genetics of the tumor. So I think it could be useful to find some phenotypes of the image. I mean, some tumors, they might develop different growth that can be detected by AI. So we could predict the 2 situations which are more important to decide is the ones that has no answer and it actually grows, and the ones that initially has complete response and then it relapses. It has been shown that these patients, at the end, they had a higher incidence of systemic disease. So maybe AI will target us, those ones that will not answer and those ones that will relapse, and that could be useful.
Not that I am aware of in fully paper, that's nothing published about that, but I know that there are some preliminary works being done trying to go that area because it's one of the main interests in IBD and endoscopy, but with proper results, I don't think so.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good question. And I come back to the basics. I think it's about, as surgeons, we just deal with the anatomy of the disease. We don't deal with the biology of the disease. And that's the concept that I've shared with you is we have the preoperative histology slide, the preoperative MRI scan, the preoperative microbiome, and the preoperative metabolome data. And based on that, you come up with a predictive model to understand the biology of the rectal cancer. And the ones that you know are going to be chemosensitive are the ones who get the more TNT approach. Whereas those that you don't think are going to respond, they're the ones that we just make our lives difficult as surgeons if we give them chemoradiotherapy and operate, because it's a much more difficult operation to do in the post-irradiated field. And I think that really this needs to, and your second part of the question was about wait and watch. And I genuinely believe that you need a multimodal approach. So currently we're doing 3 things. So we're doing MRI scans, flexible sigmoidoscopies, and CT scans. What we're trying to do is to combine 3 more things. So we're trying to combine the microbiome in these patients when they're having the flexible sigmoidoscopy with AI to look at the scar to see whether the irradiated wound can tell us. And the third thing I think needs to add for systemic disease is circulating tumor DNA. So I think that if you add these 3 things to the complement of what you actually have, you will be able to predict which patients have actually had a complete clinical response, because I think our definition for the complete clinical response is not that good. And I think that this multimodal approach of introducing microbiome, AI, circulating tumor DNA will really home it down.
Thank you very much. Actually, I was also going to ask a question in this field, because we have a disease that instantly the medical therapy works, and we need all these combinations to know. And sometimes we do MRI 14 weeks and we want to delay 4 more weeks, and we do chemotherapy meanwhile. And we know that some patients will never respond, others do early, and we definitely need. It's also puzzling for me that we have been talking to personnel of personalized medicine for decades, and we only consider in the biopsies if each Mitchmer repair deficient or not. The KRAS status, we don't consider it, we only in metastatic disease, and we don't consider also how the patient is going to metabolize certain drugs, which is of paramount importance if we're going to treat him with chemotherapy. So I'm happy to know that people are working in this field to know all this, and AI will certainly allow us a more holistic approach.
Only thing I will add here is not only about the diagnosis and prediction of the chemoradiotherapy responder, not responder. Those don't respond come to surgery, and I think in future part of the surgery will be done by AI using the robot as well. There is already a smart platform doing the right hemicolectomy, and the evidence coming up from the US that they are as good as the human being doing the anastomosis as well. So I think every part or every component of the patient pathway for any kind of treatment, AI will have impact on it in future. I think that's for sure.
Any more questions from the floor? Professor Guilherme?
Well, so thank you for these wonderful presentations. And I have just a specific comment for Cecilio. Thank you for being with us. And I have, first of all, have to greet you for the very kind words that you mentioned to our group, and especially greeting you for something that you really proved. And this is important for us. We were talking since early this morning, the importance of digestive endoscopy. Of course, it was our previous and prime target from the beginning, though we could really understand and prove, and I think we are doing that at this time with you, and that's why I want to greet you very much for overcoming these, let's say, usual barriers of endoscopy. So we're moving into something much more, I would say, sensitive in terms of neurogastroenterology. So we overcome this, let's say, the issue of the picture, of the image. So neurogastroenterology is getting a very nice and trendy face because of the works that we have been doing, we together have been doing in neurogastroenterology. So I want you to have a further comment on this. where are we going to? Where all these studies in neurogastroenterology are leading us to? What is your vision on that?
You are a pioneer. I try to make the team with you, and of course, I appreciate your words. In my opinion, we have the simplest way to study the motility disorders. I think this is the way. If we complicate the test, if we complicate the protocol without standardization, and if we complicate the results or the interpretation of the examinations, we are in the wrong way. The best way to increase the quality and the results for the patient is to the simplest way. And I think artificial intelligence is something that changed our mind about this kind of study. This is my personal point of view. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much. So we'll now come to the end, but before ending, I'd like to say publicly how proud I am that Miguel is Portuguese, and I'm really impressed that all the collaborations that you do in Europe, across seas, in Brazil, so we're really very happy to have Miguel among us. And finally, I will end with a challenge, Miguel. Actually, I don't think that we need AI to distinguish between IBS and IBD, but we certainly need AI to treat this space conveniently. I think it's very frustrating for us physicians, but also for the patients. So I think that although we consider this the less interesting part of gastroenterology, it's probably much more prevalent, certainly, that rectal cancer, than IBD, that fecal incontinence, and we don't know how to treat these patients appropriately. So it's definitely an area, Miguel, that we need to tackle and to understand these patients. We have now basis that it's not all functional. There is a lot of organic in these patients, and we have to dedicate more time to this pathology. Thank you very much again.
Muito boa tarde. Iremos iniciar a sessão de boas-vindas a esta iniciativa sobre a inteligência artificial na saúde digestiva. Este é o primeiro evento científico a receber o selo do bicentenário desta faculdade e tem como motivação explorar e partilhar as mais recentes inovações no uso da inteligência artificial na gastroenterologia. Abrindo esta sessão de boas-vindas, tem a palavra o diretor da Faculdade de Medicina da Universidade do Porto, professor Dr. Altamiro da Costa Pereira.
Eu cumprimentava a senhora Secretária de Estado, Ana Povo, aqui presente, e na pessoa dela, considerem-se, por favor, devidamente cumprimentados todos os elementos desta mesa e, certamente, toda a organização e todos os participantes neste evento. Na verdade, como diretor da Faculdade de Medicina, sinto-me muito feliz e muito honrado, porque nós estamos a fazer este mês já uma antecipação daquilo que vai ser um ano de comemorações na Faculdade e na Universidade do Porto. Na verdade, a Faculdade vai comemorar para o ano 200 anos da sua criação inicial como Escola Régia de Cirurgia do Porto. Também vai fazer 50 anos o Instituto de Ciências Biomédicas Abel Salazar e fará também 30 anos, enfim, isso numa escala muito mais pequenina, mas o departamento que criei e que, de alguma maneira, este evento hoje é, digamos, é uma iniciativa dele. O primeiro evento que eu inaugurei neste pré-alerta de todos este ano de 2025, que temos a certeza que irá ser bastante bom para a Faculdade de Medicina, para a Universidade do Porto e para o país em geral, foi uma exposição de desenho anatómico que convido os presentes, se puderem, na saída, depois quando acabar este congresso e na saída para a parte da frente do hospital, poderem ter a oportunidade de ver, que acho que também não se irão arrepender. Mas este aqui é, de facto, o primeiro evento de natureza científica, já com a chancela destes 200 anos. E eu estava a dizer que, para mim, é uma enorme satisfação, uma enorme honra poder receber este evento aqui na faculdade, poder estar acompanhado nesta mesa, portanto, distintas personalidades, a começar, uma vez mais, pela representante da Sra. Ministra da Saúde, a professora Ana Povo, pelo representante da Ordem dos Médicos, aqui o professor Eurico Castro Alves, pela professora Maria João Batista, aqui da OLS Universitária de São João, e, por último, mas não em último, o professor João Fonseca e o professor Miguel Mascarenhas, que realmente, pelo seu trabalho, pela sua iniciativa, nos apresentam um programa tão recheado, num tópico tão atual. De facto, não tenho qualquer dúvida que a inteligência artificial irá acompanhar o desenvolvimento, o progresso e os problemas que a medicina vai encontrar a partir de agora, ou a partir já de ontem. Claramente, ao longo da já longuíssima trajetória da humanidade e da medicina, os problemas vão sendo normalmente os mesmos, as doenças, enfim, com prevalências distintas, mas vão sendo as mesmas desde há muitos milhares de anos, mas a forma como elas são prevenidas e cuidadas é que vai realmente variando. Isso vai variando muito desde o tempo dos primeiros xamãs, dos primeiros curandeiros, dos primeiros cuidadores, até ao tempo de hoje. E as grandes diferenças não são apenas na quantidade de meios tecnológicos e nos investimentos enormíssimos financeiros que se vão fazendo para que, de facto, a saúde e a longevidade humana e a qualidade de vida sejam maiores, mas é, sobretudo, na forma como é articulada esta relação entre os médicos, os cuidadores e os utentes, ou de quem realmente deles precisam. Portanto, essa diferença hoje, mais do que em qualquer altura da história, é mediada por máquinas, é mediada por computadores, por dispositivos médicos e agora também por inteligência artificial. Eu não sou daqueles que pressagia, digamos, muitos problemas nesta relação, que até, porque há quem tenha medo, inclusivamente, que a inteligência artificial possa vir não só acabar com muitos empregos, mas possa eventualmente vir a acabar com a própria humanidade. Enfim, temos cenários catastrofistas, que, em boa verdade, sempre os houve relativamente a muitas outras inovações que foram aparecendo nas sociedades humanas, mas acredito piamente que, da mesma maneira que tem uma enorme capacidade de avanço, de fazer avançar o diagnóstico, fazer avançar o tratamento, a personalização dos cuidados, etc., etc., também comporta, obviamente, riscos. E esses riscos também não poderão ou não deverão ser escamoteados. Mas é precisamente por isso que este congresso é tão bem-vindo. Eu me sinto tão feliz por o acolher aqui na faculdade. Aliás, o seu título diz tudo: Inteligência Artificial nos cuidados digestivos. Estamos a construir o futuro. Eu, enfim, não tenho mais nada a dizer-vos, porque quem são os verdadeiros protagonistas deste evento são os diferentes oradores e obviamente, as suas interações com a assistência. Mas, repito, a faculdade está muito feliz por acolher este evento e dificilmente podemos encontrar algo tão simbólico, mais simbólico do que este tópico para iniciar, digamos, os tais 200 anos do ponto de vista científico, tal como do ponto de vista científico e artístico. O outro tópico do desenho anatómico também acho que foi muito bem conseguido. Muito obrigado.
De seguida tem a palavra o professor Dr. Miguel Mascarenhas, presidente desta conferência.
Eu vou ser curto e breve. Primeiro, queria agradecer a presença da senhora Secretária de Estado, do diretor da minha Faculdade de Medicina da Universidade do Porto, ao professor Eurico Castro Alves, em representação da Ordem dos Médicos, e naturalmente à professora Maria João Batista, a presidente do meu hospital, e ao professor João Fonseca, diretor do meu departamento na Faculdade de Medicina da Universidade do Porto. Apesar de não estar nas mesas, queria, obviamente, agradecer ao professor Guilherme Macedo, meu mentor, e a quem devo tudo isto, e também ao professor Renato Natal, que já não está aqui, que é a minha counterpart. Acho que são pessoas em que tenho que agradecer. Depois gostava de agradecer a todos os meus amigos portugueses e brasileiros que estão aqui. And then I would like to thank you all, my friends from all over the world that are here. There are very important persons here, and it is my great honor, and I'm really humbled to have you all here. E a todos os que se inscreveram neste congresso, por terem dado a oportunidade a este evento de ter uma audiência respeitável de 430 participantes, sendo o maior evento até à data de inteligência artificial em saúde, em número de participantes. E com isto termino as minhas palavras. Muito obrigado.
Iremos ouvir agora a intervenção do professor Dr. João Fonseca, diretor do Departamento de Medicina da Comunidade, Informação e Decisão em Saúde da Faculdade de Medicina.
Muito boa tarde. Eu gostava de cumprimentar a senhora Secretária de Estado aqui presente, também o Presidente da Secção Regional Norte da Ordem dos Médicos, a senhora Presidente do Conselho de Administração do LS de São João, o meu diretor, o professor Altamiro Costa Pereira, e o meu colega Miguel Mascarenhas. E só fazer isto já é muito, porque eu habitualmente não cumprimento ninguém, porque senão gosto muito da eficiência, a minha parte engenheiral, mas neste momento gostava de o fazer porque de facto entendo a importância que tem a presença aqui, tal como tem importância, e agradeço aos oradores, quer portugueses, quer não portugueses, e agradeço também aos múltiplos participantes. O professor Miguel Mascarenhas já disse, tivemos 430 inscritos, temos muitas pessoas online, variando ao longo do dia, como é hoje normal, mas mostra bem a importância deste evento e a importância desta temática. Gostava também de agradecer à Medtronic, que é o nosso parceiro neste evento, e isso é também um aspecto que é muito relevante para mim, porque no meu papel de responsável da licenciatura em Saúde Digital e Inovação Biomédica tem sido esta construção com todos os subsetores da área da saúde, incluindo a indústria, neste caso de medical devices e de inteligência artificial, um ponto fundamental de fazer esta ponte entre a academia e, digamos, de alguma maneira, o mundo real. E, portanto, agradeço também à Medtronic e gostava de vos dizer também que não vou falar sobre inteligência artificial, já tivemos aqui muitas pessoas que o fazem muito melhor do que eu, mas gostava de dizer que esse é um ponto que a Faculdade de Medicina e, de alguma maneira, o Medicides começou a pensar já há bem mais de uma década, com 2, 3 pessoas, começou a fazer trabalho nessa área e agora tem sido acelerado naturalmente nestes últimos anos, ainda para mais com o aporte também do Miguel Mascarenhas, e por isso mesmo é que também gostava de vos dizer e convidar para se associarem àquilo que vai ser o futuro Centro Pluridisciplinar de Inteligência Artificial em Saúde, que está neste momento a ser proposto e irá ser criado para o ano, seguramente depois, obviamente, da aceitação dos órgãos da faculdade, e que será também aqui, mais uma vez, a pluridisciplinaridade, como o próprio nome indica, e a capacidade de ligar não só os departamentos da faculdade, mas também um outreach para fora da faculdade, extramuros, e, portanto, podermos ter na faculdade, sem, digamos, as formalidades e as dificuldades que às vezes a burocracia traz, a participação de pessoas externas para fazer aqui um núcleo forte que faz todo sentido ter de inteligência artificial em saúde sediada aqui na FMUP. Portanto, muito obrigado a todos. É um enorme gosto ver este tema a ser debatido com esta profundidade e com esta elevação, e vamos continuar o resto do dia. Obrigado.
Tem agora a palavra a Presidente do Conselho de Administração da Unidade Local de Saúde de São João, professora doutora Maria João Batista.
Muito bom dia a todos. É para mim uma grande honra estar aqui. Eu tenho alguma dualidade da forma como hei de começar os cumprimentos. Vou ser o mais institucional possível e cumprimento, antes de mais, a pessoa que nos está aqui a receber, que é o professor Altamiro da Costa Pereira, parceiro, e que, como sempre, está na vanguarda da evolução da ciência e é bem manifesto nesta sua vontade de fazer crescer esta área. Cumprimento, evidentemente, a seguir a minha Secretária de Estado da Saúde, a professora Ana Povo. É um prazer para mim estar aqui junto da pessoa que representa a instância máxima do governo na área da saúde, a tutela da saúde, e perceber que a nossa tutela está empenhada nesta área. Cumprimento o professor Eurico Castro Alves, pela Ordem dos Médicos, que é também uma das áreas em que é fundamental haver um empenho significativo para nós conseguirmos mobilizar dentro da Ordem dos Médicos a necessidade de trazer este tema ao de cima. O professor João Fonseca, pelo seu empenho já bem conhecido na área da transformação digital. E depois deixo para o fim, à minha esquerda, o professor Miguel Mascarenhas, que é, sem dúvida, a grande estrela deste nosso evento. Bom, eu julgo que é relevante dar nota de que as equipas de saúde em Portugal são perfeitamente competentes para enquadrar novas ferramentas no seu dia-a-dia. O nosso trabalho das equipas dentro do Serviço Nacional de Saúde é um trabalho que é bastante complexo. Muitas vezes temos muitos doentes muito complicados, temos muitos doentes, temos que dar resposta, e há uma vontade no país e há uma vontade nas equipas dentro do Serviço Nacional de Saúde de dar resposta às pessoas. Todas as ferramentas que sejam inovadoras e que nos permitam ser mais eficientes naquele trabalho que fazemos são bem-vindas. Portanto, em meu nome e em nome de todas as equipas que trabalham por este país, e muito em concreto na minha OLS, eu diria que, ou tomo a liberdade de dizer que todas as formas que sejam de inteligência artificial, de transformação tecnológica, que nos permitam dar melhores cuidados, são bem-vindas. Portanto, esse receio que possa às vezes subsistir pela sociedade na área da saúde, claramente não existe. Nós, na OLS São João, estamos desde há muito tempo muito empenhados naquilo que é a utilização de dados, de novas ferramentas para sermos capazes de perceber melhor a nossa realidade, enquadrarmos melhor, prepararmos respostas que sejam mais eficazes e que sejam mais direcionadas para os problemas das nossas populações, que, como sabem, não se restringem àquilo que é a nossa área metropolitana, mas que se expandem por todo o norte do país, sobretudo. O professor Miguel Mascarenhas, e aproveito para cumprimentar o professor Guilherme Macedo, na área da gastro, têm sido evidentemente pioneiros também aqui na instituição, nestas áreas, e trabalhando com outras pessoas que, connosco, nomeadamente na área da inteligência de dados, têm sido bastante relevantes e que eu gostava também, julgo que não está aqui ninguém presente dessa área, mas que estão? Estão a levantar a mão. E que são muito críticos, estou a ver, peço desculpa, e que são muito críticos para que isto aconteça e que nós, enquanto instituição, damos muito valor. Neste momento, nós estamos envolvidos em projetos europeus, nomeadamente num projeto de test beds, em que a instituição o Hospital São João, em concreto, é local de desenvolvimento de nova tecnologia que vem não só de Portugal, mas de vários países da Europa, e isto mostra bem a vitalidade da nossa instituição, a vitalidade dos nossos profissionais. E eu acabava reforçando esta nota dos nossos profissionais. Eu tenho o privilégio de trabalhar com equipas que são constituídas por pessoas que têm visão, que têm vontade de trabalhar, que têm motivação, e não há nada que substitua isso. A todos o meu muito obrigada.
Segue-se a intervenção do Dr. Eurico Castro Alves, Presidente da Secção Regional do Norte da Ordem dos Médicos.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Para já, muito obrigado por estar aqui. Estou aqui com muita satisfação, mas gostava também de cumprimentar pessoalmente a Sra. Secretária de Estado, a médica, a professora doutora Ana Povo, e felicitá-la pelo excelente trabalho que tem feito em prol da saúde, que nós sabemos que são sempre em condições extremamente difíceis. Cumprimentar o professor Altamiro, o diretor da escola onde eu me formei. Quis a vida e as circunstâncias que eu, entretanto, mudasse para outra escola, e, portanto, eu quando estudei na melhor escola do mundo, a Faculdade de Medicina do Porto, mas agora dou aulas e trabalho na melhor escola médica do mundo, que é o Instituto de Ciências Biomédicas, mas, de qualquer modo, como todos aqui nós, os médicos, podem reconhecer, fica sempre aquela nostalgia quando regressamos ao ambiente onde demos os nossos primeiros passos na medicina, e, portanto, é ao abrigo dessa nostalgia que eu dou aqui um abraço ao professor Altamiro, o diretor da minha escola. A professora Maria João Batista também, o hospital onde eu me treinei como médico, que também cumprimento. O professor João Fonseca, pelo trabalho que tem tido e que eu tenho vindo a acompanhar de perto, também já me referirei, se tiver tempo mais adiante, sobre esta matéria. Naturalmente o Miguel Mascarenhas, que eu considero um exemplo inspirador, quer para os mais velhos, quer para os mais novos. E permitem-me ainda duas palavras de saudação especial. Uma para um amigo meu, que é um referencial, que representa tudo aquilo que eu acho que um médico deve ser no presente e no futuro, que é o Ricardo Batista Leite, que é um homem, é médico, é nosso colega, é também meu amigo, mas é sobretudo alguém que sabe estar na vida e que honra muito a profissão médica, porque faz, como dizia o inspirador da Escola das Ciências Biomédicas, o Abel Salazar, o médico que só sabe medicina, nem medicina sabe. E as competências dos médicos do futuro têm que ir para além de saber só medicina. E além das competências, a área de intervenção dos médicos tem que passar e extravasar só a atividade médica. E, portanto, o Ricardo tem sido um exemplo nessa matéria. Daqui também um abraço e obrigado por teres vindo até ao norte, porque normalmente do Porto a Lisboa são 300 km, mas de Lisboa ao Porto são 900. É muito difícil trazer alguém de Lisboa para o Porto. Muito obrigado, Ricardo, por estares aqui entre nós. E um abraço, naturalmente, ao professor Guilherme Macedo, que é provavelmente o grande inspirador que deu origem e deu meios, recursos e incentivo para podermos estar aqui hoje, porque ele é um dos mentores do nosso Miguel e tantos outros que têm feito este trabalho em prol da boa performance dos médicos do dia de hoje. E é um bocado à volta disto que eu vos quero trazer 2 ou 3 reflexões, tentarei o mais possível ser breve, mas orgulha-me muito e tenho muita satisfação em estar aqui, por N razões. Uma delas é que é um evento feito por médicos e a pensar no papel dos médicos no presente e no futuro. Ou seja, nós médicos não estamos a ficar para trás. Nós estamos atentos àquilo que é a inovação, àquilo que são as ferramentas essenciais para o exercício da profissão médica, e fico muito contente que existam médicos que deixem a sua zona de conforto, que tenham o trabalho de fazer trabalho para além do seu trabalho normal e façam acontecer estes eventos, para que o conhecimento progrida, se dissemine e inspire outros médicos também a fazer este trabalho. A profissão médica mudou muito nos últimos anos. Nós começamos por ser os únicos agentes da prestação de cuidados de saúde. O médico sabia tudo, fazia tudo, e nós sabemos com resultados muito sofríveis. Felizmente o conhecimento evoluiu, a sociedade organizou-se, desenvolveu-se, progrediu, e hoje a prestação de cuidados de saúde é multidisciplinar. E ainda bem que o é, e os resultados estão à vista. Nós temos excelentes indicadores de saúde, de mais vida, com mais qualidade de vida. Isso deve-se naturalmente a este progresso. Mas não podemos esquecer que esta multidisciplinaridade não perdeu uma componente que é a liderança a ser feita pelos médicos, que são aqueles que têm mais contacto com a realidade, com a vida, mais experiência, mais preparação técnica ou científica. E a lição a tirar disto é que os médicos não podem, e temos hoje aqui um exemplo vivo disso, deixar de estarem presentes e de dar o seu contributo nesta liderança das instituições de saúde. A inteligência artificial, como sabemos, é incontornável, é o futuro. Provavelmente irá tomar conta de quase tudo. Eu digo este quase tudo porque pensei bem na palavra. Porque há uma e estou-me agora a referir fundamentalmente na área da prestação de cuidados de saúde, dos serviços de saúde. Há uma área onde eu acho que a inteligência artificial nunca vai poder substituir, que é a área da relação humana. O princípio do contacto humano, da humanidade. E lembro que os médicos começaram... Nós médicos sempre existimos, mesmo antes do Hipócrates, só mudamos o nome. Nós começamos por ser o feiticeiro da tribo. E o feiticeiro da tribo ainda hoje é necessário na nossa sociedade. É quando a gente põe a mão, quando o médico dá, é o referencial de informação final, depois de ouvir do Dr. Google e agora a inteligência artificial, mas o médico é o sossego e o descanso do doente, que é aquele que tem anseios, medos e angústias. E esta componente humana é que eu acho que não pode nunca ficar esquecida no futuro que aí vem, e que é um futuro muito próximo, que está a acontecer já hoje, mas esta componente humana não pode ser esquecida, nem pode ser posta de lado na missão que os médicos têm que cumprir. E, portanto, é importante que os médicos tenham esta noção importante de que inteligência artificial, sim, tanto quanto mais, porque será uma ferramenta útil e indispensável para o nosso trabalho enquanto médicos em todas as vertentes, mas há uma área que nós não podemos abdicar dela, que é a liderança e, por outro lado, a relação humana que tem que ser mantida com os doentes e que não passam sem ela. Permitam-me uma particularização em relação ao Miguel Mascarenhas, porque representa exatamente aquilo que eu gostava, enquanto dirigente da Ordem dos Médicos, de ver nos médicos do futuro. O Miguel é filho de médicos, portanto teve essa vantagem, foi inspirado. 2 médicos da região norte, prestigiados, toda a gente os reconhece e provavelmente são uma das causas que levaram a que o Miguel se inspirasse e se dedicasse e fizesse mais do que aquilo que se lhe era pedido. Característica do Miguel Mascarenhas, e que eu cito aqui, não para o envaidecer, mas para que sirva de inspiração e de exemplo para outros, é que foi além do que tínhamos hoje. Olhou o que é que aí vem no futuro. Qual é o contributo que eu, médico, e posso levar os outros médicos a fazer? É um fator fundamental que eu quero aqui realçar, que é o papel do médico na inovação na sociedade. É o tal papel da liderança que eu refiro. Nós médicos não podemos ficar a assistir ao futuro passar por nós ou a acontecer. Nós temos que estar, como sempre disse, na liderança e a fazer acontecer e em cima do acontecimento. E este exemplo reverte-se também no papel da Ordem dos Médicos na nossa sociedade. E não foi por acaso que há poucos dias ocorreu, há uma semana, o Congresso da Ordem dos Médicos e que foi exatamente dedicado, todo ele, à inteligência artificial. exatamente pelas razões que aqui vos refiro. Nós, médicos, temos de estar em cima do acontecimento, antever o futuro e, de preferência, fazer parte e fazer condicionar o que acontece nesse mesmo futuro. Eu já terminarei, mas quero-vos deixar-vos também uma ou duas reflexões muito rápidas que considero relevantes. Neste mesmo Congresso da Ordem dos Médicos, a Secção Regional Sul fez um estudo, ou mandou fazer um estudo muito, muito interessante e que se intitula mais ou menos O Médico de 2040. O Médico de 2040, muitos deles já estão aqui entre nós. Eu não estou, alguns dos que aqui estão a ver também sei que não estarão, mas há muitos que estarão, ou seja, é um futuro muito próximo. Eu recomendo, há também um filme, que provavelmente estará no site, eu pedi para a Ordem dos Médicos do Norte começar a fazer uma grande divulgação, quer do filme que retrata as conclusões fundamentais desse trabalho, e também o livro que quero fazer distribuir pelos médicos, mas ia dizer-vos só assim muito rapidamente e que considero fundamental, e tem a ver com o que aqui estamos a falar hoje, que das competências que se fala que os médicos do futuro têm que ter, são exatamente saber medicina, claro, sob o ponto de vista técnico, científico e também deontológico, mas também desenvolver um conjunto de competências que cada vez são mais imprescindíveis e exigentes na vida profissional do médico. A comunicação, o trabalho de equipa, a liderança, sempre a liderança, e mais duas ou três que serão fundamentais, e uma delas é o domínio da inteligência artificial e todas as ferramentas e instrumentos da área digital, porque no futuro não iremos passar sem elas. Eu recomendo vivamente esse estudo, principalmente aos nossos colegas mais novos, porque lá está tudo dito em relação àquilo que nós vamos ter que ser nos próximos anos. E, portanto, considero que era importante refletir ou dar-vos estas notas. Para terminar, também quero deixar aqui uma palavra de apreço, porque neste mesmo congresso tivemos alguns sinais, e agora falo-vos também enquanto dirigente da Ordem dos Médicos, e porque tenho aqui um conjunto maioritário de colegas que me ouvem, que recebi excelentes sinais no discurso de encerramento do Congresso por parte da Sra. Ministra, a quem peço que transmita os meus cumprimentos a ser pela pessoa da Sra. Secretária de Estado, em que nos deu sinais de abertura e de nos resolver alguns dos problemas que têm afligido a nossa profissão médica e a nossa classe. Nós, há pouco tempo, tivemos um grande revés com a alteração dos estatutos da Ordem dos Médicos, em que a Ordem dos Médicos perde competências, perde capacidades, e isso só se pode refletir no definhar do exercício da profissão e com consequências para os doentes, que depois poderão ser explicados noutros fóruns, e fiquei contente porque a Sra. Ministra deu sinais de estar disponível para rever os estatutos, de forma a colmatar e se calhar até resolver algumas das injustiças que aí foram tratadas. Vejo com esperança o próximo ano, porque temos também 3 temas muito importantes para nós e que eu tenho fé que serão resolvidos nos próximos tempos. O primeiro é a definição do ato médico, que para nós é relevantíssimo, porque é uma ferramenta, é um instrumento legal que nos permite tratar os doentes com seriedade, com honestidade e com capacidade. É a questão da remuneração dos médicos. Nós não podemos estar alheios a este problema. Os sindicatos têm feito o seu trabalho e a nossa profissão é uma profissão nobre e tem que ser tratada com dignidade. E nós há 20 anos temos vindo a ser maltratados pelo poder político. Portanto, é muito importante que os médicos, com a tal componente da liderança, façam fazer ver aquilo que lhes é merecido, que é justo através da atividade que têm. E, portanto, temos sinais de que irá acontecer também, teremos alguns resultados nesse sentido. E, por último, um aspecto que não é menos importante e que se prende também com a dignidade do exercício da nossa profissão, que é, finalmente, a revisão da carreira médica e a disponibilidade do Governo para nos ajudar a termos finalmente uma carreira médica ajustada e adequada às necessidades do dia de hoje e se calhar do próximo futuro. Eu quero terminar agora agradecendo a oportunidade para estar aqui. Um grande abraço para todos, uma felicitação especial para o Miguel Mascarenhas, que tem sido o motor da inteligência artificial em Portugal. A minha esperança é que ele leve muito mais médicos com ele. Nós demos o nosso contributo, a Ordem dos Médicos do U.Porto Norte organizou já conferências sobre essa matéria, queremos fazer mais e queremos muito, esta é que é a mensagem que eu vos quero deixar, queremos muito ajudar aqueles que querem fazer mais, querem sair da sua zona de conforto e querem pôr a profissão médica no lugar que ela merece na nossa sociedade. Muito obrigado, muito boa tarde a todos. Tá?
Encerrando esta sessão, tem a palavra a senhora Secretária de Estado de Saúde, professora doutora Ana Povo.
Muito boa tarde a todos. É para mim fácil estar aqui hoje porque me encontro numa sala e numa mesa cheia de amigos. Antes de mais, gostaria muito de saudar a Faculdade de Medicina da Universidade do Porto por esta iniciativa e por esta conferência. Aproveito assim para cumprimentar o Sr. Professor Altamir da Costa Pereira, para cumprimentar o Sr. Presidente da Secção Regional Norte da Ordem dos Médicos, Professor Dr. Eurico Castro Alves, e recebi os seus cumprimentos para a Sra. Ministra, a quem irei integrar. Cumprimentar a Professora Maria João Batista, Diretora da Unidade Local de Saúde de São João, que hoje já me recebeu antes, porque já estamos a trabalhar para preparar o inverno, e agradeço a recepção que me fez hoje. Cumprimentar o Professor João Fonseca e, por fim, cumprimentar o Professor Miguel Mascarenhas, que me lembro de si nas aulas de anatomia, no início na anatomia clínica como meu aluno. A inteligência artificial é uma realidade e a inteligência artificial na saúde é uma ferramenta que nós temos que utilizar e saber utilizar. Todos sabemos que todos os sistemas de saúde, não só o português, mas europeus e mundiais, têm hoje uma série de constrangimentos que nós temos a obrigação de, uma vez que já estão diagnosticados, criar ferramentas para responder a eles e criar políticas que respondam. Falo do envelhecimento da população, falo da falta de recursos humanos em saúde, que é uma realidade europeia. E todos sabemos que uma forma de solucionar passa pela utilização inteligente da inteligência artificial. Obviamente, e eu, antiga professora de anatomia desta casa, a melhor máquina que nós temos é o corpo humano. E a melhor máquina que nós temos é o corpo humano, que é insubstituível, mas a nossa característica que foi referida já na intervenção anterior, humanista, também é fundamental. E esta questão, nós podemos ensinar as máquinas a pensar, mas nunca, ainda não se conseguiu ensinar as máquinas o sentimento. Contudo, a inteligência artificial e as ferramentas de inteligência artificial vão nos ajudar a ser mais eficientes, de forma a responder aos problemas que atrás elenquei, nomeadamente relativamente ao envelhecimento da população. Nós temos que seguir e caminhar para uma estratégia de pôr as pessoas no seu domicílio, de apostarmos, e é a aposta deste governo, a hospitalização domiciliária. Para além disso, estamos a trabalhar ativamente com o Ministério da Segurança Social para ter também os idosos em casa, e para conseguirmos articular isto tudo com o sistema de saúde, as ferramentas de inteligência artificial são uma das soluções. E depois, sem substituir, obviamente, o profissional de saúde e o contato humano do profissional de saúde com o utente, as ferramentas de inteligência artificial ajudam-nos a ser mais eficientes e, ao mesmo tempo, mais sustentáveis. Obviamente que isto vem com a necessidade da regulamentação. E se já temos muita regulamentação e já se fala em muita regulamentação relativamente aos dados, há um trabalho que nós temos e temos que o fazer também, nomeadamente a nível europeu, na regulamentação da inteligência artificial. E voltando um bocadinho atrás aos dados, há algo que os decisores, e mais que os decisores políticos, quem connosco trabalha a nível das administrações, quer hospitalares, quer das faculdades, é preciso olhar para os dados como valor em saúde. Os dados são hoje valor em saúde. E nós temos que os saber trabalhar e utilizá-los da mesma forma como fazemos com os mecanismos que temos dos ensaios clínicos. Ou seja, os ensaios clínicos são fundamentais para qualquer sistema de saúde, ao mesmo tempo que levam a inovação mais cedo aos nossos doentes, são também uma forma de sustentabilidade do próprio sistema de saúde. mas temos que passar e caminhar, olhar para os dados da mesma maneira, porque senão estamos a perder oportunidades. Por fim, e estando numa escola médica, a inteligência artificial obriga-nos também a mudar o paradigma de ensino. O ensino tem que caminhar para conseguirmos pôr os nossos profissionais e os nossos estudantes a saberem questionar. Porque a inteligência artificial traz essa questão de nós temos que saber questionar o que a máquina nos diz e não podemos perder nunca o nosso sentido crítico e discernimento. E isso no futuro é que vai fazer e tornar-nos melhor. Sendo a inteligência artificial de máxima importância, este governo, e o Sr. Primeiro-Ministro já teve por várias vezes afirmá-lo, que está na agenda do governo. Existe uma agenda nacional de inteligência artificial, coordenada no Ministério da Juventude e da Inovação, mas que envolve intersetorialmente os vários ministérios e onde, obviamente, também está o Ministério da Saúde. Para além disso, já a Sra. Ministra teve a oportunidade de o anunciar, está no programa de governo e está também já no programa do Orçamento de Estado, a criação de uma agência de inovação em saúde na tutela do Ministério da Saúde. Isto para vos dizer que esta é uma área que nós iremos trabalhar. Claro que é bom os vários projetos que nós sabemos que já existem no nosso Serviço Nacional de Saúde, nomeadamente na área da Gastrenterologia e do papel da inteligência artificial em permitir diagnosticar, e desculpem que eu nunca perco o meu lado médico, e se calhar aqui serei mais técnica, que nos permite diferenciar entre um pólipo que possa vir a ser um pólipo pré-maligno, para não ser aqui tão exaustiva, de um pólipo que não seja maligno, e a remoção ou não remoção do que é pré-maligno, e isto não só a poupança de tempo, mas depois também as poupanças que temos a seguir com exames de anatomopatologia que são desnecessários. Para além disso, em âmbito nacional está a ser desenvolvida uma App Detect SNS 24, que é um protótipo de uma aplicação móvel para o uso pelos utentes do Serviço Nacional de Saúde, que permite a detecção precoce de problemas ou condições de saúde através da tecnologia digital. O primeiro âmbito deste projeto será na área da dermatologia e a inteligência artificial irá analisar imagens capturadas através do telemóvel do utente e o resultado depois é feita uma análise e apresentada ao utente, propondo ao mesmo tempo ou não a referenciação necessária para os cuidados de saúde. Em conclusão, a introdução da inteligência artificial na saúde é de máxima importância e é mais do que um desafio, uma oportunidade para respondermos aos problemas atuais, ao mesmo tempo que contribuímos para a sustentabilidade do sistema de saúde. Vai permitir um melhor cuidado do utente, identificação precoce de problemas e uma redução dos custos inerentes. O Ministério da Saúde e o Governo está comprometido e estabeleceu a inovação como uma meta e por isso trabalhamos para o seu desenvolvimento, sendo que a inteligência artificial será claramente uma destas oportunidades. Muito obrigada.
So it is my pleasure at this time on section 6 about the ethical and regulatory challenges, the keynote lecture, to present that someone that has really been making the difference. He is the CEO of Health AI, the global agency for responsible AI in health, based in Geneva, Switzerland, where he leads initiatives integrating digital health and artificial intelligence into healthcare system. He has served as member of the Portuguese Parliament, as you all know, where he was vice president of the Social Democratic Party's parliamentary group, focusing on health policy. So it is my pleasure and honor, because not only for that, but for our long-standing friendship, Dr. Ricardo Batista Leite. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Guilherme Macedo, my dear friend. It's a true pleasure and an honor to be here among so many friends in this beautiful city. It was mentioned in Portuguese that it's hard for people from Lisbon to come to Porto, and it's kind of true. But it's always a pleasure to be here, and actually, for those that are not from Portugal, typically the North is seen as the ones doing better than the South. And so we're always here to try to learn. I'd like to thank, in particular, my dear friend Miguel for his kind invitation, but also for the leadership of putting not only this conference together, but making artificial intelligence truly a key topic in the country, but even beyond our borders. My name is Ricardo Leite, as was mentioned, and I'm going to be presenting my slides as the CEO of Health AI, which is the Global Agency for Responsible AI in Health. It's within that context, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have at the end. But I'd like to start by giving you some background information on the economics around the exponential growth we are seeing in artificial intelligence. Today, the market is worth over $10 billion for sure, but we are foreseeing that in 2032, it can actually be worth nearly $500 billion, if not more, given the exponential growth we are seeing. And of course, the greatest concentration of companies we are seeing popping up in this space are mainly in the United States and also in Southeast Asia, with particular focus in India, Korea, and China. Europe is more or less in between, but what is also very clear in this image is that low and middle income countries are practically absent. And so artificial intelligence, which actually has the promise to be the greatest equalizer of our time, if it is not deployed correctly into society, it can actually become the greatest divider of our time, making this transformative technology inaccessible to many people who could actually benefit from them even more than in richer countries. And when we look at patents, I find patents always an interesting proxy to the future. It's a window, if you will, to what is coming. And the last patent report shows, first of all, that there's an exponential growth of registration of patents in the field of AI. Secondly, 61% of those patents are registered in China, 21% in the United States, 2% in the European Union, plus UK. Of course, if we adjust this to quality of patents, Europe is a little bit better, but still it's a concerning trend that one should look at very carefully, thinking about where we are going to be 5, 10, 20 years from now, because it seems like we are moving very quickly towards a bipolarization of power. And with the current geopolitical changes that we have seen, that may actually be accelerated. Many people talk about AI in the field of health with the word fear associated to it. They're concerned about its potential harmful impact. And I believe, as the Secretary of State mentioned, that we need to address that issue head on. Actually, at Health AI, we conducted a survey, and fear was the most common word we heard from all stakeholders, private sector, governments, academia, patient organizations. But we also need to see the potential benefits that artificial intelligence can bring to society. And when it comes to healthcare, I believe that AI brings us tremendous promise in the sense that we can use artificial intelligence to rethink the way we want to deliver health and care. Our current health systems are broken. They are not health systems. They are disease systems. They react to disease. What we need are systems of the future to be focusing on lowering the burden of disease through more effective prevention, early detection, through making sure that health systems become therefore more sustainable in the long run. And that means that we have to look at AI and its applications, not adapting AI to our current analogic world, but thinking, how are we going to redesign the health systems of the future with the transformative power of AI? And we're already seeing AI being implemented today in every realm of healthcare across the value chain. When you look at research and development of new technologies, of new pharmaceutical products, across the board, you're seeing it being used and accelerating, and we saw that during the COVID pandemic. Manufacturing and distribution is being highly affected. When we look at population health and the use of predictive modeling to make prevention more effective. We're already seeing cases around the world, but also at the delivery of care, of post-care monitoring, and also when we look at the management side of healthcare, when we talk about managing beds or predictive modeling around hospital beds to know how many hospital beds we'll need in each area of care over the next few weeks, to managing waiting lists, towards managing financial claims. And it's interesting to see concrete examples of the application of AI. And there's this JAMA report that was published last year looking at virtual chatbots using assistants to answer questions of patients. And this report showed that the patients used a chatbot. It was a written chatbot where half of the answers were given by doctors and the other half were given by robots. The patients didn't know that. They thought the responses were always by humans. And the outcomes were better with robots, which those results have been somewhat contested, but still it's a trend that we cannot ignore. But the most relevant point of this study for me was when they asked the patients who showed more compassion and empathy. And the robots won again. And so if we think about the impact and the role of humans, we've always thought that we would never be substituted when it comes to compassion and empathy. But the truth is, the way we are putting so much pressure on the health workforce, we don't even have time to look at patients anymore. The way we are training the doctors, nurses, healthcare professionals of the future, we are still preparing them for the industrial form of care from the 19th and 20th century, when we need to be thinking about the future where we know that it has to be a symbiosis between machines and humans. A lot of reports look at outcomes and say machines are better than humans. But what we don't discuss enough is the other reports that show that humans plus machines are better than humans alone and better than machines alone. It is in that combination that I believe we can successfully unlock a future of better health outcomes for all. But as was mentioned, we need to address head-on the issue of governance, of regulations, to make sure that we consider the technology safe. Because when I prescribe, I come from infectious diseases, when I prescribe an antibiotic, I'm concerned is that the best antibiotic to treat the patient in front of me? Am I giving the right dosage? I'm not concerned about the security issues, the safety issues, because I know there's a regulatory body that did that for me. So I'm able to focus on the patient. I'm not thinking twice if I should use an antibiotic. When it comes to AI, many times, doctors, health managers, people in government, they're thinking twice, is this truly safe? Can I trust the technology? Because we don't have that regulatory response in place. And truly, it's the Wild West out there. Many countries have zero governance models in place, and others are scrambling to find solutions. The Secretary of State mentioned the EU AI Act, which was an important step. The government has 2 years starting October 1st passed, so about a year and a half still to go. And its application in the field of health is still not clear. A lot of countries are coming up to health AI, and we are supporting them in that adoption. But other parts of the world are doing their own thing. So we're moving towards either parts of the world that have no governance and others that are highly fragmented. And so there are major challenges we need to address. Fragmentation holds back innovation. So getting alignment at the global level is critical. The fact that technology is moving so fast, we need to make sure that we have mechanisms in place to keep up to pace with the technology. And we cannot wait for governments and parliaments to approve new regulations every time. As was mentioned, I was elected 4 times into parliament. I can tell you, do not leave this up to parliaments. You need to give the power to the regulators, give the resources to the regulators, and make sure they are keeping up to pace with technology. It's our only standing chance. Data security and privacy is critical. We in Europe are actually better than most. And post-market surveillance, something we do very well in with pharmaceutical products, we do not do yet well with AI. Making sure that after a product is put into the market, we are assessing outcomes, that we are making sure that any critical harm or risk that pops up, everyone knows about it. So in the face of so much risk, that leads to lack of trust. And the lack of trust slows adoption of technologies. And that's where health AI comes in to try to support governments. So basically, we're like this bridge On one side of the bridge, you have international organizations like the WHO, OECD, UNESCO that come up with guidelines and standards. And on the other side of the bridge, you have the national regulatory bodies that validate AI solutions for health systems, where we, as an implementing partner, we help adapt international guidelines to the local context. And we're already working with governments all the way from Canada to Singapore and New Zealand to Germany, Norway, UK. Hopefully Portugal one day will join. And what we are doing is building up with the countries their regulatory capacity to validate AI solutions, connecting the regulators into one global regulatory network, making sure that we have a global early warning system. So if something goes wrong, if there's any risk related to AI in Brazil or in Singapore, in Switzerland, or in Rwanda, everybody gets a red flag immediately so that we can act upon that very quickly, avoiding harm at scale, and building a repository of AI solutions. So as regulators approve the technologies, those technologies appear on one platform where everyone can see what technologies are out there, who developed them, and which regulators have validated them as being compliant with responsible AI principles. And therefore, it's a global marketplace for responsible AI. And finally, we understood that to do this effectively, we needed to bring everyone together. We will only be successful if we bring not only governments and regulators, but also the private sector, academia, patient organizations, and civil society. And that's why we launched the Health AI Community of Practice that brings together all of these different institutions from different sectors of society so that we can have an honest conversation of how to build this governance model, but so that we can co-create that model of governance and regulation together. So to make sure that what we are doing actually addresses the main challenges of health systems today and can contribute equitably to better health outcomes for all. Because we are true believers, and I think history has proven that we are only successful in achieving better health for all if we do it together. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Great presentation. And of course, this keynote lecture, for this time, it will have some discussion. For the sake of time, we won't have too much discussion. I think everyone would agree on that. But the chance that we have now for having some more of your insight about this is really appealing. So, Miguel, João, please have some questions. And for the kickoff of this final session, I have to point out one specific thing to you. There is a special word in the English native countries, which is called serendipity. That is a very strange word for Portuguese world and many other languages, which is a kind of a word that means a special and happy coincidence. Stars are aligned, that word means. And in fact, effectively, this week, a world organization, which is in fact the World Gastrenterology Organization, created just this week an AI task force, which I will be chairing, by the way, and Miguel will be vice chairing, and some of the members that are here will also be members of. Now, you mentioned something very important, which is not only equity, but the access to the technology and how this technology can, in fact, not override the differences, but instead stressing out the differences and the differences of access, et cetera, et cetera. So my organization, which is a global organization, truly global, how will we manage with your organization, for example? Because we are really concerned with what's happening in Rwanda, in Sudan, in Brazil, in Portugal, in Iceland. So how can we join arms?
Well, thank you, Professor Guilherme, and congratulations on the new role. And I think any global organization in this space today has to have a task force of some sort related to technology, and AI is inevitably going to have to be part of that. And as I mentioned, our Health AI Community of Practice, I think, is a good place to start. It has no financial cost to apply. And it's a place where we're bringing together all of the different relevant stakeholders, civil society, academia, private sector, and governments. And this space, I think, is where these discussions have to happen. And as you said, serendipity, which in Portuguese is probably something like tudo à molhada, will lead to something positive, we believe. But most importantly, the fact, and we were very conscious the way we put together this community, it has representatives not only from the richer countries of the world, but from the African continent, from Latin American continent, from low and middle income countries from Asia Pacific. And I must say that being in Portugal, I cannot avoid but mention this now that I'm working at the global scale, to see how Portuguese-speaking countries in Africa are basically ignored in the global landscape, where the priority is always put on English-speaking and French-speaking countries, is something where Portugal, I believe, has a historical obligation to do more. And maybe that's something else we can actually consider, because the potential for countries where, sometimes we discuss, in Portugal or in Europe, we discuss AI versus the golden standard of care. That's how we assess if we can use the AI. But in most places in Africa, many times we're discussing AI versus nothing, which raises ethical issues. Yes. And that's something that I think we have a moral obligation as clinicians, as scientific societies, to have a more serious discussions, and that's where we can put our hands together, certainly.
That's very good. Great challenge. So any other, yes, Professor Marilia, yes. Do we have a mic out there, please? Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for your excellent talk. And actually, as you mentioned, doctors in general, first they fear AI. Now I think that most of us, we understand that AI will make us save time, be more accurate, and it will help us. But the regulatory issues are also very, very frightening, again, to use this word. And suddenly I'm using a machine to detect polyps. I'm a gastroenterologist. And how about if the machine does not see? Who is going to be sued, me or the machine that I'm using? Even more frightening is that now we have convolutional nets. They're a black box. They think by themselves. They progress without being fed any data. And so I may become even more frightening, because I taught the machine to do this, but they can think now by themselves. They progressed, and I do not control. And who is going to be responsible? So these are all issues that we are all very enthusiastic about, but at the same time, we have more issues to fear again.
This is really a boys' band. Take that.
Take that. I think that you've raised one of the most critical issues we are dealing with at the regulatory space, because in the absence of any governance, the issue becomes absolutely fuzzy, so to say the least. Legal liability belongs to the human. Okay, so if something does go wrong, it is the healthcare professional's responsibility at the end of the day. So we are not at a place, at least at this moment, we don't know any countries where that legal liability will fall onto the machines. So that's something important, because humans are still considered as a good practice to have to be in the loop when it comes to healthcare. So I hope that answers your first question. At least that's where we are now. You raise a second question, which is a bit more tricky, which is generative AI. So AI that learns on the fly. And so today, most regulators, the UK MHRA, for example, or the FDA, they're looking at technologies that what one can call static AI. So the models are approved where they are today. And of course, the companies can collect real-world data to continue to fuel the technology, but if they want to update the model, they have to submit a new version to the regulators. And so you have a process where you have to continuously approve new technologies. However, I think that the way this is moving, and this is just my particular view on analyzing this from different angles, I think we're going to move very quickly over the next decade to AI supervising AI in a way when it comes to the regulatory landscape. Secondly, I think post-market surveillance is going to become the most important element of AI. So we'll do a validation of technology when we start, but the most important thing is collecting the data and making sure that the technology is performing up to the quality standards to which it was approved, so we can detect potential risks early on. And so that means you have to have a governance and regulatory framework from the start that is capable of doing that. Most countries are not there. And that's why I was addressing the issues of inequalities. Countries that do not understand this and invest very quickly in this will be left behind. And so that's where it's a challenge, but it's also a tremendous opportunity because we're at the beginning of this intelligence revolution, and I think it can be quite exciting for the future.
Great answer. Well, Miguel, some comments on this. Yeah.
First, I want to, Professor Guilherme said, talk about a word. I would say that is a blessing for us to have Ricardo Batista Leite as a Portuguese, and as not only because we have this easy bridge of communication, and also because he's representing more than Portugal, Brazil, and all the Portuguese-speaking countries. And afterwards, I just want to say two brief things about research and regulatory. About patents, we never publish anything without patenting first. We have been granted 20-year patents all over the world. All our technologies go into patent phase prior publishing. Secondly, most of my days now are based on regulatory affairs. And the FDA stance is pretty much different from the European stance. FDA stance in the area of digestive endoscopy is much stricter than the European one. And whereas in the moment we are talking about AI and digestive healthcare, but still today in the US, the only thing that is approved is something that is saying maybe a polyp is there. So it's only lesion detection. In Europe, it's allowing for lesion detection and differentiation. So it's really important to make that bridge. For someone that I'm working on the clinical side, I'm seeing my engineers, they have their problems. We have to come with very strong data science project, unit tests, user compatibility, being interoperable. So when you want to bring this from academia to research, and we are on the final phase of FDA submissions, we have regular meetings for FDA. I also served as an evaluator for FDA and also for the American Society and European Society of Endoscopy, where I'm leading now. I'm the chair for approval. So I come as a final clinical decision on some of the technologies. And what I want to say is that currently, indeed, regulation is crucial, but is stopping innovation and is stopping better practice. So I do think that regulation is really important, but I think we need quicker answers from the notified bodies. 2 years to get in the queue, you know that, and also from FDA, the long waiting lists for having response, it's unacceptable. So one thing is you don't accept it because you need more data. I'm completely fine about that, but having to stay on the queue forever just to answer, this stops innovation. And as you know, if AI saves lives, as we proved on many studies, and bureaucracy kills lives. So it's my
very important
takeaway.
comment. Any other final remark? Yes, go ahead. Javed, and okay, and Luís also.
You want to go first?
Sure, I just wanted to piggyback.
You have a Portuguese name, so you're first. I'm kidding.
All right, I have advantages somehow. I just wanted to piggyback on that comment, which I think was a great one, and then a question to Dr. Batista Leite. You talked about regulators versus parliament, and I definitely agree when it comes to parliament, because at least in the US, it's crusty old men that are kind of clueless. Like we see some of them talking to like Zuckerberg and whatnot, and it's clear they don't even understand the technology, and they're making rules. But I was very naive when I thought of those things as being synonymous, regulator, parliament. So who are the regulators when you say regulators, and we need them and not parliament? And then how do we keep them in pace with the innovators and not as barriers to innovation, and at the same time being safe?
Probably we could blend. I'm not sure what kind of, it's another issue.
It's separate. I think you should answer this question.
Sure. So I have to agree with everything that's been said. So the idea that bureaucracy can kill lives, in a sense, is absolutely true. It's one of the reasons why we believe that building a governance model that works is critical. Our mission is to accelerate the adoption of AI technologies that work and that lead to better health outcomes, which, if the governance model is effective, will also separate those that are selling snake oil out there. And there are a lot of them. And that's the problem. A lot of snake oil is being sold door to hospitals, as if we were in the 18th century, but selling AI instead of selling snake oil. Well, what they call AI. And the truth is, in the absence of a governance model, people who are managing the system, who are the payers, will just buy whatever they believe will work, and if they have a promise, they take it on. And then most health systems are not measuring outcomes either, so they're buying the technology and they don't even know if it's working or not. And so redesigning the system to be able to separate what works and what doesn't, and then having a model to accelerate the adoption within the system is critical. And that's why we're trying to work with governments one by one to adapt to their local context, to build that regulatory capacity so that they have the teams that have the capability of assessing and streamlining the whole process and accelerating the validation process. But also with a post-market surveillance mechanism in place, you can have a more accelerated approval process into the market and then work with real-world data as you're moving forward. So what I was mentioning, and going to your question about parliaments and regulators and governments and so forth, in many countries today, to change a regulation, you still have to go to the Congress or to the Senate, which makes no sense. And most congressional staff, I'm not talking about Congress representatives or senators. The congressional staff or the senatorial staff, they do not have the training necessary to even understand what we're talking about. This is a whole new world. And so what we advocate for is that each country, each government decides, first of all, where do they want to validate these technologies? Countries take different approaches on that. In the US, until now, software as a medical device is done within the FDA. Is that going to be the future? They have to clarify it. AI tools that are not falling into that category, where should they be approved in the future? Where should they be assessed? And the FDA today, in the last 6 years, they've approved about 1,000 tools. Many of them are recertifications. And they're already extremely slow, as Miguel said, in approving. So their current team is not fast enough, and they're the richest regulator in the world. So creating the investment and the model of governance that is adapted to this new reality is critical, and that takes leadership, and that's a governmental decision because ultimately it's a governmental initiative. But with the exponential growth that we're seeing of AI, the financial rewards for the regulators can also be tremendous because the companies actually pay to get access to markets. And so it's creating a win-win model where the financial incentives are aligned with innovation. We're not there yet, and that's what we're hoping to be able to address.
Great. Javed, yes, go ahead. Just a very quick one. So you've shown us the discrepancies on a global level. And my question is that, the AI tools that are being developed are mainly being developed in the West. We want these AI tools and we want the world to benefit from them. But my worry is that the tools that are being tested on these populations, are they going to be valid in the South Asian population or not? And that is what worries me.
So the quick answer is no. I would challenge your remark that most AI technologies are being developed in the West. We're actually seeing an acceleration of development of AI tools in China that is state-sponsored in a way that has become comparable by many as to the nuclear race of the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, which is not necessarily a good thing, I would say. And the absence of any global agreement in a highly fragmented and polarized world will raise challenges geopolitically down the road. But going to your question, a technology, and the most famous example is the dermatology tool that was developed by the Nordics, and then in their development programs they sent it out to Africa, and none of them worked, right? Because they were based on data of extremely white Scandinavians, right? And so we need to make sure that the approval of these technologies is done locally. That's why Health AI has always advocated against having one global body approving AI tools for the world, as WHO at a certain point was thinking of doing. It's a mistake because it won't work, because we're not talking about a pharmaceutical product where the molecule is the same everywhere in the world. And so that raises a major challenge, which is in low and middle income countries that today have 0 to none regulatory capacity, how are they going to assess the technology is actually working? I mentioned Rwanda, which is one of the most advanced African countries. But if I go to Sudan, I mean, it's devastating, thinking of the potential negative consequences. And especially knowing that actually, in terms of investment versus outcomes, these are the countries that actually can benefit the most, that could actually leapfrog them to the future, because they'll never have the health workforce that they need. And so these technologies can actually help make sure that people can have access to care, to make sure that lives are actually saved in substantial numbers. And so we have to address this. And I personally believe that the development policies and investments and even international financial institutions like the World Bank and development banks around the world have to look at this from a strategic point of view, building the capacity so that each country and each region can do that kind of assessment at the local level, and building up the capacity to collect data so that we can have a very serious post-market surveillance model at a global level that will make sure that the technology is truly safe, and therefore allowing for the acceleration of technology at a global level.
Thank you, Ricardo. Great. Well, this has been a tremendous session, proving that sometimes we need discussion after a keynote lecture, which is true, which is great. And so we have now lots of food for thought, but not only that, we have 1 hour to have lunch. So thank you very much. Yeah, sure.
So I just want to end with one note, because I talked a lot about aligning financial incentives. But I want you also to be, when you take the message home, also to be cautious the way we implement the incentives. Because I was having a Zoom call the other day, and a guy was with his phone going back and forth on a swing on his desk. And I asked, why is your phone swinging back and forth on your desk? And he said, oh, it's because my insurance company gives me a premium if I do 10,000 steps a day. And so be careful with what the incentives you put in.
That's very good. That's very good. That's the money issue that always relates to everything. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Ricardo.
So good afternoon. We will start our work in the afternoon. I'm Hélio Moreira. I'm a former president of the Brazilian Society of Coloproctology, and I'm an adjunct professor and chief of the colorectal unit of the Medical School of the Federal University of Goiás. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Miguel, for this kind invitation. I have here on my side Dr. Antonio Pinto da Costa. He's a gastroenterologist at Hospital Puerta de Hierro in Madrid. And it's going to be a very interesting session where Dr. Miguel Mascarenhas, do you know him? Okay, so I don't have to introduce him. Dr. Miguel will talk about a real case application, GI Genius. So Miguel, please.
Thank you. Thank you all again. I just want to start my presentation to do another formal acknowledgement to Medtronic for the support for this event. So this event would not be possible without the support of Medtronic, and we want to foster the partnership between the Faculty of Medicine in other areas beyond endoscopy, also in the departments, in other departments than the endoscopy, in the departments of digital healthcare. And I want personally to acknowledge the support of Karina Ramos, and also which is the Iberia marketing manager, and also obviously to the Portuguese CEO, Luís Pereira. And without further ado, I will start my presentation. So we know that every technology comes from a problem. So we know that 1 in 24 adults will be diagnosed with colon cancer in their lifetime. And we know that this is official data that is probably underreported. So the reality is that it's probably further from this. And this equivalates to being the third most common cause for cancer, with a huge toll worldwide, namely in Europe. We know that this problem has a solution, because 90% of the patients with colon cancer will beat it when we caught it earlier. We know that the miss rate for adenomas is 26%, and we know, more interesting, and putting these huge metrics, than 1%, just 1% in the increase of adenoma detection rate will decrease a 3% risk on the risk of interval cancer. So when we are speaking about increasing sensitivity on 8%, 9%, 10%, it might seem little, but it's actually a lot. I will start this by explaining what is a software as a medical device, because I think this will be critical to understand what is AI that is complying with the FAIR principles, and what is not AI. We know that software as a medical device is a new field. We had Dr. Ricardo Batista later speaking about regulatory affairs, but on digestive healthcare, all the products that are on the market have to be software as a medical device. So it's a field where regulation is strict. And we know that indeed accountability relies on the doctors. However, the class of device will also take in account the kind of decision that the software is making. For example, if it's just detecting polyps as GI Genius, and just detecting is understatement, because it's really important, it should be a class 2. But for example, if we are going to say if the polyp is invading the submucosa, or for example, on a cholangioscopy, if it is a biliary stricture, it must be at least class 3. So accountability will be on the doctors, but will be shared with the machine. So this is an important statement. And we as doctors will have the rule to say to the patient, okay, with AI, you can get this percentage of certainty. Without AI, it's the current gold standard, and that's how we envision the future, and that's how societies are planning on the regulatory part. Going back to this class, I think it's really important, because most of the questions when we speak about AI, and namely GI Genius, is about accountability. So it's a class 2, meaning that GI Genius is here to help, but in the end of the day, we are accountable for the decisions. Most importantly, when you hear about AI must be comply with the FAIR principles, because otherwise AI is not sustainable, not comparable. The studies will be not fair, like the principles FAIR are here stated. So data must be findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable. So if you create an AI that only works, for example, in one device, for example, in one endoscopic brand, it would be rather useless. Imagine like an intranet that only learns from one source, and that could not be comparable. And therefore, the future of software as a medical device must be interoperable solutions, and AI to be able to really be AI. And remember that ChatGPT is called OpenAI for a reason. It has to be interoperable. And GI Genius, it's interoperable, opposed to, for example, other solutions that are not. In the scale of technology readiness level, this is the scale that we use here on the Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Engineering as well. This is the scale where we decide if a technology is ready for implementation. For example, for polyps, we are on the deployment phase. But for example, what about what we heard about ulcerative colitis or Crohn's disease in the morning? These are very conceptual works. They were probably on TRL3. On the IBD session was a work, very interesting work, but with 152 frames. This is very low TRL. Our first works on capsule were low TRL. They were on just single frame capsules. So the point was proving that was possible. Now we're doing in full videos. So when we talk about AI, you have to bear in mind that methodology is more important than the results, because what we know with GI Genius is that for polyps detections, we achieve implementation. We are on the TRL 8. I would not say TRL 9, because TRL 9 needs an extensive implementation, and AI is not part of the screening projects until the moment, but that's the future. This was the first study with an acceptable TRL that led to FDA being approved. This was published on Gut. So as you can see, the result was on a retrospective analysis. They proved to have a high sensitivity with low false negatives and 82% faster reaction time, meaning that it would detect the polyp 82% of the times faster than experienced endoscopies. Even though this was a lower TRL, because the model was not as perfect in terms of sensitivity. It was overpowered in terms of sensitivity and underpowered in terms of specificity. That's why some criticisms in the beginning that GI Genius detected lots of false positives, but since then the technology improved a lot, and it proved to decrease the number of colorectal neoplasia and polyps significantly, and more interestingly, it proved that it leveled experts' colonoscopies with beginners. And this is really interesting because this proves that it democratizes the colonoscopy assessment and levels the evaluation, because quite frankly, myself as a patient, I'm doing a colonoscopy with a resident. It's not my fault that the doctor is not as skilled as the other doctor, or the doctor did not sleep. So it's really interesting to have this second eye leveling things up for the patients. The data set, when we talk about AI, we're talking about data sets. The data set is robust, and that's why it was accepted by FDA. Here is the touch and feel of the technology. You can see that it can, this is in this is in Porto, in real life practice with exams that I performed. Here, non-adenoma and an adenoma, showing that in Europe we already do lesion detection and differentiation. Here are some examples of a small non-adenoma that we could avoid a necessary polypectomy and adenoma. You can see that it can pick up subtle lesions and improve our clinical workflow. So the key takeaways of this presentation is that indeed each increase in the adenoma detection rate has a very significant impact. I would argue that when you talk about innovation, innovation can be disruptive or incremental. I think in colonoscopy the innovation is incremental. However, because the epidemiology, as I told, is so high, this technology has the potential to save millions of lives. Because even if we are already good in detecting polyps, each 1% will have an impact. And so this is the vision, is the perfect integration with the workflow. It means that we can easily launch the project, because one thing is to create an AI technology, and we also know from our experience in other technologies, but one thing is to create a technology that works easily and is not time consuming to switch on. Also to get a second opinion, so the goal is not to replace the doctor, but to have a second eye and a second impartial observer, and the results already have achieved a high degree of evidence, which enables us to propose this to patients with confidence that we'll get better results by using this technology. And the main take-home message is that AI is to stay in colonoscopy. Polyps was indeed, polyp detection and characterization is the first frontier, but I have no doubts that the technology will evolve to other fields of colonoscopy. But we need first victories, and this is the first victory for GI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miguel. I'll ask Dr. Antonio to make his comments.
Ok, Miguel. you've talked about the FAIR principles, which should be the common ground on which we construct our AI models. In your years of experience, which one do you think is the most challenging to achieve or to maintain?
That's an excellent point of view. From the technical aspect, obviously, is interoperability. Interoperability is the focus of our patents. It's quite the challenging part, and but that's how you make your AI scalable. Look. Let's put another example. If we didn't create the model scalable, when we had the other case on the other scope with the Cholangio scope, it would not work. So how can you create an AI that can learn with all this demographic data that, for example, Dr. Ricardo was speaking about, for example, including African population, Asian population, if you don't have any interoperability? If you destroy the interoperability part, you cannot scale the model. And also, it's not really AI because you are not, or it's an AI that doesn't learn from every source. So it's like intranet. So it loses the purpose.
Okay.
Miguel, I thought it was very interesting, your presentation, and I really liked the classification of TRL for the level of evidence that we have. My question is, should we use this scale to define if we are going to use this technology only on clinical trials until we get to a certain level and then spread out for the whole patients, or you have a different idea?
So I think that the scale is really important in academia and R&D scenarios, and also for when we are, for example, evaluating all these works. I don't really care about if the sensitivity is 97% or specificity. I can get it if I have no patient split, no overfit. So the kind of biases that you can have in a work with AI are huge. So when I'm reading a paper, and in our societies, the journals, they have increased a lot from the early days. They now only accept if it's not first paper and it is the first publication, papers with patient split or other mitigation bias, because it's really easy to create a model that detects a thing that is already that the model already saw. So this is basically avoiding overfitting. So when we speak about TRL, is because we are doctors, and as doctors we are most focused on, okay, what is the sensitivity, what is the specificity, but we need to be more educated in terms of data science. And I will give just a key takeaway. You have to see, for example, if the model is just working on steel frames. That's a proof of concept. Then the real step is proving that, okay, you have a model, you're going to integrate in all kinds of scopes, and it's going to work. But most of the publications that you see, exciting new model for endoscopic ultrasound, exciting new model for surgery, are on steel frames. So these are low TRL. So it's acceptable if it is the first one. It is not acceptable, it is the second, or acceptable on a low impact journal. Okay. I hope I was clear.
Yeah, okay. You've shown that maybe experience of the endoscopist might mitigate a little bit the importance of artificial intelligence. But I think there are other things that I would be very interested to know if AI could be helpful, like bowel prep. Maybe everyone had not a very good bowel prep, but you end up going all the way to the cecum. So on these cases, is AI useful for detection of polyps? The other thing is fatigue. Well, if you're an endoscopist, at the end of the day, after you've done 12 colonoscopies, fatigue may play a role in your efficiency to detect small polyps. So maybe AI on this scenario might have also an important role. And the other thing is that when you remove some large polyps, and you end up with a scar, you're never sure if you did removed everything or not. Does AI help you to say, well, you need to expand the margin here because you might have some polyp there? So these are specific situations that I'm curious to know if you have any insight, if it can be helpful.
I have an insight for you, and I've worked on this on this technology. So this would be an different intended use. So it would have to be like accepted by FDA or CE mark. That the model is robust enough to automatically classify bowel prep. So there are works from other groups on colonoscopy. We have done the bowel prep work for colon capsule endoscopy and capsule endoscopy. So we have automatic evaluation of all the bowel prep. This is possible and already on a high TRL, and this is under FDA approval. And for example, to see if the lesion is completely removed, that's not the most focused on colonoscopy, but for example, on high resolution endoscopy, the work that we published, we are looking about residual lesion, and we already proved that AI can pick up the residual lesion, which is an important thing. For example, I know that there are some works on doing that, but not on full videos. But that has been achieved on high resolution endoscopy, and there is no reason it could not be achieved on the colon. It's all a question of data sets and engineers and putting the right data and the right models on board.
Does someone on the auditorium wants to make a question or point some comments? So the last thing that I want to make a comment is maybe AI will increase the rate of polyps that are going to be diagnosed. My question is, what is the clinical impact on that? Because we know that from a small adenoma to a large adenoma, it changes at a rate of 3 to 4% per year. So even if you miss in one colonoscopy and when you're going to do the next colonoscopy, aren't we going to be over-treating, making more diagnoses? That's one point.
Yes, on that remark, Miguel, do you think we are far away, or are we getting closer to strategies in AI-driven models in colon to differentiate between low-grade dysplasia, high-grade dysplasia in order to plan the removal techniques?
Okay, so that's why I think in Europe we are more advanced than the USA, because the technology here in Europe says that the polyp is adenoma, non-adenoma, whereas in the USA it's just detection. And that's why if you ask me, GI Genius, like it is in Europe with detection and differentiation, it has a lot of advantages because you are avoiding unnecessary polypectomy. So if just saying there is a polyp, it's not enough, and the value adding is lower, but with the characterization the value is high. But that's not up to Medtronic, and I know because I'm also on the other side. It's up to FDA to approve that, and right now they haven't done. About low-grade and high-grade dysplasia, there are several works from multiple groups that already prove that as feasible, and it's not that complicated and will come. I don't know which company will do it first. I don't know which group will put it first. It depends on the amount of data they will pretend and how the regulators will decide.
Okay, you want?
Thank you very much.
So I think, Miguel, that we will need some time to see what happens to the population that are screened with AI colonoscopy. And if we see a drop on the interval cancer, then it's proved that this improving in diagnosis is useful too. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. So we'll start now our second case application. The first one was focused on colonoscopy is detecting polyps. This one is how AI can really make an impact on cholangioscopy. So I will be joined by Professor Eduardo Moura. He is current president of Brazilian Endoscopy Society, director of Hospital das Clínicas in São Paulo, and a personal friend. I also have the pleasure to have on my side Dr. Widmer. She is a very accomplished pancreaticobiliary endoscopist and a friend of us. And the three of us have been working together on many projects on US and cholangioscopy. And so I will give now the word to Eduardo Moura. And afterwards, we start with Jessica Widmer. So are you listening from São Paulo, Professor?
Yeah. Thank you so much for inviting me. Congratulations for the fantastic event.
So we will, without further ado, I will ask Dr. Widmer to start the presentation, and then you will lead the comments. Okay, Professor?
So I'd like to thank the course organizers and specifically Miguel for inviting me to come here. It's really amazing to be here and to be able to see everything that Miguel is accomplishing in the field of AI. You're really taking over globally, and I'm glad to be a part of it. And a special thank you to Francisca, who I certainly wouldn't have been here without her and all of her help. So to get started, I'm going to talk about case applications for smart cholangio. I think I'll build a lot on what you heard this morning from Dr. Gonzalez, and hopefully you'll get a North American perspective. So we know there are two different kinds of biliary strictures, benign and malignant. As we focus on malignant biliary strictures in this lecture, you know, it's primarily of the pancreaticobiliary type, but we do see lymphomas and metastatic lesions. And the caveat here is that tissue acquisition is the most challenging for us. ERCP has a low sensitivity for diagnosing biliary malignancy, and that's probably because of insufficient tissue sampling. But also, as mentioned this morning, in a lot of these cases, it can be very difficult for our cytologists to assess the tissue because there may be concomitant inflammatory conditions. So sometimes you're seeing that in benign, but these patients may also have stone disease associated with malignant strictures. They may have been previously stented, and that can make it very difficult for histopathological assessment. So just quickly here, you can see with standard ERCP brush cytology and fluoroscopically guided biopsies, the sensitivity is suboptimal. Cholangioscopy allows us to directly visualize the bile ducts. And there are certain classification systems mentioned this morning. There's the Monaco classification by Amrita Sethi from New York. There's also the Mendoza criteria from Carlos Robles in Ecuador. But there is significant inter-observer disagreement in what we're actually seeing on cholangioscopy. And there's no standardization to what classification system that we should be using. So if we just take a look at this video, you can see a few of the criteria that we use. This is some nodularity. You can see some erythema and maybe some vascularization at the 12 o'clock position. And as we pull the scope back and come a little more distal within the bile duct, you may see a little ulceration. And coming up here at the 7 o'clock position in a moment, here you can see some papillary projections, and those are all suggestive of a malignant diagnosis. And so cholangioscopy allows us to take visually directed biopsies, but you know, there's some discordance between what we're seeing as endoscopists and what our impression is. And we saw this morning that, you know, the sensitivity of our impression endoscopically is upwards of 90%, but we're still not seeing that on a histologic diagnosis. And so the question is, how do we improve? You know, in the past 10, 15 years, there have been other adjuncts to cholangioscopy to try to help us with this. There's NBI, there was confocal endomicroscopy, optical coherence tomography, and none of that really panned out in the sense that while the sensitivity was higher, we lost the specificity that we were seeing just with cholangioscopy. And so a couple weeks ago, I was in a group of leading cholangioscopists in the U.S., and we were kind of talking about what do we need to move forward. We need to be able to target our biopsies to the highest yield locations within the stenosis. And we really need help from industry to improve our accessibilities, specifically the maneuverability of the cholangioscope. We may be able to see what we want to target, but sometimes it can be very difficult to actually get our scope and our forceps where we want to be. And finally, the biopsy forceps really need to be improved. And we do have a second generation of forceps that's a little bit bigger, but we're really getting very tiny pieces, and it's extremely tedious to be able to do so. And that leads me to efficiency. You may not realize if you're not doing these procedures, but it's extremely time consuming. This kind of ERCP is not only diagnostic, but also therapeutic, and some of the most challenging ERCPs to be done. And so we're using cholangioscopy to look and give a visual impression. We're taking these tiny biopsies. And when I say it's tedious, we can really only take 1, perhaps 2 biopsies at a time. Sometimes because of maneuverability of the scope or the patient's anatomy or angulation with the scope, we have to completely remove the cholangioscope from the bile duct, go back in, try to take another biopsy. And then after that, we move on to the therapeutics where we're doing dilations, we're stenting. So this is extremely time consuming and we need efficiency. And so that brings in AI. Where it's going to help us. And the initial study by our group was to look at development and validation of a convoluted neural network for the automatic detection of biliary strictures during cholangioscopy. And just kind of quickly, the study was with over 11,000 images used to train the model. And you can see excellent sensitivity, specificity, and an overall accuracy. And so this is probably the most promising adjunct of all the others that I've mentioned that can really help us with diagnosis. And this next study is really where I joined the team. And I'll talk for a minute about what caught my attention in terms of the research that our team is doing here. We have a tremendous responsibility for our patients to give them an answer in one of the most vulnerable moments in their life. And we also have a responsibility for our multidisciplinary colleagues, the surgeons and the medical oncologists who are depending on us to give them an answer so that we can move forward with patient treatment. And so, for me, I've struggled, with those few scenarios where you're not able to give a patient an answer, you're delaying diagnosis. As mentioned this morning, just the financial burden to our institutions and the emotional toll that it takes on our patients. I really wanted to try to use every opportunity I could to give our patients a diagnosis. And so with this study, in addition to looking at benign versus malignant diagnoses, we're looking at using the model to help target our biopsies. So you can see here over 100,000 images were used to train the model. And then we also validated the testing. And if you're looking at our results, you can see here just from left to right, malignant diagnosis, benign diagnosis, and again, a malignant diagnosis. And the sensitivity and specificity are quite similar to our prior study, 93, 94%, and an overall accuracy of 94%. And here's the most interesting part to me. As I got experience with our app and the model, and I had conversations with Miguel, sometimes I found that the model was generating this heat map to biopsy somewhere other than where I would have biopsied. And so if you look at the first picture on the left, with my training, I probably would have been going after, can you see this? No, you can't see my cursor, but there's kind of the mound of tissue around the 6 o'clock position. And I probably would have gone for that to try to target my biopsies there. But the heat map actually is directing us down towards the ridge in there. And similar to the second picture, I probably would have targeted my biopsies around the 5 o'clock position where it's kind of like, meatier tissue there that I thought I would probably think I could get good yield there. But the heat map is kind of taking us again to that ridge of tissue in the center. The last image, I would probably have targeted that same area, but I think that this really is something that we can also look at in our future studies, just how it's maybe the model is better than us. So I found that very interesting. And here I'll just take you through, this is a completely normal bile duct. You're seeing the biliary confluence. And as we start to withdraw the scope, you're seeing very normal tissue. Without really any abnormalities. And here is a stenosis that is subtle, but does have some concerning features to it. Perhaps here we're seeing some subtle tumor vessels. There is sort of an eccentric nodularity right here at the 2-3 o'clock position. And this is very infiltrative appearing and maybe a real challenge to get a diagnosis in this kind of case. So the strength of our study is that this is the first transatlantic multi-center study looking at cholangioscopy images from 3 different high-volume centers. So we're really expanding to get a diverse patient population and experience. This model was developed and tested in various cholangioscopy devices. As noted this morning, as more are coming on the market, we need to understand how the model interacts. But it does address the interoperability challenge that we're facing. And finally, the classification was compared to the gold standard by biopsy or surgical specimen. Few limitations of this study is that it's retrospective and still based on still frames. So to conclude, adequate tissue acquisition for malignant biliary strictures remains a challenge. Cholangioscopy allows direct visualization, but clinicopathologic diagnosis may still be discordant. And this is where AI really has the potential to change the paradigm of indeterminate biliary stenosis by identifying malignancy and most importantly, targeting our biopsies. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations, Leighton, for excellent presentation. I have some questions for you. How does application smart cholangioscopy utilize artificial intelligence to improve diagnostic accuracy in cholangiocarcinoma cases?
I'm sorry, how is it improving the accuracy?
Accuracy in cholangiocarcinoma cancer.
Yeah, so some of the things that we're looking at when we're training the model are the higher risk criteria that we know. For example, prior studies, including some from Ecuador, but also in our own studies, is to identify, we know that tumor vessels and papillary projections are higher risk lesions. And so our AI model is able to identify those and help us biopsy there.
I have another question for you. What are the advantages of using smart cholangio compared to traditional diagnostic method for cholangiocarcinoma?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of different advantages. One of which I think just using it for a benign versus malignant differentiation may help with standardization with our education for our future fellows. You know, as I mentioned, there are different classifications, but they really haven't been standardized across the board as of yet. And so I think as we're training the newer generation to be able to use this as an adjunct will be efficacious. And most importantly, the biopsies, targeting the biopsies to the highest yield location so that we can have efficiency with our procedures and also a high yield diagnosis. Those are the most important.
Good. How can healthcare facility integrate a smart cholangio in their existing workflows for better patient care?
Yeah, I think this is a big thing. You know, we've highlighted how it's a real challenge in the US, not only with the FDA, but even institutionally. It took us 9 months to get this study approved through our institutional review board. So I think there's a tremendous amount of work ahead of us. But I think, you know, we start by expanding with the attention of our colleagues and support of our colleagues. We need to increase the number of patients that we're doing so we can increase our power and validate what we're doing in our initial studies.
Miguel?
So I will now do some questions and also some remarks. So right now these studies were on steel frames. Right now we have recently published on TIG the first real-life application of 3 cases, 1 on Portugal, 1 on Spain, and 1 on the United States. And furthermore, on the next submission, this was the previous submission to DDW 2023-24. In 25, all the exams will be on full videos, so and in an interoperable scope. So the challenge now is to prove that AI does increase the diagnostic yield of cholangioscopy prospectively, because quite frankly, we already proved that AI is better than the current gold standard at the characterization of biliary strictures. To do that, it was instrumental to have the support of the United States, of Spain, Brazil, and now also United Kingdom. Right now we are 21 centers. And so my question is to Dr. Widmer, if AI proves with big RCTs, large RCTs, to be indeed superior to biopsies, even though we know that AI can also increase the diagnostic yield of biopsies. But let's imagine that AI is 99% or 98% of the time correct, and we still have like only 70% of biopsy accuracy because the fragments are so tiny. Do you think that AI can take over biopsy with time? Did you understand my question?
Yeah, I understand. I knew that one was coming. That's a tough question. I think it would be easier to convince our surgeons. I think it's very difficult. You know, I don't know what everyone's practice is like, but in the US, for oncologists to give chemotherapeutic agents or immunotherapy without a diagnosis, it's just not, we're nowhere close to that happening because of medical legal issues. And the other reason to still consider biopsies is because, as mentioned this morning, our medical oncologists want enough tissue for molecular testing to try to target therapies for patients. If there's, particular mutation that may respond to a different therapy, they're asking now, and I tell them, unless there's a node for me to FNB or a mass that, we don't think is going to contribute to seeding or affect a surgery that I can FNB, I'm just not going to be able to get that kind of tissue for you, but it's a big request.
Yes, and then a second difficult question, because we saw a technology, we saw today was about AI and digestive healthcare, so it was a very plural session where we saw AI applications that is just, for example, detecting blood on capsule endoscopy, where the decision is easier. But for example, here, biliary strictures, if AI, once AI is approved for used outside of the clinical research where we are using, it's a question for both Dr. Widmer and Professor Eduardo. Do you think, I will give my personal opinion as well, do you think that AI should be accountable, or we should be accountable if AI is proving superlative? Because for the moment AI is proving superlative for us. Do you think that who is going to take accountability? The doctor or the model?
I think it's always going to come down to the doctor.
It's the same. I have a question about this topic. How user-friendly is the interface of smart cholangio for healthcare professional with varied level of technical expertise?
Yeah, I think this goes along this lens to the need for efficiency. The model is very easy to interface with. We're using spyglass cholangioscopy in my institution, and it's very easy. I'm not so technical, and I can connect it within a matter of a minute. And to simply use the app, you're clicking on 3 different tabs. You can use Smart Cholangio, which essentially is just giving you a ratio of benign versus malignant projections. You can switch then to look at papillary projections, and another option to look at tumor vessels, and then simply hit another tab to generate your heat map. So it's extremely user-friendly.
So excellent answer. I think I have a slightly different view. I think that the role of the doctor will be to propose, we'll say like AI without cholangioscopy without AI. Is this percent accurate? With AI, is this accurate? Is this percent accurate? Because indeed, without AI, our diagnostic yield is subpar. So I think that we as doctors will propose the use of the technology, but we cannot be accountable in the end of the day. So I think we will have to give the power to the patient to decide. And this, I think, this will be like what the regulatory bodies are expecting. And I think that even though I would love cholangioscopy to be class 2, that would mean we could bring it quicker to the patient. I think we need more validation, and we need to really propose this to the patients and see, look, without AI is this percent of sensitivity and specificity. With AI is this, but we cannot be liable for a wrong decision of AI, because this will deter us from use AI, and it's not fair for us to take that accountability. So if AI is superhuman, it should be accountable. So I think we should propose and involve patients on the decision. I see there is a question from Dr. Barroso.
Yes, I have a question for Drs. Widmer and Mascarenhas. So how do you train the model when the gold standard of biopsy is so low? I mean, sensitivity of maybe 50-ish%, and then Dr. Widmer, your eye's sensitive 90%. So do you have to go back and get more samples? I mean, in the HRA world, if I biopsy something and I think it's HSIL, then it's not. Too bad for me, I have to go back and biopsy again, but it's a lot more accessible to me than to get into a bile duct. And then one final comment is, we seem to have convinced the oncologist and the surgeons for like hepatocellular carcinoma. Like we take MRI and we say we image and we get the diagnosis that way. I send patients for treatment, they'll get readily treated and with almost never getting a biopsy, because of course it has some morbidity associated with it. So that's just one comment. Hopefully we can get them there as well. And then my question about the technical aspect of figuring out the gold standard.
Yeah, so for the initial study and where I think, the group of cholangioscopists who are talking about efficiency, we really, beyond taking the targeted biopsies with a cholangioscope, may also be doing those standard fluoroscopy guided biopsies. We may also be doing brush cytology. We may be sending our brush cytology for fish. There are so many aspects to tissue acquisition that lead to us finally getting an answer, but it's extremely tedious. And what was your other question? Sorry.
No, that makes sense. So it's almost like a combined endpoint, like an HRA would use cytology and biopsy and HPV-16 and so on and so forth. And then the other one was just a comment about MRIs and HCC, and we've gotten the surgeons and oncologists on board there. So hopefully we can follow suit.
Yeah, I think about this. I was thinking about it this morning also during the hepatology lecture, where that's really the model for us and how we want to follow.
Just a small comment on your question, because you're also a partner for us. And when I presented in Puerto Rico, I started with cholangioscopy, so the logic is the same. So long story short, when we don't have cholangioscopy, we don't put on the data sets. Cholangioscopies are harder to get than high-resolution endoscopy, so it's a nightmare to get data. That's why we are with NYU, with Chicago, with São Paulo, Portugal, multiple sites in Spain, and we are doing this UK now, and it's much harder to get than a high-resolution endoscopy where we know that we'll get material from each exam. So we end up not using all the exams that we could, so it's not a high-volume technique, so it's really difficult to get volume, but well, we are leading the efforts, and we, because we are a team, are very thankful for all the players that are joined, all the players from all the different countries and institutions that are joining, and right now we are a friendly group from 5 countries, and I think I can speak on behalf of Dr. Widmer, Professor Moura, Mariano, and all the leaders that we have in the world.
Miguel, I think that what you pointed out about accountability, in that scenario, I think no one should be responsible for a misdiagnosed. We live this on our daily basis. Like when we have a patient with rectal cancer and we do radiotherapy, preoperative radiotherapy, and you think that there might be some tumor yet there, you biopsy, there's no tumor, but you think there is, you recommend an APR, and then the specimen comes with no disease. So this is a science limitation. It's when you compare what you're presenting, the AI with 99%, we have to compare with the accuracy of biopsy, which is 50%.
Yes.
So even if it makes a mistake, I think it's reasonable to see that it was an improvement.
Excellent question, and I will answer, and then I'm sorry, but we'll have to finish. That's an excellent question. So I think we are speaking the same. I will rephrase. I think that we cannot, as doctors in the future, have the paternalistic approach to the patients. I think cholangioscopy is the perfect case example where, okay, AI is saying malignant, but the biopsy say inconclusive. I don't think we should take the decision. I think, okay, look, the evidence with AI from these studies are this, and then we propose, and then we involve the patient on the decision. Because if for somewhat reason it is not benign, for example, it's not a sclerosing cholangitis, and it is a cholangiocarcinoma, I think that the patient should be involved and know what is with AI and know what is without AI. That's why the product should only be in the market when we have strong RCTs proving. Just a small note, we are trying that this doesn't come to this point, and we are doing strategies to increase the diagnostic yield, and that's what we are starting on next January, and that's why I'm coming on December to New York and to enjoy Christmas lights, but also to work on not having to put this difficult question to the patient. So thank you very much. We'll pass now to the session. Obrigado, professor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Obrigado. Congratulations, Jessica and Miguel. Thank you so much.
He's a distinguished professor from our University of Porto, of our Faculty of Medicine. He's a key expert on bioethics, and as we've seen today, bioethics play a huge role on AI. And it is my pleasure to present one of my professors as a student. And without further ado, let's start this new session, please.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished speakers from abroad. Thank you very much for the invitation. Well, as it was told, my name is Rui Nunes. I'm a Portuguese physician, but I dedicated my huge part of my life to bioethical issues. And in the last couple of years, I was the coordinator at the Portuguese National Council of Ethics of the white paper on ethics and AI, bioethics and AI, and so it is a sum up of this reflection that I'm going to present. Of course, not all members of the National Council of Ethics have the same feelings about it, but I would say to begin that at least my point of view is that I feel that AI is a huge change of paradigm in medicine in society. I know that this is not the mainstreaming. Mainstreaming is that AI is just another tool, a very important tool, such as the cell phone or internet or the email, but I feel it is different, at least from a bioethical perspective. And why? First of all, because AI has very distinctive capacities and skills. The capacity to learn and to teach other AI systems. The capacity to, in the future, in the near future, to move in this physical space, physical space. An autonomous robot will be able to do that and to sit just next to you. The capacity to make intellectual associations. The bright minds that developed AI, I'm only someone that is reaching AI by the outside, but the ones that developed AI in a form very near to the human mind and human intelligence. That's why it is very difficult to understand how AI can reach certain conclusions, and it will be a major challenge to humanity to deal with this issue. The capacity, as Yuval Harari has very well pointed out, to master human language. We feel it is completely a quiet issue, that, but the capacity to deal and to manage human language is in some way astonishing, and conflict of interests. I believe AI will be very important for humanity, but nevertheless, I think this should make us think about it. This capacity to deal with the human language, to transform human language in ways that we are not seeing very well right now. So it is a huge challenge. It brings many ethical issues that I will not have the time to say here and to reflect on. But nevertheless, I would say that in medicine, in particular, it will be a major challenge. Why? First of all, because it will be a revolution in every area of medicine. Last week, last Friday, I was at the Portuguese National Conference of the Dentistry, and it was presented a robot that implants teeth in the jaw. It was presented in China, and in Singapore and China, medical dentistries are in panic because they are afraid to lose their jobs. This is the real world in AI right now as we speak. The same in many other areas, in psychology, in nutrition, etc. And of course in all medical specialties. Everything that has image, as you know, probably AI will be much more effective than the human mind to make a diagnosis and to propose the due course of action. So that is why I believe it is really a change of paradigm. And of course, we must appreciate everything that could do for us, but taking into account the ethical and legal issues of AI in modern societies. I just heard the last panel, and I feel, for instance, that the medical liability system will be completely changed with AI. Because as you know, and I have a lot of experience because I am also a member of the Medical Legal Council in Portugal for more than a decade. And as you know, when a physician, for instance, makes a surgery or makes a diagnosis and he is negligent, we must demonstrate his guilt in that particular course of action. Because it is not only because there is wrongdoing that he is guilty and is liable. But my question is if in the future, for instance in diagnosis, for instance in surgery, a robotic surgery, in neurosurgery for instance, does the surgery and the physician, as you know, in the language of AI in the future or in the present, is called, as you know, the co-pilot of AI. In the future, physicians will be, at least in some circumstances, co-pilots of AI. How should the liability system evolve? Who is to blame? The surgeon, physician, the robot, the company that developed the system, the organization, the hospital, for instance, the São João Hospital where we are in, should be the hospital, the responsible for the wrongdoing to the patient. We should think about it, not only at the national level, but at the international level. There are solutions, but I really don't know why we are not discussing these solutions, because in the end, the physicians, namely in this specialty, will be challenged with these issues if the results are not the ones that are expected. So AI will be a revolution, even in everyday basis of the patient-physician relation, because as you know, there are already AI systems that record the sound of the physician-patient relation, but they don't limit to record and to put it in the patient electronic record. No, they make suggestions of diagnosis, of medication, and so it will be very interesting to deal with these issues. And how should the individual physician respond to a suggestion of an AI system that, as we saw in the previous discussion, probably will be more effective than the most brilliant human mind? So how will the physician in the future respond? My personal opinion is that AI is an excellent instrument, but it will help the good physicians to be even better. I'm not sure what the result will be for the not so good physicians, so we should strive only to have good physicians. So AI will be a revolution in even in patient-physician relationship. In hospital management, for instance, in the operational management of a hospital, in dealing with e-health and telemedicine, in public health pandemics, for instance, it was already used in public health for contact tracing, etc. So it will have a huge impact everywhere, and of course also in research and teaching. Here at the University of Porto, we are already trying to deal with that issue, because as you know, one of the problems of AI is in some way the lack of explainability. And as you know, when someone does a research project, it is fundamental that we know for sure how every step of the research was done, so that an external team can reproduce that research project and obviously reach the same conclusions. If the human mind cannot understand how AI develops a certain path, I ask, how can we supervise the conclusion of a specific research project? Moreover, other important issues, namely in your area, for instance, patent law. How does patent law evolves if a specific result was reached not by the human mind, so it is not really an invention of the human mind, but it was a product of different AI systems, namely of the generative AI. So there are all these profound questions that we must deal. So congratulations to the organization. Just to let you know that, of course, there are very stringent ethical issues that should be dealt with. First of all, the problem of human liberty. Does AI systems will in the future restrain human liberty? How will our thinking, our way of life will evolve with artificial intelligence? As you know, it is very probable, I don't want to frighten anyone, that we will reach a moment of singularity, that is a specific moment in time where society is so overwhelmed by AI that humans will have a hard time developing, well, not only developing further, but building these systems. There is some sound here. It's because it's singularity that is paving the way. And of course, it becomes for another discussion, and not here. It's a more philosophical one. If singularity will be only technological, so technology overwhelms humans, or if it will be really an ontological singularity. But that's another discussion that we should also approach. So the problem of not only of legal personhood of AI, but also the problem of moral personhood and cybernetic personhood of AI, but that's for another discussion. But I feel it will be a discussion in the very near future. Secondly, the problem of protection of privacy. Privacy is one of the most fundamental values of human democracy and of human societies. If we lose privacy, we lose the democratic foundations of our societies. In fact, it is the main difference between a democratic society and an undemocratic one is the way that we treat privacy. And of course, the treatment of personal data is very strongly connected with that. So I don't have the time. I only have 1 minute and 47 seconds. But nevertheless, just to point out that it is fundamental that in medicine and in research, we are very, dedicate a lot of time understanding the problem of protecting personal privacy and protecting personal data. It doesn't mean that we cannot use the data from patients for research, to be quite clear, but we have to be sure that we use them only for purposes that are proportionate and that really for the common good. Because otherwise, what can happen? Society may lose faith in not only digital systems, in AI, and even in medicine. I'm not sure if our international colleagues are aware, but in Europe with the GDPR, the law that protects privacy, there is a new fundamental right that is the right to be forgotten. Meaning that someone can ask in the future for his or her data to be expelled from the digital system. So imagine what happens in a hospital, in a public healthcare system if that happens. So again, protecting privacy is of utmost importance. To finish, all these technologies should be implemented independently of the healthcare systems and of the welfare states that we are building, but should be implemented to promote equality and not to explore inequalities and vulnerabilities. And it is very easy to have a more unequal society if we don't use properly these technologies. It is very easy. And new inequalities, for instance, inequalities based on generation. Because as you know, new generations are much more prone to use these technologies than older generations. So we should use, and every medical society should have this in mind, that this technology should be used to serve all people, and not only a small group of persons. When you speak, just to close up, of the new wave of personalized medicine, as you know, personalized medicine and precision medicine is the gold standard of medicine. But we wish that these technologies promote this vision, this new vision of medicine, but not only for a small group of people, but for humankind in general, because otherwise people will lose faith in these technologies. So, to conclude, thank you very much again. It is very important that these technologies are used, are implemented, always with the human in the loop, with a huge supervision of all these systems. And just to close up, I'm very proud that as an European, I'm a Portuguese, but I'm also an European, and that Europe has just passed the AI Act, that for some people is a regulatory instrument that will put some limits to the development of medicine. But I think it's a huge sign to humanity that these technologies must respect human dignity and human rights. Thank you very much for your attention.
Pedia, por favor, ao professor João Fonseca e ao professor Miguel Mascarenhas que se dirigissem à mesa. Vamos ouvir agora o professor Pedro Gouveia.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you very much for the invitation for this lovely event. So today I have the mission. Okay, so today I have the mission to speak about digital healthcare and AI in Portugal, current state of the art, which is kind of difficult because, well, you heard this morning and all over the way how GI and AI is the current state of the art that is being played here by Miguel and his team in Portugal, but all over the world, and the number one in this field. But then if you approach Portugal, that's much more difficult, some more disclosures. And regarding the current state of the art in our country, well, let's start with our National Emergency Medical Institute, and that they are lacking of people, technicians. They want to hire more than 100 people, and they are lacking more than 877,000 hours of extra time to fulfill the mission of this emergency line. And they are discussing if they are going to make this a private or a non-private company, public. And these are the discussions that are being made within this field of very important issue. And then there is a company, a Portuguese company based in the north of Portugal, that offers to help with the solution of AI with virtual agents to assist in this critical mission. But the tragedy of this is that actually this is being played all over the world. We are a poor country, and we have to look for richer countries, how they behave and what are their choices. And this is the 911 operations in the United States. And this is a publication of this year in August, reporting for a study that took place this year on April. And the AI system that was implemented in the 911 operations have increased the efficiency by 7 to 10%. So in 3,000 calls, in almost 10,000 calls, 3,000 calls were identified as a non-emergency or general information queries that were resolved without a call taker interaction with a technician. Now, this showcasing a remarkable 30% improvement in operational efficiency. And we are still discussing how to hire more technicians, and we need extra time, more than 877,000 hours of extra time to put our medical emergency line working properly and not to fail on critical missions. But we do have a strategy. So in 2019, it was published by the government, a national strategy on artificial intelligence. It was a framework, a mainstream to all kind of industries, not applied to healthcare. There is no mention of the word healthcare in this document, to seek for research and innovation regarding AI in our society. But of course, this was a theoretical exercise, and we did not have in Portugal any kind of specific funding for artificial intelligence. We do now have a program for the next 10 years called PT 2030, which has some funding that we might say that could be for AI research, innovation, and development, but in the field of a pillar that they have, which is digitalization. So it's not accurately intended for artificial intelligence and not specifically mentioning artificial intelligence for healthcare. So we are lacking actually a national strategy for AI in our country applied for healthcare. And this is, I think it's quite remarkable, and I think we need to think about how we should build this framework and to apply for the conditions. And please don't forget, investment is needed. So without money, we cannot proceed in this mission, in this task. So this was written in 2019, so it's kind of difficult to say what is the current state of the art of AI in healthcare in our country. But let's take a look to other countries. So before that, just to mention that recently a commission of AI or a medical Portuguese association has been created to discuss these issues. But let's see what is happening in other countries. So in 2017, the healthcare British minister has ordered a report, and he called Mr. Eric Topol. Eric Topol is a famous US cardiologist and a researcher on digital health. And through 2 years, they have made a remarkable and a unique work in the world that has never been done before on how to prepare the healthcare workforce to deliver the digital future as a strategy. So we just know you don't need just money. You need to see what is happening and how to implement this advent of AI and digital health in the future. And established 4 areas of intervention. Genomics, and obviously today genomics deal with a lot of tools with AI, which would be impossible not to use it. Digital health, technologies based on artificial intelligence, and obviously robotics. 3 principles were described to support the deployment of these digital healthcare technologies in the society. So patients need to be involved as partners, obviously, no one questioned that. The healthcare workforce needs expertise and guidance to evaluate these new technologies, to make a choice and to use it. So educational programs on technological literacy are needed so that our doctors, our healthcare professionals can use and understand how it works, these systems. And of course, the gift of time. So we need to also to be efficient in all our process that we do care about in our daily clinical practice. So there is a transformation with AI in healthcare, and the previous speaker has mentioned about it, and it's just not a new internet, it's much more than that. We'll redefine the way we deal with machines in the future, specifically in healthcare. But as was also discussed by Miguel today, so you should see AI as a medical device in a form of software. And in Europe specifically, we have specific entities that regulate the certification of this software as a medical device. They are called notifying bodies. And because we are speaking about the current state of the art of AI in Portugal, I must say that we don't have a single notified body in Portugal. And so this means that for class 2 and above medical devices, you need an international agency to get your certification for your software as a medical device. And this is a problem because, you know, if you apply today for a notifying body to have your product certified, you will wait, you will be on a waiting list more than 1 year just to start working. Of course, you can do other things with quality systems, but nevertheless, this is something that impairs the development of these technologies. But I also highlight what happened 2 years ago within the PRR funding program for companies, and there are two major consortiums applied for healthcare. One is led by Prologica and the other one by Unbabel, a Portuguese startup, a unicorn, that is developing this system, the Halo, which is specifically designed, among other things, and for patients that suffers from amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. So due to malfunction of the cerebral cortex, these patients have an inability to move and also to communicate. And this could be a device attached to the brain of the patients to help them to communicate with other human beings, which is something very unique of what humans can do, and providing some useful meaning for these kind of technologies to assist patients in need. So sometimes we also are very enthusiastic with these kind of technologies. Just when we go to a store buying some gadgets, we arrive at home and then we realize that probably we don't need that device too much. And sometimes in medicine we have this problem of wanting to use technology no matter the problem that we are facing, and sometimes we just ruin with an investment with something that actually you don't need. Now, my team also, I'm leading the digital surgery lab at Champalimo Foundation, and we have building this ecosystem with patients, doctors, engineers, scientists, to build meaningful technologies to assist, in this case, breast cancer patients. So just as a matter of curiosity, we are building some spaces within the clinic to incorporate new imaging modalities that can be important later on the current mainstream for surgeries, mainly breast cancer conservative surgeries. And also at Champalimo Foundation, last year we have launched a new program. It's the warehouse. So we have 3 buildings, and there is a 4th one that was used for the fishermen's, that will be refurbished as the first global digital therapeutics institute to create an ecosystem with deep tech innovation, to bringing together technology, science, art, and design to create a new arm of medicine that could be also correlated with digital therapeutics. Digital therapeutics as the main example of using a game to replace a pill. Example, a patient with stroke that can use a game to reinforce physiotherapy and to establish new connections within neurons to reestablish the function lost during the stroke. Now in Portugal also, we have this unicorn, Sword, probably you have heard about it. It's a big company that uses AI to assist patients at home doing physiotherapy and exercise in different scenarios and within different pathologies. So take a look in the website. So this is built by Portuguese engineers, entrepreneurs, researchers, just like Miguel, and it's important to understand that we have some of these players in the field. Appeal, another Portuguese startup that also deals with frameworking processes within the patient's journey using AI. Healhcare, still not there, but trying to push also within AI with their framework, specifically for patients that are at home with cardiovascular disease and respiratory diseases. Tony Cap, also from our professor from these institutions, Daniel Anastasios, that also uses artificial intelligence in their process, applied for clinical cases or medical images. But it's important to understand also how Gen AI is impact healthcare worldwide. And again, we don't have a strategy, nor in the healthcare, nor how to apply this in operations that could boost efficiency in hospitals. And I bring you the example of Dana-Farber in US that published later this year in March how they implement ChatGPT in just 6 months in their institutions with a very strict policy for operations and research, but not as a decision support system. If the doctor uses as a decision support system, the liability will be on the own of the doctor because he will use this technology on a way that is not approved to do so. But this ambient artificial intelligence, you know, they are all over the world. I'm just going to showcase you one of these examples and then to show what some companies are trying to do here in Portugal. With sound, please. Can you give me sound? So this is simulating a medical appointment with a patient. Can you give me sound, please?
We'll pretend that Auntie has fallen ill and he's booked an appointment with me.
All right, let's start.
And here's what the visit might then look like.
Hi.
Hi, Auntie. What brings you here?
I have a sore throat and fever, I think.
Okay, sorry to hear that. When did your symptoms begin?
Like 2 days ago.
Okay.
2 days ago, yeah.
Okay. And you said you had a fever. How high has that been?
It was 38.5 this morning.
Okay, that's quite high. Any other symptoms at all?
No, that's funny. No, not really.
So no cough?
No.
Okay, right. And are you generally healthy? Do you have any pre-existing conditions?
Pretty healthy, but I have high cholesterol, so I take medication for that.
Okay, but let's take a closer look. Would you open your mouth wide for me? Right, your tonsils are quite red, and there's also some white coating on them. Your lymph nodes are also quite swollen on your neck. I'll just take my stethoscope here and listen to your heart and lungs. Your lungs sound clear, and your heart also sounds good. So the heartbeat is regular, and there's no murmurs. I'll quickly look in your ears as well. Right, the left one seems fine, and the right one actually is blocked with earwax, so poor visibility there. We definitely need to rule out bacterial tonsillitis. So I'm going to make a referral to the lab, and we'll take a throat swab.
Okay.
And so please, if you just go to the lab, and we'll go from there.
All right. Yeah.
And now, usually at this point, I would have to start typing. But instead, with our solution, I actually have a really nice draft.
So just as a remarkable example of how to use Gen AI in simple appointments, saving time to doctors, to what is the most critical with human interaction with the patient. In the United States, 42% of medical groups are using this technology, and we need also to start using it in our country. And so we should be ready for these AI assistants for doctors. And there are a couple of examples. Magical is a Portuguese startup that uses an LLM language to these use cases for ambient AI. So take a look. It's €1 per hour of usage that can transform what you do. Just to make a clear distinction between what is most advanced and like a dream that could happen with AI, but we have some basic tools that we can start using them tomorrow with very meaningful impact in our society. And that's what I would like to share with you. And well, thank you very much once again.
Well, hi again. It's lovely to see you all here, continue to be here after all these hours and incredible sessions that we have been having here today, and really how to shape the future. And of course, as I will be talking with you with emerging careers in healthcare, I, of course, will also be talking about the bachelor's degree in digital health and biomedical innovation that started in September, and we actually have some of the students here. But of course, when we talk about the future always finds a way to surprise us, especially if you want to think about very far ahead in the future or very different visions from what is the present, like this bridge of the Star Trek Enterprise a few decades ago. We now can laugh and say, oh, well, most of the things will not happen, and what we think that will be in these places that are there will also not happen. But some of the principles are there, and of course, if we look at the near future, then we can make better provisions. Well, this is the estimates that World Economic Forum made last year. Well, maybe it's not a quarter, it will not be a quarter, and maybe it will not be in the next 5 years. But I'm sure that most of us believe that given the sufficient amount of time, it will be most, if not all, the jobs. So we need to prepare for that, and also need to prepare, and I'll be talking 3 times during this presentation about how healthcare worldwide is being challenged. And one is, of course, as previously mentioned today, the lack of healthcare professionals all over the world, and this is the estimates by WHO for 6 years from now. And of course, if we have this lack of resources, of human resources, maybe we need other ways to work. Because from the beginning of this century, at least, we know that continue to banging our heads against the wall that are the challenge of healthcare does not work, but we'll continue to do that, and we continue, and Pedro has already mentioned, we continue to say we have to have hire more people and put the clinicians to do more overtime and more overtime, leading to what is happening, which is the burnout, and actually many clinicians leaving the clinical activities, which of course worsens the problem. So how do we get here? And it has been a marvelous journey. We saw today incredible examples of what has been achieved using this long process where from ancient times, as Professor Altamiro told, the shamans and priests and so forth start, and then some rationality started, and we continue to have more and more knowledge, for instance, anatomic knowledge and so forth, and we have the barber surgeons and the apothecaries. And then in the 19th century, then we started to have a more and healthcare professions more like we have today, with physicians, with surgeons, and the important starting of the nursing careers. And then we have the explosion in the last decades of the 20th century. Why I mention this explosion? Because we now have a second explosion. Well, we can count, it's like software versions, we can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and many times that is called 5, medicine 5.0. I don't like that much, so much, but I do like to acknowledge that since I was born many decades ago, the professions in healthcare completely changed, and we now have a second explosion, of course, with technology advancements, and hopefully this time with patient-centered care. So what we have here is a very simplified version of what are the healthcare professionals today. Actually, these are from Portuguese institutions, but of course this is so simplified. For instance, only in the medicine, in the first box, there are currently 40 specialities in Portuguese medical board, and of course in nursing and pharmaceutical and so forth, so many different professions. And we still need, for instance, in Portugal, geriatrics that it seems it's not especially yet, which is something weird for me. But anyway, as I mentioned, we had an explosion in life science professionals working in health sector. And this has really been completely life-changing for healthcare in the last decades. And what we have been seeing now is the start of this new explosion of careers in digital and data professionals. And you can notice that in digital and data professions, I included some aspects that you may say, but this is not digital and data. Well, for me, it is impossible to have a patient experience specialist if you don't have data, and not doing it digitally, it will be, quite impossible. And of course, hopefully, management will also have data and digital. So I do believe that although these are current professions that are available, these are the next revolution that from the last decade until the end of this one will happen. But as mentioned, this is the second time I will mention how dangerous challenge is the healthcare system all over the world. And I always show this image because I prefer to see it as a climber which will easily climb this rock and these challenges. But for that, maybe what we really need is solutions, training, tools, and teams. And the training, of course, has been one of the main role that I have now is academic. Of course, training is the more important in my biased view. And it has also been quite important to discuss in Davos conference this year, where clearly there is a growing consensus that the role of higher education needs to change. And as currently is being debated, a revision of the medical curriculum here at medical school, it is quite interesting to see how we're going to deal with this emphasis on skills. And what again, World Economic Forum says about skills overall, not in healthcare, but I think that are very, very much adequately applied to healthcare, is that we need improving cognitive skills, and we need self-efficacy, especially what is lifelong learning, curiosity, resilience, and also attention to detail. And of course, we also need management skills, technology skills, of course, and working with others. So these are really important issues that we need to address. And when we look in a summarized way of how I would summarize the emerging areas that are being developed in healthcare. Of course, we have digital health and artificial intelligence with telemedicine specialists, with digital health data analysis, and of course, algorithm developers, medical AI ethics, as we see, completely fundamental. But then the precision medicine from genomics specialists to bioinformaticians and so forth, and also engineers that can be robotic engineers, that can be 3D bioprinting engineers or technicians or researchers, nanomedicine researchers. Well, this can be, as I mentioned before, the future. I don't know what are the terms, but we do know the need that we have for these different areas, of course, and then cross-disciplinarity that I include here, some aspects related to data and informatics. And these are current job offers that I show when I go to schools, try to convince students to go to this new course. And these are actually job offers, and of course there are many different terms. And these, of course, I didn't have to translate because the new job offers are always written in English, not in Portuguese. So I did not have to translate. But again, we see different areas, and we see different types of work that is being done. So we need to change and or improve the training. And I would like to show us what is some of the postgraduate training that we do here in healthcare science and technologies, with doctoral programs in clinical and health service researches, and also one in health data sciences. Of course, there are others that are quite relevant, including bioethics, for instance, but then master degrees also, for instance, in medical informatics. We have been training for almost 20 years and more than 500 graduates on medical informatics, both from healthcare and informatic backgrounds. So what this work for many years led us was to understand that we need this new bachelor degree to be a hand that not only reach to the other side, being the technology or healthcare, but also try to pick up that guy that is hanging on the rock, that is healthcare. And of course, to foster and to accelerate digital transformation and innovation processes, and really response to the health sector as a whole. And this is why, as we can see here and in the next slide, we wanted to do a very broad consortium, let's say, to both from academic part and also from all the subsectors of healthcare, including, not that they are more important, but because maybe it's not so obvious, including patient associations that can have the possibility to have inputs and to update what our students need to learn as time goes by and as the Star Trek bridge changes. So we need to train these professionals that should know, hybrid professionals, let's say, that know the concepts and language of human biology and healthcare, but also have known the fundamentals, concepts and practical skills in medical informatics, in data sciences, some aspects in management and biomedical innovation. And so we need people that first of all make bridges between different disciplines and different types of professionals that are working on healthcare, but also be able to participate from all the stages, from the design to the implementation and to the evaluation of digital transformation and innovation processes in health. So very briefly, what we have here is the structure and scientific areas that are common to all students. We have the clinical care and health services, we have the data sciences, the human biology and informatics in a very similar time allocated to them, and then we have a smaller on management that comes issues like project management, innovation management, or even entrepreneurship, and of course health economics and healthcare and health technologies economic evaluation. And what about the third year? We need then to have a start to go to a more specific fields, and the students who in a couple of years' time will have to choose the first ones that are here, one of these four options: data analysis and artificial intelligence, that of course with this type of sessions will be much more chosen, and that's good, but also biomedical research or bioinformatics, clinical research and innovation, and also health information systems and telehealth. So a very complex program, but a very broad and a very needed program if we want to address the healthcare challenges and want to ensure that technologies such as the one that is being mentioned here today are really adopted and have a true impact on healthcare. And I finish with the digital anamorphosis, a concept that together Jean Bousquet we thought about, like in art. I don't know if you are familiar with the concept of anamorphosis in art, but it means that in art we have the possibility to some things we can only see clear from a specific perspective when we look at the painting, or if we have an object like this metal piece here to understand what is being created. And I truly believe that digital tools and data-driven strategies are the ones that can have a clear impact on the very distorted image that we have in healthcare still today. So thank you so much.
I will just do a brief sum up of the session. So we have the honor to have with us Professor Rui Nunes. He is the International Chair of Bioethics. This is the largest bioethics society. So if anyone from the audience has questions, please feel free to ask. Furthermore, we have the Vision from Lisbon, where they are doing a different approach, but also converging with our vision for digital healthcare and AI. And we have a lecture on the state of the art on AI. And afterwards, we saw Professor João that founded and is the director of a new degree in 200 years of history of our university, of our Faculty of Medicine, which is an hybrid course, and it is a course that will indeed transform the landscape of healthcare. So I will leave the questions to the audience and also to the professors if they want to do any further comments.
Thank you. Simple question. The use of ChatGPT-4, is that GDPR compliant? If I want to start using it next week, whose permission do I need?
That's a tough question. First of all, I would say that it depends what version that you are using, and I would strongly argue that we will have problems using servers that are not in Europe. We'll have problems in using technology that is not approved in Europe, because as I know, the ChatGPT is not approved in Europe in terms of GDPR and even in the new AI Act. So I think that we have would have some problems to do it next week or even in next year, and maybe that's not that bad. Because I was very much intrigued, and I hope that I didn't understand right, and I will read about it when Pedro said that, well, the organization adopted the ChatGPT everywhere in the organization, but he said, no, this is only for research. If you do it for clinical care, you are the one that is liable. I think this is surely not the old story, because that will be really something that we need to think better. So these are also a regulation problem. But I don't know if you have.
I don't have any comments on that. Just to say that well, there is a fundamental problem with generative AI. That is the data that fueled ChatGPT and other AI generative systems. Because from now a strict ethical point of view, these are data that belong to someone. And so, of course, it is a tool that will be used by everyone, namely the youngsters. I feel that there is no student here at the Faculty of Medicine that does not use ChatGPT or similar tools. But it should lead us to think about it. What about human creation, human invention? Will the human reasoning and human intelligence will be better off with those tools or not? Of course, it is easier for that specific moment, but I'm not sure what the consequences will be on the long run from a more philosophical approach and even from an ethical approach. Because as you know, for instance, when you make a study or a paper regarding ethical issues, of course, what ChatGPT does is to go on data regarding the main ethical instruments and main values of mankind, of humankind, to be more specific. But we are not sure, first, how will humanity evolve. And for instance, if autocratic regimes will be more prosperous in the future, probably the human rights-based doctrine will be, well, at least compressed. And I do not disregard the possibility, and that's of course speculation, that generative AI and together with other AI systems may develop another sort of ethics. So I would say that it is very important that we keep discussing those issues. And of course, there are more practical ones of liability, and I think it is not only in clinical practice, but also in research that who uses those tools will be accountable by its use and by the consequences of the use. And of course, there are more stringent problems such as authorship, plagiarism, authenticity, evaluation. That's something for universities and research centers to deal with, and also hospitals, because many research is performed in hospitals and institutes. It's not only for academics to deal with this issue. And I would be very cautious, and I would always have some human oversight on that. On the conclusions of generative AI. Always to read, to think it over, because at least for the time being, the responsibility and the accountability is the one who use it.
So just for a clarification, so when I meant as operations and research and not clinical decision support system, so by operations is like the example of using Gen AI to transcribe a medical conversation between a doctor and the patient that is then fulfilled on a form. So that can be used without being considered as a medical device today. But just let me finish. If you want to start using ChatGPT tomorrow, probably you are not ready for it. I need to explain you why. This year, a couple of months ago, there was a publication on JAMA from Stanford. So there was a group of medical doctors from Stanford, 50. They were split in two groups. One group, 25, could use ChatGPT. The other one could not use it and has to use their normal references. Now, the performance by solving clinical vignettes was equal. So the performance of the group that used ChatGPT was equal to the one that did not use ChatGPT. Now, the problem arises when the clinical vignettes were presented to ChatGPT alone. Now, the performance of solving these clinical vignettes was much more higher than the humans with ChatGPT or the humans without. Two conclusions. The first one, most doctors are not educated to use ChatGPT as for their daily work. So we need to understand that we are not ready. You need to seek proper literacy technology education to use it properly and within a frame of liability that is concordant with the law. And the second one is that, well, we have to face this problem of medical reasoning being done by machines. It's hard, it's difficult, but we saw it before in the 80s, IBM and Kasparov with chess games. But now it's much more serious, and I don't have a solution for that. I think the society needs to face it, not to close the eyes, but medical reasoning being made by machines will come in the future, and then we might have this singularity event. So we should think about it. We should be prepared, but don't get wrong. So this will come.
Just one more thing, before finishing in this regard, I mentioned specifically ChatGPT. Of course, you can have models that you can even install as a server in your place, and that you are sure that will not be other institutions, in this case the owners of ChatGPT, will not use your data. So that is a possibility that you can do, not tomorrow, but next week. And we are doing actually this currently here in medical school. But I was mentioned specifically the overseas, let's say, commercial generative AI, although there are some specifics that you can have some commercial models that also guarantee that they do not use the data. But even though I don't know about GDPR, okay. So before we finish, just if there is a small question for a small answer before we go to the next round table and to look at an overview, an helicopter view with top decision makers.
So this next session will be in Portuguese, so I will change now to my native idiom. And, portanto, eu tenho o prazer de apresentar o Dr. José Bento, que é o Presidente do Conselho de Administração do Hospital de Cascais, gerido em regime de parceria pública-privada com o Grupo Ribeira. Tenho também o prazer de vos anunciar a doutora Paula Brito e Silva, membro da Comissão Executiva da CUF, responsável pelo desenvolvimento das iniciativas de saúde digital da CUF, onde lidera uma equipa multidisciplinar focada na integração de múltiplas tecnologias inovadoras nos serviços de saúde. Entre os demais moderadores, tenho o prazer de apresentar o Dr. Valério Leite, diretor clínico do Instituto CUF e fundador da Healhcare, uma empresa líder em serviços de saúde e segurança no trabalho em Portugal. Portanto, é uma pessoa com vasta experiência em empreendedorismo e também com investimento em várias startups de saúde. Queria também apresentar a minha mãe, a professora Teresa Mascarenhas, ex-presidente da Sociedade Portuguesa de Ginecologia, diretora do Serviço de Ginecologia da nossa OLS São João, também o Dr. Manuel Melo, membro do Conselho de Administração da Unidade de Gestão da Mulher e da Criança do Hospital São João, que nos vai trazer aqui a perspectiva pública dos decisores. Do lado da Engenharia, a professora Gorete Marreiros, a Presidente da Associação Portuguesa para a Inteligência Artificial e professora coordenadora com agregação do Departamento de Engenharia Informática do ISEP. E, por fim, o Dr. Luís Pereira, CEO da Medtronic Portugal desde 2023, que também trará a sua perspectiva enquanto decisor da indústria. Portanto, sem mais demoras, agradeci ao Dr. José Bento que iniciasse a sua apresentação.
Ora, muito boa tarde a todos. Cumprimentar as pessoas presentes na sala e cumprimentar de forma especial o Dr. Miguel Mascarenhas pela iniciativa que muito nos traz, conforme foi dito aqui na mesa anterior, uma luz e uma forma e um espaço de pensamento sobre temas que a todos nos desafiam e, portanto, cumprimentá-lo por isso e cumprimentar também os restantes membros da mesa. Bem, uma visão de topo, a ideia era aqui em 10 minutos dar uma perspectiva daquilo que, em termos de inteligência artificial, estamos a fazer e eu decidi apenas ter aqui lançar alguns dados daquilo que têm sido algumas dúvidas, não só pela nossa parte, em termos de tomada de decisão nas unidades de saúde, mas também ao nível dos governantes e aquilo que tem sido feito. E nada mais próprio do que o documento que saiu da OCDE, que tem pouco mais de 15 dias, em que pela primeira vez, num relatório da OCDE, e com toda com participação por parte de várias instituições médicas e ligadas à área da saúde, vem pela primeira vez dar uma palavra ao nível da inteligência artificial na sua diminuição de risco e no seu papel fundamental naquilo que possa ser a previsibilidade em saúde. Acho que é um bom sinal, é um bom kick-off para todas estas matérias, haver este reconhecimento que depois tem as suas implicações ao nível dos próprios Estados e ao nível da própria desconfiança e do caminho, independentemente de ainda não o termos desenhado, que possa ser feito. E, portanto, trago-vos aqui esta notícia, que é muito recente e, portanto, que nos abre um pouco estas perspectivas. Depois, um estudo que eu achei muito interessante e que, no fundo, procura analisar aquilo que são algumas áreas, nomeadamente a tecnologia, a gestão que fazemos de vida em termos de horário, o work-life balance, e, portanto, temas que hoje, ao nível da gestão dos recursos humanos, são desafiantes na saúde. Eu diria que o grande problema com que nos enfrentamos nos próximos tempos é precisamente esta gestão, esta atratividade, esta mudança de cultura. E se nós olharmos para este gráfico que nos procura resumir um conjunto de estudos que são feitos ao longo do tempo, cada um destes quadrados pequeninos significa um estudo que foi feito, embaixo têm os autores e a sua origem, e se nós verificarmos, tem existido um enfatizar muito grande naquilo que tem a ver, nas novas gerações, naquilo que tem a ver com a gestão do seu próprio tempo, naquilo que tem a ver com preocupações sobre o uso da tecnologia, e portanto esta tendência que a OCDE agora no seu relatório vem retratar, está também descrita nos estudos que têm sido feitos à volta deste tema, e portanto eu diria que após as diversas mudanças geracionais que tivemos, desde a velocidade, desde a internet, a inteligência artificial é hoje algo que nos desafia a pensar e que nos desafia a olhar um pouco para tudo isto. Nesta perspectiva, e dando também só um pequeno exemplo para ter um drill down do estudo, porque seria amassador trazê-lo todo, apesar de ser extremamente interessante, ao nível da enfermagem, se repararem, a inteligência artificial a todos os níveis e em todos os segmentos que foram abordados neste estudo, a inteligência artificial aparece sempre como apontada pelos profissionais como algo de grande utilidade e como novo futuro. Portanto, dúvidas existissem, elas parecem-nos cada vez mais claras com os tempos que vivemos. Nesta matéria, referi também, nós temos tido várias experiências ao nível do grupo, e o Miguel fez aqui referência à nossa presença em Portugal no âmbito da PPP, mas quer em Espanha, quer em França, nós temos tido algumas experiências piloto que esbarram às vezes com questões legais, conforme aqui há pouco era levantada a questão, mas procurando desmistificar aqui um pouco isto, ou pelo menos a nossa abordagem, a forma como nós abordamos para tudo isto. Primeiro, olhar para a inteligência artificial numa lógica em que a sua preparação, a forma como os dados são trabalhados, a forma como toda a arquitetura está feita é fundamental no resultado final que vamos obter. Se estamos a falar de um potencializador, de um exponencializador, de alguém que vai desenhar logaritmos que por si nos vão introduzir uma capacidade cognitiva mais rápida, as variáveis iniciais que vamos introduzir são determinantes. E por isso, das experiências que temos tido boas e más, e vou dar aqui alguns exemplos hoje, é fundamental que todas estas etapas, eu diria assim, sejam muito bem definidas. Todo o processo de aprendizagem e leitura, e portanto tudo isto tem o seu timing, as suas experiências piloto, para que possamos efetivamente medir estes resultados e perceber, porque nem sempre o risco é evidente numa primeira análise, e portanto não se trata de um desafio simples, e naturalmente depois ter uma abrangência e esperar o resultado no âmbito da inteligência artificial. Se quisermos recorrer um pouco a Maslow, que é uma coisa que gosto sempre de fazer nas apresentações, seria um pouco uma sugestão de pirâmide. Nós introduzimos aquilo que é hoje a recolha de dados, e nós hoje vemos a transformação que está a ser feita no Serviço Nacional de Saúde, a própria forma integrada de gestão de dados que procuramos ter, e portanto, por incrível que pareça, nós ainda não conseguimos ter os mesmos dados de um utente do Serviço Nacional de Saúde dentro do sistema, nem conseguimos ter os nossos próprios dados dentro do sistema. Portanto, é disto que nós estamos a falar. Portanto, é muito difícil introduzir dinâmicas, por mais valiosas que elas sejam, que não seja de uma forma pontual e específica e numa determinada área, como aqui temos bons exemplos no caso da gastro ou no caso da ginecologia. Se o fizermos de forma abrangente, nós podemos estar a cometer um erro enorme de incontrolar ou ter incapacidade de controlar o resultado que vamos obter. E, portanto, o primeiro, colecionar e arranjar de forma objetiva a introdução no mesmo sistema destes dados, o desenho dos clinical pathways estar bem definido, porque senão tudo isto não funciona, e, portanto, se quiserem de uma forma muito pragmática e objetiva, para não vos roubar muito tempo, a inteligência artificial ser-nos-á tão mais útil quanto nós depositarmos os ingredientes iniciais de forma organizada, estruturada e standardizada. Se não o fizermos, o resultado pode efetivamente não ser o esperado. E naturalmente que se nós introduzirmos maus dados, vamos obter maus dados, e a boa estratificação dos dados vai nos trazer também um bom resultado. Naturalmente que tudo isto conforme aqui foi falado durante o dia e ainda agora nesta última intervenção, tem que estar sujeito a questões legais, tem que estar sujeito a questões de monitorização, de teste, de experiência, de melhoria contínua, de transparência, de inclusão de toda a componente legal e de todos os profissionais de saúde que esta linha pretende retratar, respeitando naturalmente aquilo que são todos os indicadores e a boa prática clínica. E, portanto, eu diria que estas dinâmicas obrigam-nos a rever todos os processos e tudo o que esteja fora do processo não existe. E, portanto, esta vantagem de comprimento que tem que ser auditada, que tem que ser monitorizada, que não pode, que tem que ser constantemente testada, e eu acho que é um grande desafio que nos é aqui colocado. Queria partilhar convosco também aquilo que tem sido um pouco esta evolução e aquilo que nós temos observado pelo mundo fora. Ainda agora nós temos estado a trabalhar com o NHS no que diz respeito a algumas consultorias que estamos a dar e, mais recentemente, a SPMS decidiu, no âmbito do PRR, investir um pouco também nesta matéria, procurando fazer com que os seus hospitais também entrem naquilo que nós chamamos a jornada IMSS. O IMSS é uma certificadora internacional de desmaterialização hospitalar. O que eu acho curioso em trazer-vos aqui é a evolução que nos últimos anos se tem verificado nesta matéria. Em 2010 falava-se nos paperless, nos hospitais sem papel, e procurávamos que todas as dinâmicas associadas a esta tecnologia fossem usadas desta forma e, portanto, estar tudo dentro do sistema. Avançamos para ligações de equipamentos, para todos os equipamentos estarem dentro do sistema. Eu recordo que hoje já temos alguns hospitais, e Cascais é um bom exemplo disso, que as próprias bombas infusoras estão dentro do sistema, os registros estão dentro do sistema para que tudo isto funcione de forma articulada. Mas evoluímos rapidamente para aquilo que são os outcomes clínicos e a forma como nós conseguimos, a partir daqui, avaliá-los, fazer os case studies, monitorizar as rastreabilidades que são feitas à população e medirmos este resultado. Estratificar a população para conseguirmos prever. É fundamental. É este o instrumento base dos dados e do trabalhar de dados que estamos a fazer, mas hoje já saímos completamente fora disto e já procuramos o desenvolvimento de logaritmos que nos consigam ser auxiliares nas tomadas de decisão. Não substituir, mas ser auxiliares, serem aceleradores para nós conseguirmos combater alguns dos problemas que temos. Também dar-vos a nota que muito nos orgulha a nós portugueses, existem apenas neste momento 5 hospitais que estão acreditados com o nível máximo do IMSS, 4 no Reino Unido, 1 na Holanda, e em Portugal temos o Hospital de Cascais, como é do vosso conhecimento. Um slide mais maçador, mas para vos dar uma nota daquilo que é uma evolução nesta matéria. Desde todos os registros que falei, à forma como eles são organizados, à envolvência dos profissionais, ao trabalhar constante, portanto, há uma equipa permanente de profissionais a trabalharem em todos estes resultados para que nós efetivamente consigamos maximizar ao máximo aquilo que são as ferramentas que estão a ser colocadas ao nosso dispor neste preciso momento. Queria dar-vos alguns exemplos. Este é um caso, eu peço desculpa que eu vou variando entre inglês e espanhol nas apresentações, já viram, mas como pediram para falar português achei ótimo, assim ficamos no meio termo. Aqui um exemplo no caso das úlceras de pressão e da forma como nós conseguimos, com as variáveis introduzidas do doente e com o trabalho dos dados, nós já fazemos isto. Isto já é feito em alguns dos nossos hospitais em Espanha, estamos a tentar implementar agora em Portugal, que é a forma como nós conseguimos dar esta informação e este instrumento ao médico para conseguirmos ter alguma previsibilidade naquilo que possa vir a ser o comportamento e tudo numa lógica de probabilidades, mas com proatividade naquilo que possam ser algumas das sugestões de decisão clínica. Este trabalho foi publicado e recebeu já bastantes prémios em vários fóruns. Um outro exemplo é o exemplo das quedas, que é um dos principais fatores, como sabem, de risco nos hospitais ao nível do internamento. Também aqui, e seguindo as escalas clássicas, nós, no âmbito da gestão de enfermagem, apresentamos e já gerimos, por intermédio de inteligência artificial, uma probabilidade de previsibilidade grande desta matéria que sai fora dos registros normais. A mesma coisa no que diz respeito às probabilidades de reinternamento. E aqui é fundamental a proatividade que se tem à saída do doente. Portanto, interessa não o doente que entra, mas o que sai e como sai. E se vai voltar ao sistema. E quais são as probabilidades. E que desmaterialização hospitalar se vai fazer para o conseguir acompanhar em casa, para o conseguir monitorizar em casa. Se quiserem, mais 3 exemplos daqueles que são mais mediáticos no que temos feito em termos internacionais. O primeiro é o cuidador virtual. A Lola é um cuidador virtual, é uma enfermeira que tem contacto com toda a população que cobrimos numa determinada região constantemente. Não só por alguma monitorização que é feita por alguns devices que temos em acompanhamento em casa dos doentes, mas também porque depois é proativa e faz interação com os médicos. Aqui 2 aspectos muito importantes. O primeiro é o acesso que temos à informação e a forma como a trabalhamos. E estratificando, definimos níveis de risco de atuação e somos proativos. Portanto, procuramos a pessoa em casa de forma a evitar, ou pelo menos a tentar, conduzi-lo a uma rastreabilidade. Mas depois também no acompanhamento que se faz com a interação do próprio médico de Medicina Geral e Familiar, que nos permitiu reduzir fortemente aquilo que são a detecção ou aumentar fortemente aquilo que é a detecção precoce de algumas das doenças que mais nos afetam, nomeadamente no foro oncológico. Aqui um exemplo também, onde fomos recentemente chamados a apresentar o trabalho no que diz respeito à área da inteligência artificial usada no âmbito das intervenções cirúrgicas e no âmbito do bloco operatório, onde eu dou este exemplo. Isto é uma ressonância magnética da mama, e é impressionante o que hoje já é possível fazer. Do lado esquerdo temos a situação atual, do lado direito temos uma previsibilidade de 18 meses da evolução, com todas as estatísticas tiradas. Portanto, completamente impossível em termos humanos, mas que dá já um indicador. Portanto, aqui um exemplo concreto no âmbito da mama, mas poderia referir um outro, como é o caso da dermatologia, onde hoje, e sabemos a carência de dermatologistas que existe no nosso país, em Espanha e na Europa em geral, e a forma como hoje os nossos dermatologistas fazem já todas estas triagens e todos estes acompanhamentos com o uso de todo este trabalhar de dados históricos em termos de projeção futura e de standardização destes modelos. Eu acelerei um pouco porque ultrapassei a minha hora, peço desculpa, queria apenas só dar-vos nota que a Ribera, onde trabalhamos, está no mundo inteiro, tem 2 parcerias público-privadas no Peru, somos consultores no NHS e na Arábia Saudita e no Kuwait, onde estamos a fazer um sistema de saúde para expatriados, 1,2 milhões de pessoas. Temos bastantes parcerias público-privadas em Espanha, onde também temos alguns hospitais privados, e em Portugal temos o Hospital de Cascais, conforme aqui foi referido. Eu diria que daqui destacava só o caso Alzira, que eu julgo que muitos de vocês conhecem, principalmente quem estuda estas matérias. É um caso que está em Harvard e que é apresentado porque há 25 anos que fazem gestão integrada de cuidados, com resultados já estudados ao longo destes 25 anos, e portanto hoje não poderia ser mais premente em Portugal, com a criação das ULS, revisitar aquilo que já são experiências históricas e que nos deram estes mesmos resultados. E com isto julgo que, se aquilo for o meu tempo real, o ultrapassei, peço desculpa por isso, mas finalizava naturalmente com esta imagem que muitas vezes recorre a ela, pelas mãos que estão na imagem e não pela tecnologia usada, e naturalmente que todos estes sistemas tenham como objetivo a libertação de tempo aos profissionais, a introdução de segurança no trabalho que fazem e a introdução de segurança aos doentes, com toda esta transparência, respeitando um pouco a estruturação que fiz aqui durante esta apresentação. E deixo-vos com esta frase sempre inspiradora de Peter Drucker. Muito obrigado e desculpem ter ultrapassado o tempo.
Okay, so now we'll move to the second lecture. Desculpem, agora mudamos para a segunda sessão, que será pela doutora Paula Brito e Silva. Muito obrigado.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Em primeiro lugar, agradecer o convite que me foi endereçado e à CUF para poder participar, enfim, partilhando a nossa experiência daquilo que temos feito e temos aprendido alguma coisa já. E é sempre inspirador ouvir aquilo que os outros têm para nos contar e, portanto, agradecer desde já. Estava a ouvir esta intervenção e já a pensar o que é que podia sobre ela acrescentar. Não sei se toda a gente conhece a CUF, enfim, nós somos portugueses, não somos internacionais, estamos em Portugal. Somos, à data de hoje, cerca de 30 unidades de saúde, entre hospitais e clínicas de ambulatório. Estamos organizados geograficamente a norte e na região de Lisboa, essencialmente, e temos um hospital nos Açores. Mas temos também estamos organizados por clusters, é assim que nos organizamos, mas temos também um cluster, isto só para vos começar a falar um bocadinho do que é o nosso ADN. Temos, há cerca de 3 anos, organizámos um 4º cluster em que dissemos, este é o cluster que não está em lado nenhum, fisicamente, mas está onde for preciso estar. E, portanto, nesse cluster nós tentamos aplicar aquilo que as iniciativas de inovação muito conduzidas pelo tema do digital, da inteligência artificial e todas as iniciativas de tecnologia nos permitem pensar e criar novas formas de prestar cuidados e ir junto das pessoas que precisam de nós, independentemente de termos um hospital construído ou uma clínica construída. Foi a maneira que tivemos de dizer, vamos lá pôr foco neste pensamento que aparece por todo lado, nestas iniciativas que aparecem por todo lado e que nos empurram para, às vezes, coisas que controlamos menos bem. E este é um ponto importante que eu penso que gostava de referir. Nós, à medida que temos andado neste desenvolvimento, temos percebido que temos um foco, e eu estou a falar como gestora, eu não sou tecnológica, não sou especialista em inteligência artificial, tenho só a responsabilidade na Comissão Executiva da CUF de ajudar a quebrar até algum ceticismo que muitas vezes existe para que estas iniciativas possam ir para a frente. E, portanto, o que eu gostava de partilhar aqui é alguns ensinamentos que temos tido do ponto de vista da gestão em relação a estas iniciativas. E uma delas tem sido exatamente este tema, que é nós precisamos de pôr muito foco nisto, porque senão nada vai acontecer, porque é muito mais fácil fazer consultas, cirurgias tradicionais e continuarmos no nosso dia-a-dia, que, by the way, como somos um operador privado, temos que estar bastante focados naquilo que é o crescimento, a rentabilidade, as margens, o envolvimento das pessoas para que consigam fazer aquilo que são os nossos objetivos. E, portanto, a criação deste cluster que nós chamamos Novos Cuidados, porque tem exatamente esse caráter de inovação, tem-nos permitido a experimentar um conjunto de coisas, mas sempre com um foco muito dirigido àquilo para que é que serve fazer isto. Eu não vou passar grandes slides, devo dizer, mas muito pressionados por este tema da inteligência artificial que, enfim, aparece por todo lado na nossa organização, decidimos perguntar aos nossos colaboradores o que é que achavam, o que é que esperavam e o que é que sabiam deste tema da inteligência artificial. E é muito curioso porque tivemos uma adesão enorme de pessoas a responderem-nos, desde médicos, portanto, desde as pessoas mais diferenciadas dentro da organização às pessoas menos diferenciadas, o que nos diz que toda a gente está a querer perceber o que é isto da inteligência artificial. Curiosamente e paradoxalmente, quando pensávamos que as pessoas iam perceber isto como uma eventual ameaça à sua função ou às competências que tinham que ter, as pessoas não sentem isso, portanto estão muito disponíveis para aprender sobre este tema e, portanto, isto fez-nos pensar que dentro de casa nós temos que ter um foco ainda maior neste tema e endereçar estas necessidades que as pessoas estão a sentir. Porque, e estamos a fazer neste momento um levantamento muitíssimo exaustivo de quantas coisas, vou dizer assim, que socorrem na inteligência artificial existem dentro da CUF, e são muitas, porque elas já entraram por todo lado. E aquilo que hoje também, enfim, muito à conta do ChatGPT, parece ser uma grande novidade, não é uma grande novidade, na verdade já há uns anos que temos estas soluções dentro de casa e entram muito por via dos nossos fornecedores, por via da tecnologia que é posta a uso pelos nossos médicos e, portanto, nós percebemos que, de facto, temos aqui um tema que temos que endereçar de uma forma muito objetiva. E à gestor, e por isso eu disse que ia partilhar um pouco a nossa experiência enquanto gestor de um operador privado, nós temos claro para nós, isto é quase uma organização, parece um PowerPoint só, mas não é, nós organizamos as coisas em torno do eixo clínico e do eixo não clínico. E a pergunta que fazemos é o que é que nós queremos em cada um destes eixos. E temos vindo a construir esses objetivos, mas o que nós conseguimos neste momento perceber é que do ponto de vista clínico, e já temos várias experiências, depois algumas delas o meu colega anterior já referiu também nas experiências dos seus hospitais, mas nós temos aqui desafios de acesso. Mesmo enquanto operador privado, nós já temos hoje temas de acesso. E percebemos que as iniciativas digitais e de inteligência artificial nos podem ajudar bastante neste tema do acesso. O que é que nós já temos em marcha? Como alguns exemplos. Nós temos, desde há 2, 3 anos, não querendo fazer aquilo que é uma triagem clássica, que outros operadores têm e que o SNS tem, nós utilizamos o avaliador de sintomas. E o avaliador de sintomas está completamente integrado dentro do nosso sistema e portanto, toda a informação que recolhe a partir das pessoas que o utilizam é vertido no nosso processo clínico eletrónico e é uma ferramenta de suporte aos nossos médicos para que o primeiro contacto com o doente, se assim o quiserem fazer, possa ser já com um input de informação que o próprio cliente, o próprio doente, incluiu na ferramenta. A experiência que temos tido disto é paradoxal. Por um lado, tem uma utilização muito significativa, muito acima daquilo que nós estávamos à espera, por parte do mercado, por parte das pessoas, que vão à nossa app e utilizam um avaliador de sintomas. Curiosamente, os nossos médicos, nem por isso, não acham, não utilizam, francamente, esta ferramenta. E, portanto, lições a tirar disto. Há aqui um tema, o custo de tudo o que temos feito nesta matéria não é despiciente, é um custo grande. E, portanto, nós, cada vez que avaliamos isto, pensamos, bom, isto parece ser muito interessante para quem utiliza, mas parece não estar a funcionar para os nossos médicos. E, portanto, estamos a avaliar. Temos outros desafios. O tema da dermatologia é evidente. O tema da gastro é evidente. Nós temos hoje o tema de acesso. Os próprios operadores privados têm um tema de acesso nestas especialidades. Como é que estes algoritmos nos podem ajudar a tratar as pessoas que têm temas graves verdadeiramente e são prioritários para entrar na nossa oferta? Portanto, estamos a trabalhar porque o avaliador que temos é considerado o melhor do mercado, muito bem, mas não faz tudo aquilo que poderia fazer para nos ajudar a fazer uma verdadeira triagem. E, portanto, provavelmente evoluiremos, porque talvez aí ele seja mais dirigido àquilo que são os objetivos também do nosso corpo clínico. E, portanto, consigamos aí uma maior adesão. E, portanto, isto para vos dizer que muitas vezes estas soluções entram-nos pela mão dos próprios médicos e são amplamente utilizadas, outras vezes os próprios médicos não veem nela grande vantagem. Depois, no diagnóstico e tratamento, temos tido imensas experiências, temos vários pilotos a correr. No âmbito da imagem temos na mamografia, no raio-x, enfim, estamos a pilotar várias soluções de inteligência artificial com alguns dados interessantes e aí de facto somos bastante pressionados pelo mercado e pelo nosso corpo clínico para soluções desta natureza. Temos soluções no âmbito da gastro, temos soluções no âmbito da cardiologia e, portanto, estamos a pilotar cada uma destas coisas. Uma das lições que temos tirado e que é muito relevante para nós, enquanto gestores que temos que acarinhar estas iniciativas e testá-las verdadeiramente, é que nós, cada experiência desta que fazemos em ambiente totalmente controlado. Nenhuma destas experiências fazemos sem saber exatamente o que é que esperamos dela, exatamente os KPIs, os indicadores que queremos monitorizar, o que é que consideramos um piloto bem-sucedido, o que é que consideramos um piloto mal-sucedido e o que é o critério de go, não go no final do piloto. Isto tem-nos ajudado a triar muitíssimas coisas que aparecem, muitas vezes bastante fluidas, digamos assim. São interessantes, são sexy, desculpem a palavra, mas depois não percebemos exatamente onde é que elas cabem. Portanto, isto tem sido uma disciplina rigorosa, muito apoiada pelas equipas de inovação, que estão muito habituadas a fazer esta pilotagem, e, portanto, estamos a fazer estas experiências todas nesta lógica. Depois, temos tido uma experiência muito interessante no tema do follow-up. E os temas dos follow-ups pós-cirúrgicos, pós-atendimentos permanentes, pós-urgência, também temos uma enfermeira virtual, nós chamamos Clara, é um nome mais português, mas verdadeiramente aí, outra mensagem muito importante, tem sido muito bem sucedida, muitíssimo bem recebida pelos profissionais e vai direto a um ponto que eu acho que vai ser um dos drivers da adoção destas ferramentas, que é os recursos são cada vez mais escassos. E onde os recursos são escassos para fazer cada vez mais coisas, que são coisas que são dirigidas à melhoria da segurança clínica, à melhoria da qualidade clínica, ao maior acompanhamento das pessoas, ao acompanhamento fora dos hospitais e clínicas, lá está, em casa, nos domicílios, no estrangeiro, todo este tipo de follow-up, a inteligência artificial e o digital está lá. E está lá conseguindo fazer aquilo que os recursos humanos já não são suficientes para fazer. E não vão ser suficientes para fazer. E este drive, eu acho que, sinceramente, minha opinião, daquilo que tenho observado, vai ser um dos maiores drives para a adoção verdadeiramente destas soluções. E também para a quantificação do lado da eficiência, porque, como digo, estas soluções não são tipicamente baratas e, portanto, têm que escalar para depois terem um racional que nos permita dizer, ok, vamos adotar. Quando entramos no lado não clínico, talvez seja mais simples. A eficiência aí é a palavra de ordem, é muito simples identificar muitos exemplos no contact center, nas reclamações, trabalho monótono, repetitivo, feito tipicamente por muita gente e que pode ser substituído por estas soluções. Devo dizer-vos que não tem sido um passeio na praia, não tem sido. Tentamos, é muito fácil de aplicar inteligência artificial para classificar as reclamações dos clientes e responder. Depois demora bastante mais tempo. Os dados não estão suficientemente preparados para. A estruturação dos dados não está nesse nível e, portanto, não tem sido a coisa mais simples do mundo. Mas aí temos, de facto, muitas tentativas, enfim, diversas tentativas. Os assistentes virtuais, de uma forma geral, não clínicos, são, enfim, menos críticos do ponto de vista da segurança ou da confiança. E gostava de terminar, porque também já ultrapassei o meu tempo, por vos dizer 2 ou 3 coisas. O tema dos custos não me parece nada resolvido, portanto, isto são soluções caras, ainda temos que trabalhar muito para perceber como é que estas soluções podem ser integradas na nossa realidade. O tema dos dados é dificílimo, como foi referido. Os dados nós ainda não temos dados integrados, portanto, os dados não são estruturados, os dados não estão preparados para isto, portanto, há um longo caminho para fazer. Para nós, a confiança, curiosamente, eu acho que do lado dos doentes, onde nós podíamos sentir, aqui há 2 dias ouvia um médico nosso, muitíssimo reputado, dizer, os doentes dizem, desde que eu saia bem, está tudo certo. Portanto, não há verdadeiramente uma desconfiança, porque se pensarmos um bocadinho, eles também não sabiam bem como é que o médico antes chegava à conclusão de que tinha que fazer isto ou aquilo. Portanto, talvez o doente seja o menos desconfiado em relação a isto, se o outcome for bom. Acho que o tema dos outcomes é totalmente vital, como foi referido, têm que ser monitorizados, também não estamos ainda propriamente com uma agilidade aí imensa. E depois, para terminar, nós acreditamos na CUF que o tema híbrido é central. Todas as experiências que temos feito, temos chegado à conclusão que o híbrido é a solução. Portanto, não há uma substituição total do recurso humano pela tecnologia. Tipicamente, onde nos sai melhor, todos os exemplos que temos testado e pilotado, é ou com validações no final por parte do médico, por exemplo, ou com validações intermédias, ou em jornadas híbridas em que a pessoa passa do presencial ou do presencial para o digital e, portanto, esta jornada híbrida dá confiança ao profissional, dá confiança ao cliente e tem sido aquilo que nos tem saído melhor. E com isto vou terminar. Enfim, tentei partilhar aquilo que temos aprendido e muito obrigada pela oportunidade.
Muito obrigado, doutora Paula. Esta conferência é muito importante porque, como vimos hoje, há vários stakeholders, desde, já acho que ficou perfeitamente plasmado de manhã, como é que nós médicos e até nós outros profissionais de saúde temos que assumir a liderança, a sinergia com a engenharia ficou plasmada, contudo, também já falamos da parte da bioética, da parte regulatória, portanto são vários stakeholders, mas os decisores são um stakeholder fundamental. E efetivamente temos os stakeholders aqui do privado e do público também, na pessoa do Dr. Manuel Melo, e também da indústria, no caso da Medtronic, e também na presença da professora Goretti, de associações sem fins lucrativos, que avaliam, no fundo, o estado da arte da inteligência artificial em Portugal. Portanto, eu passaria por ordem da mesa. Primeiro ao Dr. Valério, que tem ampla experiência na gestão de saúde, que emitisse os seus comentários e as suas questões, e depois seguiríamos a ordem das mesas pelos moderadores e, no fim, caso haja tempo, vamos abrir à plateia a oportunidade de colocarem uma ou duas questões, por favor.
Bom, eu pessoalmente gostei bastante aqui, porque aprendi um bocado aqui a apresentação do Dr. José Bento sobre a aplicabilidade já de alguns sistemas de inteligência artificial a funcionar lá fora. E, portanto, como é que, concretamente em Espanha e até noutros países, mais internacional. E nós aqui em Portugal estamos um bocadinho mais atrasados, é a ideia que eu tenho. E queria pedir aqui ao Dr. José Bento que ele dissesse aqui um comentário sobre como é que, dessa experiência que recolhem lá fora, como é que vê no futuro, não já no imediato, mas nos próximos anos, como é que a inteligência artificial vai ajudar o sistema de saúde português, que está neste momento numa nova revolução, numa nova alteração, com agora a criação das ULS, com a junção da gestão dos cuidados primários com os cuidados hospitalares. Portanto, há aqui uma alteração bastante grande, que se prevê para o futuro, e com a falta de recursos que nós temos, de médicos, com os custos sempre a aumentar, há aqui uma equação que é difícil de estabelecer, não é? E que lá fora talvez tenham um pouco mais de experiência. Eu gostava de perceber um bocadinho qual é a sua opinião sobre como é que a inteligência vai aqui ajudar a criarmos aqui este equilíbrio neste momento que estamos aqui de grande viragem em termos de política de saúde, e a própria inteligência artificial é uma grande, ou é talvez a maior alteração que surge da saúde e para os próximos anos, seguramente. Gostava de ouvir o seu comentário.
Obrigado, e também muito rapidamente, mas eu acho que este é o grande desafio, não é? O que nós temos estado aqui hoje a ouvir é que estão a ser despertadas as nossas atenções para algo que nos é oferecido e que é um caminho, ainda o desconhecemos e que é um caminho. Eu acho a pergunta da grande pertinência, não tendo eu naturalmente a resposta, mas ocorreu-me logo uma frase de Churchill quando da Revolução Industrial. Quando os mineiros fizeram greve e pararam tudo e os resultados não estavam a aparecer, Churchill disse que o único trabalho estúpido que conhece é o desnecessário. Eu acho que nós temos que recorrer a mecanismos de inteligência que nos libertem tempo. Hoje, para quem trabalha em hospitais, estão aqui administradores hospitalares, perdemos tempo com coisas que não têm importância nenhuma, com gestão de horários sem importância nenhuma, com reuniões fora do tempo, com decisões e avaliações clínicas ainda pouco standardizadas e estudadas. Precisamos de ajuda. Essa ajuda tem que ter, conforme aqui foi dito, os dados bem trabalhados, bem organizados. Aquilo que eu acredito é que aquilo que nós assistimos desde 2019, a um crescimento do Orçamento de Estado, nos valores em que cresceu para cerca de 16 mil milhões, 17 mil milhões quase, quando em 2019 ele aparecia com valores que andavam próximos dos 10 mil milhões. Não vemos mais hospitais, não vemos os profissionais mais satisfeitos. Nós acreditamos que é necessário criar eficiência no sistema, é necessário criar a facilidade ao médico na sua tomada de decisão. E se nós hoje já conhecemos os sistemas, sejam eles nas diversas áreas que falamos, na gastro, com a cápsula, seja na ginecologia, seja como vimos aqui alguns exemplos que estão a ser desenvolvidos, se isso nos ajuda em segurança a podermos efetivamente fazer este caminho, pois vamos fazê-lo porque não temos outra alternativa. Eu hoje contrato médicos que não querem saber quanto ganham, querem saber quantas horas vão trabalhar e se têm tempo para não fazer urgências e para estar com a família, que é todo o direito, aliás, dizem que é uma coisa das novas gerações. Eu queria partilhar convosco que sinto-me um jovem, porque eu sempre pensei isso durante toda a minha vida, sempre quis ter tempo para a família. E, portanto, a lógica é efetivamente, não sei se isto responde à pergunta ou não, mas nós temos que ser suficientemente sérios nesta matéria, inteligentes e caminhar rápido. Eu acho que o mote está dado e quem tem dúvidas, e agora, desculpem-me também, muito rapidamente, eu nos meus tempos da faculdade tinha um grupo de amigos que em tertúlia se discutia se a internet era boa ou má, porque nos ia tirar a privacidade. E, portanto, eu acho que hoje a inteligência artificial é algo que está ao nosso dispor, que desconhecemos, que temos que trabalhar, mas eu estou certo, não sei se responde à pergunta ou não, que este é o caminho que com os mesmos profissionais nós vamos conseguir fazer mais e em mais segurança, naturalmente com muita precaução, mas eu estou certo, eu não trouxe aqui alguns dados, mas nós temos obtido ganhos em saúde, nomeadamente no exemplo que eu dei da estratificação da população, ou seja, a proatividade que é feita, e nós obtivemos resultados fantásticos ao nível do HIV, por exemplo, e do cancro da mama é uma das áreas que nós estamos a trabalhar, porque hoje em dia, com os dados hereditários e com tudo, nós conseguimos prever, conseguimos antecipar e ter gastos depois no futuro em termos oncológicos. É este trabalho inteligente que eu acho que estamos todos desafiados para fazer e não cortar em salários ou ter medidas mais fáceis. E, portanto, eu acho que a inteligência artificial será um instrumento determinante nesta matéria e a partilha de informação, conforme aqui estamos a fazer também. Obrigado.
Ora bom, aqui é a posição da ginecologia. Gostava de dizer, depois deste dia de ciência esmagador e de parabenizar este grupo, que não me canso, porque é um grupo incontornável de reconhecimento, incontornável a nível mundial. Eu gostava de dizer que o orgulho que sinto, que nós sentimos ginecologistas, de podermos ser acolhidos por vocês e de integrar agora, hoje, 2024, este grupo. A ginecologia, melhor dizendo, a inteligência artificial é uma revolução para a ginecologia, para a saúde da mulher, como também o foi para a gastro e que também hoje foi plasmado durante todo o dia. A ginecologia, como sabemos, é uma especialidade médica que tem e que vive muito da imagem como método diagnóstico e terapêutico. Por isso, temos as condições para podermos trabalhar e seguir em frente. Daí que todas as subespecialidades da ginecologia estão abertas para que a aplicação da inteligência artificial, os seus algoritmos, as suas tecnologias, não vale a pena estar aqui a falar se é o deep learning, se é o machine learning, se é o neural network, isso sabem vocês todos muito mais do que eu possa saber, mas o certo é que isso dá resultados. E nós podemos, indo para a prática, também já temos esses resultados. Muito rapidamente, como ginecologista, é da área da oncologia ginecológica à uroginecologia. Estamos ali com todas as subespecialidades. Muito rapidamente também, pensemos no cancro do colo do útero, o valor da colposcopia. O valor da colposcopia para o cancro do colo do útero, para a vagina, para a vulva, o trato genital inferior. Devo dizer que desta parceria, já este ano 2024, e falarei um bocadinho mais daqui a pouco dessa parceria, saíram 3 papers já publicados no primeiro quartil, 2 que estão agora em fase de aprovação, uma patente. Realmente o que se salva em vidas com estes resultados, o conseguirmos ver que a mulher não conseguir apanhar a mulher antes de ter o cancro, ou então em fases muito iniciais em que nós vamos conseguir tratar. Gostava de dizer, porque é um orgulho enorme para este grupo, que fizeram o primeiro trabalho, ou criaram o primeiro modelo para a vulva e outro primeiro modelo para a vagina, em que consegue distinguir lesões de baixo grau de lesões de alto grau. Isto é um sonho para qualquer ginecologista, é um sonho para nós todos podermos oferecer isto às nossas mulheres, atempadamente, salvar-lhes as vidas, salvar-lhes a qualidade de vida. E isto, todos os gastos económicos, todo o peso económico, e estão aqui os gestores, administradores todos, que isto acarreta. Portanto, falei de cancro do colo, vagina, vulva, falando do cancro do endométrio, que é o mais prevalente na ginecologia, o cancro ginecológico mais prevalente, as esteroscopias, gold standard, hoje todo dia a falarmos em endoscopias, temos as esteroscopias, estamos a trabalhar nisso, a colher dados, toda esta equipa a colher dados, a ficar com os vídeos todos das esteroscopias, vão criar os algoritmos esses que nos vão dar, de facto, as respostas necessárias para que nós possamos, de facto, antecipar o tratamento adequado para estas pacientes. Falamos no cancro do ovário, através da ecografia, a imagem, porque muitas vezes o cancro do ovário, o mais letal para a mulher dentro do cancro ginecológico, é apanhado numa fase muito tardia. Se nós conseguirmos apanhar pelas imagens ecográficas, e vamos conseguir com estes algoritmos, não tenho a menor dúvida, eu sou apaixonada por esta área, nós vamos apanhá-los numa fase de facto precoce, vamos saber o que é benigno, o que é maligno e vamos atuar. Os algoritmos vão nos dar essa resposta. A endometriose que parece ser agora o flagelo também deste século quase, para a ginecologia. Todas as senhoras acabam por ter endometriose quase, mas o problema é que têm endometrioses profundas, com todos os gastos económicos, com todo o sacrifício para a mulher, com a infertilidade que isso acarreta. Conseguimos também, vamos conseguir, esperamos ainda, porque vão faltar ainda os trabalhos, não é? Está no início. Devo dizer que a ginecologia, a inteligência artificial na ginecologia está numa fase embrionária, aplica-se mesmo à nossa especialidade, é mesmo uma fase embrionária. Mas é uma fase embrionária que está a dar resultados, e como vimos só em 2024 que já se fez. Não? Portanto, a endometriose, conseguirmos apanhar a endometriose numa fase inicial, então chegar lá à endometriose tardia, que é só cirurgias, mais tratamentos, mais doenças crónicas, resultados que nunca são os que nós pretendemos, só complicações. A uroginecologia, pensemos a quantidade de mulheres que têm incontinência urinária, nós estamos a falar e disfunções de pavimento pélvico, prolapsos, 30% a 50% das nossas mulheres têm esses problemas. Vejam o universo que é, com uma grande variabilidade, e eu também diagnóstico, variabilidade intra e interobservador. Os algoritmos vão-nos, de certeza, ultrapassar estes problemas. Portanto, nós temos aqui todo um mundo à espera de dar respostas ótimas e aguardamos que este grupo brilhante o vá fazer. E nesse sentido, eu devo dizer que nós já temos o CMIN, também, o Hospital de Santo António, que também já está a trabalhar nesta área, e o São João. E o São João que criou uma unidade de colaboração, portanto, no Serviço de Ginecologia, melhor dizendo, o Serviço de Ginecologia criou uma unidade de colaboração com a Unidade de Medicina de Precisão da Gastrenterologia, com este grupo brilhante que todos conhecemos. Houve a criação também de uma spin-off da Universidade do Porto, a Keynote, à semelhança da brilhante DIGESTAID. Nós vamos atrás dos gastroenterologistas sempre, que são a nossa luz, o nosso foco, a nossa estrela, mas à semelhança da DIGESTAID, que muito tem feito com um valor incontornável a nível mundial, a spin-off também da Keynote também vai dar os seus resultados, já está a dar os seus resultados e vai continuar a dar. E gostava de dizer que, por exemplo, aqui no nosso OLA São João, porque a bem da verdade isso tem que ser dito, quando nós ginecologistas propusemos à nossa UAG, ao nosso Conselho de Administração, o que pretendíamos fazer foi de braços abertos. Pode-se dizer quase de um dia para o outro, tudo surgiu para que se fizesse e que andássemos para a frente. Às vezes nós imaginamos obstáculos que não existem. A minha experiência é uma vontade enorme de andarmos todos no mesmo sentido. E isto mostra que, na realidade, este êxito todo que nós vemos hoje aqui é precisamente porque há toda uma máquina que está a trabalhar em conjunto e apaixonada por isso. E como nos disse aqui o Miguel há pouco tempo, há poucos minutos, e que eu acredito também piamente, é meu filho, mas acredito piamente, é que o que hoje os gastroenterologistas estão de alma cheia, todos nós estamos de alma cheia com este evento da saúde digestiva. Daqui a 2 anos nos vamos encontrar aqui com a inteligência artificial na saúde em ginecologia. Palavra de Miguel é palavra certeira. Era isso que eu vos queria dizer. Muito obrigada.
Vamos então continuar.
Muito boa tarde. Só cumprimentar e agradecer o convite para estar aqui presente e cumprimentar os membros da mesa e os presentes. O dia já vai longo e eu já vejo ali uns números vermelhos, portanto vou tentar ser rápido e fazer algumas perguntas. Já foi feita uma pergunta ao Dr. Bento, fazendo uma pergunta à Dra. Paula Brito Faro. Achei muito interessante ter distinguido a aplicação da inteligência artificial na área clínica e na área não clínica, e à partida surpreende um bocadinho que na área não clínica seja mais difícil de implementar soluções. E portanto eu queria lhe perguntar um bocadinho nesse âmbito, porque aquilo que nós imaginamos é que tudo aquilo que tem intervenção clínica tem mais riscos, e o risco do erro, nomeadamente o erro clínico, é um erro muito maior do que o erro administrativo, digamos assim. E, portanto, perguntar-lhe daquilo que é a sua experiência, se aquilo que tem sentido da dificuldade também na abordagem da inteligência artificial na área não clínica tem a ver com aquilo que disse, que é também a estruturação dos dados e a forma como os dados já são organizados na componente clínica versus a componente não clínica. Aproveitar também só a intervenção para lhe perguntar, e perguntar também ao Dr. José Bento, se vê que o caminho na inteligência artificial será feito numa primeira fase nas áreas de prevenção e diagnóstico, e depois, tendo sido ganha essa confiança na inteligência artificial, passarmos também de uma forma acelerada para a fase terapêutica. E por último, uma pergunta ao professor Miguel Mascarenhas, que tem a ver que é um corajoso e é um empreendedor em fazer isto tudo, mas está num país e está num meio ocidental e civilizado, e até que ponto não sente algum receio de ser atropelado por uma China ou por algum outro país que não tenha uma estrutura regulatória tão forte. E, portanto, eram estas as minhas questões, só para enquadrar. Muito obrigado.
Obrigada. É curiosa essa sua pergunta, obriga-nos também a pensar um bocadinho, mas realmente o que nós sentimos na área não clínica, acho que tem a ver com duas coisas. Pode ter a ver com o tema da estruturação ou da falta de estruturação ou da base para ir buscar a informação necessária. Acho que isso é um ponto muito relevante, apesar de que às vezes a nossa expectativa era que em determinadas áreas isso até fosse bastante fácil, mas não se revela assim tão fácil. E depois, eu acho que há um tema de motivação dos atores principais, porque na área clínica os atores principais são os médicos e estão altamente motivados, enfim, estou a generalizar naturalmente, mas são grandes impulsionadores da utilização, enquanto que nas áreas não clínicas muitas vezes são coisas mais dirigidas pela gestão com foco de ou de simplificação, ou de ganho de eficiência, ou de redução de custos, e portanto não é tão sexy. Portanto, digamos que são projetos menos fascinantes, não é? Mas que têm igualmente as mesmas dificuldades que a área clínica. Na área clínica, de facto, os médicos têm mostrado uma apetência fortíssima para serem os principais impulsionadores. Eu acho que isto é de facto um dos fatores principais para explicar isto. Mas isto leva-me a uma questão importante que é, e que há bocadinho não referi, mas que me parece também que é uma coisa que nós estamos a perceber muito, é que a utilização da inteligência artificial, a utilização da tecnologia, enfim, do digital, implica de facto uma capacitação muito grande das pessoas. Esse é um desafio gigante que eu acho que está à nossa frente. E, naturalmente, em áreas em que a diferenciação das pessoas não é tão grande, a dificuldade é maior. E, portanto, quem é muito diferenciado consegue mais rapidamente apreender algumas capacidades para a utilização deste género de soluções. Acho que esse é um dos desafios, há bocadinho não referi, mas acho que é mesmo um desafio, como é que nós vamos capacitar as pessoas a todos os níveis para a utilização destas ferramentas. Acho que é uma das coisas que ainda estamos a perceber como é que se vai fazer. E, portanto, naturalmente, quando estamos em ambientes altamente diferenciados, com grande motivação, a coisa acaba por ser mais fácil, nunca sendo fácil, na verdade. Quanto à utilização eu acho que, obviamente, na área do diagnóstico, na área clínica, é onde existem mais soluções, mais experiência, mas já, e acho que rapidamente se vai, enfim, já há experiências na área mais terapêutica e acho que rapidamente se vai evoluir. Aí o tema da confiança, porque o diagnóstico, na verdade, está sempre um bocadinho mais protegido pelo tal tema híbrido, não é? E às vezes na terapêutica a coisa pode ser um bocadinho mais complicada, mas acho que vai evoluir rapidamente. Já agora, não tendo sido para mim a pergunta, mas o tema da regulação é um tema e de facto nós na Europa vamos andar mais devagarinho, não há dúvida nenhuma sobre isso. Em mercados não regulados a coisa vai ser mais fácil de experimentar, mas mais perigosa também.
Eu respondendo então a essa questão portanto, eu creio que é mais sobre o mercado, sobre os competidores chineses. Pronto, é assim, eu não tenho pessoalmente e em representação também do meu grupo, propriamente receio do que é feito na China. Obviamente, eles têm uma atividade de propriedade intelectual muito forte. Hoje falou-se que há uns anos atrás era a guerra nuclear, neste momento é a guerra da inteligência artificial, na apresentação do Dr. Ricardo Batista Leite. É verdadeiramente isto, só 2% das patentes vêm da Europa. Nós conseguimos ter essas patentes, mas aí é a competição, eles têm mais facilidade de acesso aos dados que nós e é um modelo que tem que ser patenteado. Contudo, também muitas das patentes, entrando agora dentro da área de propriedade intelectual, muitas das patentes as empresas europeias optam por nem sequer colocá-las na China, porque na China elas são copiáveis. Nenhuma das minhas patentes está no mercado chinês porque eu sei que eles copiam. Portanto, depois, em relação, portanto, isto é o lado da propriedade intelectual, no lado da regulamentação. Na área em que nós estamos, que é Vertical AI, porque existe a Horizontal AI, que foi o que se falou aqui na grande maioria, e é o que a CUF, o Grupo Ribeira e grande parte da talk de hoje foi feito, em que aí o grande problema é a interoperabilidade de dados, em que Portugal é horrível, porque não temos o protocolo FHIR, não temos nada disso, daí temos uma licenciatura que pretende resolver essa questão da ingestão de dados, que é um grande problema do ponto de vista de developer. Mas do ponto de vista da regulamentação, se formos ver a FDA, a CE, eles não aceitam neste momento dados chineses, por exemplo. Não consideram aquilo só generalizável, não consideram. Acho que a mudança de paradigma para o Partido Republicano, a FDA já disse que vai bater o pé à China. Portanto, eu acho que a China não está numa posição muito confortável para fazer AI. Está-se a ver, é uma bipolarização, ainda no outro dia, da parte de regulamentação, se formos a ver, da maioria dos softwares and medical devices são tudo empresas americanas, e quando são chineses é com a operação montada nos Estados Unidos e com um CRO local, porque a FDA não permite, nem o CE. No mercado deles, eles fazem o que querem, usam a inteligência artificial da forma que querem. É um mundo deles, que é um mundo muito grande, é um mundo até se calhar maior que o mundo ocidental, mas vivemos num mundo um pouco bipolarizado e em que há uma espécie de guerra fria, e não me vou alongar mais sobre esse tema porque isso é geopolítica e não é o tema da ação de hoje. Continuando, professor, por favor, professor.
Desculpa, pensei que havia mais uma pergunta.
Não.
Então, muito boa tarde a todos. Eu queria começar por agradecer e por parabenizar a organização por este evento. Eu não tive a oportunidade de estar cá durante o dia, mas pelo que já foram falando, pelos ecos, parece-me de facto muito relevante. Portanto, como disse no início, eu sou presidente da Associação Portuguesa de Inteligência Artificial, que comemora este ano 40 anos. Só assim, esta nota, portanto, a IA é algo muito antigo, em 2 anos está a comemorar 70 anos. Eu às vezes faço uma brincadeira a perguntar o que é que as pessoas acham, e as respostas que recebo sobre a data de criação da IA é de facto curioso. Agora, qual é que é a grande diferença? Em 56, os senhores que se juntaram para criar o termo sonharam muito. E sonharam que iam ser capazes de fazer coisas de facto magníficas, mas eles não tinham os recursos, não é? Portanto, era impossível. E isso levou na história da IA a períodos muito negros da inteligência artificial. E depois o que é que aconteceu? Depois fomos capazes de guardar dados não estruturados, mal estruturados, mal organizados, e de repente começamos a ganhar poder computacional. E com o poder computacional começaram a surgir as maravilhas que fomos ouvindo. Portanto, já ouvimos aqui variedíssimos exemplos de como a inteligência artificial pode melhorar os cuidados de saúde, pode contribuir para a medicina proativa, para o aumento da eficiência operacional. Ouvimos na apresentação anterior a questão do serviço que foi oferecido ao nosso governo para implementar no Sistema Nacional de Saúde. Também na área da investigação médica tivemos avanços notáveis. Temos muitos desafios pela frente, nem tudo são rosas, e já falamos de alguns daqui, a questão dos dados. Portanto, sem ovos não se faz omeletes, e com ovos que não são de qualidade, o produto não vai ser de qualidade. A questão da interoperabilidade, a questão da retenção de talento. Okay? Nós temos muito talento em Portugal, temos muito talento na área médica, temos muito talento na área da inteligência artificial. Temos que criar equipas multidisciplinares e temos que conseguir reter o nosso talento. A doutora Paula também referiu a questão do treino, da literacia em inteligência artificial. esse é de facto um aspecto que eu acho muito, muito relevante, não só para a comunidade médica, mas para a sociedade em geral. A inteligência artificial vai transformar os empregos, vai transformar as funções. Existe um estudo do FMI do início deste ano que diz que 40% das profissões vão ser afetadas. É inevitável. Portanto, algumas vão desaparecer, muitas outras novas vão surgir, não tenho dúvida nenhuma disso. A questão do enquadramento regulatório. Eu sou uma grande defensora de Human-Centered AI, também já ouvimos falar aqui, de uma adoção ética da inteligência artificial que garanta o alinhamento com as frameworks regulatórias, e estávamos a falar do dilema da regulação-inovação. É o que é. Portanto, o que é que nós podemos fazer? Garantir, em primeiro lugar, que Portugal não fica para trás face à Europa. Portanto, Espanha já tem há algum tempo uma agência nacional para a inteligência artificial, já são conhecidos os procedimentos como certificar aplicações. A framework regulatória, vocês ouviram certamente de manhã, com a estratificação de riscos e com a obrigação inerentes aos riscos que estão associados, nomeadamente as obrigações de transparência, de explicabilidade. A explicabilidade na área da inteligência artificial e, em particular, no domínio médico, eu acho que é a chave, porque contribui de forma muito, muito significativa para uma maior adoção da tecnologia. Portanto, o que é que eu acredito? Acredito que com o IA, em todas as áreas e em particular na área médica, vamos conseguir ser mais produtivos, vamos conseguir servir mais pessoas. Qual é que é o desafio que eu vejo para o período de tempo mais imediato? Em Portugal só vamos poder comercializar aplicações que estejam de acordo com a lei da inteligência artificial. Portanto, e num período de 2 anos, vamos ter em mãos o desafio, todos esses exemplos maravilhosos que nos transmitiu a doutora Paula, que já estão em uso, e também o doutor José Bento, vão ter que estar certificados para poderem, não basta mostrar resultados, não é? Portanto, vão ter que estar certificados. E assim, para deixar uma pergunta a ambos, era como é que veem esse desafio?
Bom, nós, à data de hoje, já temos a preocupação dentro daquilo que era o quadro regulatório, não é? Pronto. E, portanto, eu há bocadinho e fazemos mesmo esse esforço de, antes de arrancar com qualquer experiência, sabermos exatamente um conjunto de coisas, o que é que vamos querer daquilo, o que é que serve, que indicadores vamos monitorizar, e essa parte é uma das partes. Portanto, as nossas pessoas da tecnologia têm uma checklist gigante para... têm que ter protocolos de integração posterior, portanto, tudo isso é avaliado a priori com o tema da certificação. Então, na área dos dispositivos médicos, porque muitos são, não utilizamos sem ter, ou já terem a certificação, ou estarem já em processo muito, muito, muito avançado, em que percebemos que a coisa, porque ainda por cima as certificações estão muito atrasadas, não é? Portanto, estão com processos muito longos. E, portanto, fazemos isso agora, neste momento, e confesso, não consigo falar muito em detalhe sobre isso, com o EA Act, partimos imediatamente para fazer um diagnóstico e um levantamento grande, porque, a propósito daquilo que disse, nós percebemos que temos diversas soluções de inteligência artificial, porque também disse, a inteligência artificial não é uma coisa que apareceu agora, e portanto está espalhado pela organização, trazido pelos fornecedores, trazido pelos próprios médicos, trazido... E temos que mapear tudo isso para calcular essa questão. Portanto, sim, é um assunto que nos preocupa e que provavelmente nos vai refriar um bocadinho, tendo em conta que vamos, se calhar, encontrar soluções que estão dentro de casa e que não estão a cumprir completamente com esse tema.
Vamos ter que os
E vamos ter...
transformar.
Exatamente.
Acredito que não refriar, mas...
Refriar no sentido que, se calhar, temos que fazer o processo agora, temos que falar com os fornecedores, temos que... Pronto, portanto, mas estou completamente de acordo que vale a pena fazer assim e não de outra maneira, porque senão corremos riscos maiores.
Eu acho a questão de grande pertinência ser levantada. Acho que a questão é de grande pertinência. Acho que a abordagem, pelo menos que temos tido relativamente a estas matérias, é trabalhar em conjunto com as diversas entidades. Porque aconteceu, se quiser, com a própria internet. Não é? Os tribunais hoje ainda estão a legislar sobre a matéria. Eu acho que isto tem que ser um trabalho feito em conjunto por todos. E há aqui o decisor político é fundamental. Nós tudo o que estamos a fazer neste momento, estamos a fazê-lo com o próprio decisor político, porque a resposta que daria era: há muito por legislar, há muito por fazer. Eu acho que aqui o papel das ordens, o papel dos especialistas em cada uma das matérias é determinante para nós percebermos o perímetro de atuação de toda esta componente regulatória. Acho que o papel da indústria é fundamental. Um dos dispositivos que há pouco estava a falar a propósito do cancro da mama foi um trabalho que fizemos com a indústria. Portanto, a indústria tem os especialistas, a indústria tem que participar neste processo e tem que existir sensibilização e dinamismo por parte dos decisores políticos para fazerem a devida adequação a isto, que é um processo de inovação tecnológica normal, quer dizer, e que aconteceu em várias transformações da nossa história, em que, felizmente, que a prática, o desenvolvimento científico, o mesmo acontece com os medicamentos, se quiser, não é? Há muito processo inovador e estão aqui vários especialistas na matéria, não só, mas que a legislação depois tem que corrigir, tem que retificar. Naturalmente que nada pode ser implementado se não estiver regulado, isso é fundamental, mas é fundamental haver essa abertura e haver essa discussão para uma matéria que nós hoje não temos um conhecimento, conforme aqui falamos, profundo, direto e das suas próprias implicações, que não deve ser restritiva, na minha opinião, ao desenvolvimento científico, porque ela não deve castrar o desenvolvimento científico, mas deve estar muito próxima e, por isso, ações como esta que estamos aqui a ver contribuem para essa mesma legislação, porque esclarecem, porque trazem dúvidas e constrangimentos. E, portanto, eu acho que esse trabalho tem que ser feito em conjunto entre indústria, áreas e ordens científicas e, naturalmente, os operadores e os investidores estarem disponíveis para despertar vontade política para que não seja isto um entrave ao próprio desenvolvimento que está a ser feito. Nós temos encontrado, devo dizer, e temos tido essa experiência em alguns temas, temos encontrado algumas dessas resistências, mas dou-lhe um exemplo também muito pragmático, quer dizer, a consulta feita à distância, que hoje é muito usada, não estava regulada, como sabe, há relativamente pouco tempo. O Covid regulou-a numa semana. Era bom que o nosso país tivesse esta celeridade em tudo e que conseguisse acompanhar aquilo que são talentos, como os que vemos aqui na mesa, e que rapidamente nos adaptássemos. Mas isso é um desafio grande, acho que trabalhando em conjunto e trocando experiências, que também é um bom exemplo daquilo que estão a ser feitos, que está a ser desenvolvido nos diversos grupos, e haver esta partilha para que possamos, em conjunto, sensibilizar as autoridades para podermos legislar.
Eu ia pedir agora ao Dr. Luís Pereira que fizesse a última intervenção, porque já temos o professor Jonathan Leitão à espera do outro lado do Atlântico.
Eu vou tentar ser telegráfico.
Obrigado.
Mas já em relação a este último ponto, que é muito pertinente para a indústria, eu devo dizer que a indústria tem dito, e dentro daquela senda que nós temos no mundo, que é a América inova, a China produz e a Europa regula, é que nós até há muito pouco tempo a Europa era muito célere no que diz respeito às tecnologias médicas e deixou de ser, porque tem um novo regulamento e, portanto, a América está-nos a passar completamente à frente. No que diz respeito ao dia de hoje, que foi excelente, eu vi, e tenho aqui só clientes, né? Tenho clientes não só clínicos, como também administradores, e, portanto, eu tenho que me portar bem e tenho que dizer o que tenho que ir ao encontro do que e, de facto, é isso que tentamos. Ouvi falar da parte das administrações a necessidade de mais eficiência. É isso que procuram. E dos clínicos querem mais eficácia. Ora, as tecnologias médicas tentam arranjar eficácia. É aquilo que nós vendemos. Mas o que nós também já sabemos é que quanto mais eficiente for o nosso cliente, ou seja, a organização que nos compra, o próprio trabalho do clínico, mais eficaz é a nossa solução. E, portanto, temos que atuar nesse binómio e, portanto, ajudar os nossos clientes a ser mais eficazes. Nesse sentido, não vendemos só soluções terapêuticas, soluções físicas, também tentamos dar serviços que vão ao encontro dessa necessidade. Também para vos dizer que na parte das tecnologias médicas, a área onde mais se investe neste momento é aquela mais interessante, ou seja, é aquela que tem mais retorno em termos de vendas e que tem maior crescimento, é diagnósticos. Ok? Isto foi o que eu ouvi durante todo o dia. Vamos fazer diagnóstico, e o diagnóstico é que precisa de inteligência artificial. Também a outra parte também que está-se a desenvolver muito rapidamente, foi lançada há 25 anos, mas foi muito lenta, que foi a robótica, e agora de repente há mais robôs para a área cirúrgica, e portanto a minha empresa é responsável por isso. Também temos robôs para a área da neurocirurgia e também há robôs no mercado para a parte da ortopedia. E estas duas áreas a robótica não existe ainda. A robótica será uma realidade depois dos ganhos que houver com a inteligência artificial. E aí eu acredito, e convido-vos a ver ficção científica, porque na ficção científica há sempre 3 áreas que são importantes. Uma é transportes, né? Andar muito depressa, outro são armas, infelizmente, e depois há o medical device, que está sempre presente. E esse medical device é sempre muito sofisticado, e é sofisticado porque tem inteligência artificial a trabalhar para ele. E neste sentido, acho que temos aqui alguns pontos em comum, e queria voltar, portanto, ao binómio eficiência e eficácia. Eu creio que o desafio da indústria é melhorar a eficácia através da eficiência e, obviamente, necessariamente, sempre através da inteligência artificial. E o tratamento de dados tem que ser, tem que ser uma realidade. E neste país temos tantos obstáculos. Também não ouvi falar na CNPD, ainda bem, porque também não vou falar sobre ela. Mas tem sido, por falar em obstáculos, é um dos obstáculos que existe esse desenvolvimento. Só um último comentário. A inteligência artificial é denominada como inteligência. Eu queria partilhar convosco qual é a minha noção de inteligência. A inteligência é a capacidade de adaptação. Para mim, a inteligência define-se assim, para mim e para algumas pessoas. E, portanto, eu creio que a inteligência artificial vai ter que se adaptar. Não sei se o ChatGPT é uma boa adaptação àquilo que nós necessitamos, mas a inteligência artificial vai ter que se adaptar às nossas realidades. É aí que nós devemos utilizá-las, e na saúde é onde nós devemos utilizá-las e só onde nós devemos utilizá-las. E com isto, mais telegráfico que isso não poderia ser, porque em termos de tecnologias, estava aqui um dia todo a falar convosco.
Muito obrigado, agradeço a presença de todos. Vamos então passar para a closing lecture e obrigado a todos. So we will now move to our closing lecture. Then my dear friend and immediate past president of American College of Gastrenterology, Professor Jonathan Layton, who is talking directly from Phoenix, Arizona, and he will give his perspective on artificial intelligence, on our dear specialty, gastroenterology. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation, and please give your insightful view.
Thank you, Dr. Mascarenhas. Well, listen, it is a real honor to be speaking with all of you today, and I wish I could be there with all of you, but it looked like a great program and great discussions. I want to thank Dr. Mascarenhas for inviting me to do this presentation. And so I will give an overview of AI integration in gastroenterology. And I will start with the fact that we really have some amazing innovations going on in gastroenterology now. As you can see in green, endoscopy, the microbiome, digital health.
obesity and metabolic disorders, and of course, why we're all today here, artificial intelligence. But I think it's also important to point out that there are always going to be barriers to innovation, and we have to understand those. And then we also have to understand innovative solutions. But overall, the benefits to innovation are improvement in processes and technology, including the electronic health record, better outcomes, quality improvement, and improved patient care. And I know that you were discussing earlier about the singularity concept, and this quote from Ray Kurzweil in 2005, the progress in technology will become so rapid and profound that it will rupture the fabric of human history. And as you all probably know, Ray Kurzweil is a futurist, and he introduced the concept of the singularity, where he described as a point in time when machine intelligence will surpass human intelligence, resulting in a transformative and perhaps unfathomable shift in our society. He predicted that would occur in 2045, but in fact, it may be occurring earlier. And we're seeing this exponential growth of technology where humans will actually merge with machines, become super intelligent. And what that may look like is that you have technology progress across time. And usually this has where we expected to end up in the past because everything was so predictable. But the concept around singularity is that this now is where we will actually end up. And it's this exponential growth, this surprise factor that I think we are seeing now, which is very exciting, but it does require us to make a bit of a shift. And it reminds me of the quote from Wayne Gretzky, where he said, you have to now skate to where the puck is going, not to where it has been. And so I think this is the point in time where we really have to anticipate all these changes and this concept around singularity. And I like to call it the bionic workforce because the future will be human workers interacting with digital platforms that will not only diagnose disease, but will manage calendars, scheduling shifts, and then answering common questions. And these automated processes, these AI-based assistants and robotics will perform mundane, risky, and heavy jobs that stress human providers. And this will ease the current shortages, it will ease burnout, and it'll create more time for human connections. We're going to look at a time where schedules are flexible and customized to the work-life needs of nurses and doctors at different stages of life. And the complex scheduling will be enabled by analytic tools that'll anticipate and suggest time off or counseling when metrics suggest burnout may be imminent. And so healthcare providers will make significant progress now in combining cognitive and physical strengths of automation technology with human experience and empathy to deliver care with excellent outcomes and exceptional patient experience. And I think that is the future of this new bionic workforce. And so we're going to see robotics and automation integrated into most procedures. And so this bionic workforce will be humans working with machines, advanced technology combined with human experience and compassion. But it is still going to be a little bit of a challenge, what I call a tale of two winds, where there's automation and robotics with the human workforce. There's significant benefits in care delivery and reduced administrative burdens, but teams will struggle with burnout and technology fatigue. And it's going to be a time where we're going to meet in the metaverse, where these immersive technologies combine with AI, and it really provides all of us with immersive and intelligent environments. And this is all for the good, because if you look at, if you think of medicine as an information processing discipline, um, you can see that we're only at the top of this pyramid, because the current evidence-based medicine pyramid represents really the tip of the iceberg and barely provides enough shallow evidence to care for a genetic patient. And the infrastructure has yet to scale to integrating disparate sources of information. So as a result, despite amazing advances in scientific research, their rapid translation from bench to bedside is lagging in most areas of medicine, and clinical research remains outpaced. So as you can see here in this pyramid and below, there is a significant amount of unexplored data that I think artificial intelligence is going to bring to our fingertips. And this is reflected in the unknowns and human pitfalls in gastroenterology today, all of this unprocessed information. So we know that disease mechanisms are complex and optimal treatment is unknown. And we haven't really been able to understand all that. And we don't know why, for example, in inflammatory bowel disease, a targeted therapy works for one patient and not another. So you can imagine that we all could benefit from improved tools to elevate our collective performance against the devastating diseases that we know today. And today you heard a lot about artificial intelligence, but it's really mathematical approaches to information processing. And I like to think of it as a group of computer-based mathematical methodologies that use data such as text, images, video, or even sound to teach computers to solve predefined tasks such as prediction or categorization. And these new computational tools are capable of modeling high dimensional data, which can identify patterns in large data sets, as you probably saw today, not easily discernible by humans, or where a task is done excellently by humans, but could be done faster by computers. And that's what we're seeing with all of the artificial intelligence occurring today. And so if you look at a framework for characterizing applications of AI in endoscopy today, you can see that, we now have CAD-E, which is the detection of an abnormality. We have CAD-X, which characterizes abnormalities to predict the diagnosis. Now we have combining these, and then as we move down to CAD-Q to evaluate the quality of endoscopic procedures for the purpose of improving accuracy and efficiency, and just improving overall administration. But as you can see, as you come down this row, there's increasing complexity. But we hope that it will improve clinical outcomes. And so far, as we know, there have been major AI applications in all forms of endoscopy, as you can see on this diagram. But I'm particularly excited about what we're going to be able to do under quality with determining mucosal exposure, monitoring blind spots, bowel preparation, procedure timing, and photo documentation, which I think has an opportunity to really improve the efficiency of how we work. But beyond this, I think we all know that the impact in gastroenterology is going to really be multi-dimensional. As you can see here, it's going to help with population health management, clinical decision-making, outcome predictions, clinical trial optimizations. And the idea is that we are going to ultimately be successful if we improve outcomes, we lower costs, we have a better patient experience, and we have an enhanced provider experience. And this is going to be transformed by using these large language models, which can understand and generate meaningful text and documentation. and also the potential for these large language-based extensions to existing AI systems to automate the collation of disparate information in the electronic health record. And to give you an idea, for example, where I do most of my clinical work in inflammatory bowel disease, this has an opportunity to help in a big way in terms of combining AI-aided endoscopy with AI-aided histology, and then adding in radiomics so that we can have standardized, objective, and rapid disease assessment, and then accurate prediction of outcomes and responses to therapy. And so inflammatory bowel disease, an example, is a very exciting area where artificial intelligence will help us to combine these different domains. Another area that's very exciting is improving trial design in gastroenterology. And I think we all know that randomized controlled trials are necessary, but suffer from significant capital requirements, limited recruitment of underrepresented populations, and very restrictive inclusion criteria. And AI has the opportunity to streamline the process, improving enrollment, objective disease activity scoring, as was discussed previously, and even molecule development. And so AI is being used in preclinical research to accelerate the identification of potential therapeutic molecules and anticipated drug toxicity. So I think this is a really exciting area. And then it also has the ability to help us with continuous medication safety signal evaluations, because we have all of these new drugs and, excuse me, I think that, and we have an opportunity to use free text language data in clinical notes. There's so much rich sources, and we can use that to identify safety signals, because many clinicians note adverse events in their clinical notes, but this doesn't often get utilized in the final analysis. So using natural language processing, groups have developed models to automatically capture treatment emergent serious adverse events for patients on advanced IBD therapies, for example. And so these tools can be used to discover new safety signals. So a very exciting area. And as we try to incorporate all of this into gastroenterology, you can see this future landscape of integrating AI into the practices, because we can do it on the endoscopy side, which will hopefully allow us to reduce miss rates, allow cost-saving strategies, and also intuitively assess disease activity. And then on the text-based clinical data side, we're going to be able to use natural language processing and machine learning to help us with precision medicine. And in the end, it'll improve efficiency, it'll improve workflow. And of course, then we have to address the reimbursement side, because that is an ongoing limitation. But pulling this all together, we hope that we'll be able to use this technology in AI-assisted personalized treatment with this future state, where these models trained on multi-center, multimodal data encompassing clinical, laboratory, radiology, endoscopy, omics, dietary, and even environmental data, with the output being clinically actionable information that may be able to allow us to predict responses to therapy. And that is really exciting. But as I said, when we use this new technology, we have to understand the barriers, and we have to understand the pros and cons. And of course, on the left side, the pros of AI, it can help us address the human pitfalls. It can provide clinical benefits. It can improve outcomes. We hope it will lower costs, provide a better patient experience, and enhance provider experience. But as you heard earlier in some of the other presentations, we have to recognize the negative possibilities. Right now, there are some real world trials that show limited value. There sometimes tends to be suboptimal performance when you try to use it in the real world. There can be risks of interaction, over-reliance, and legal issues. And then, as I said, reduced effectiveness in real-world settings. And we're going to have to be prepared for that. And so some of the challenges have to do with just general data scarcity and silos limiting generalizability, the ethical implications that you heard earlier, and then how we optimize the human AI interactions. And I think that safe implementation of AI requires governance for best practices and performance monitoring strategies. I think AI has humbled many as it can reveal unrecognized biases in the healthcare practices and research questions. And then it's going to be important that we mitigate that bias in the models that we create using clinical real-world data. And I like this diagram of the ethical implications, because there's going to be ethics of data that we have to deal with in terms of data ownership, patient consent, data security and privacy. There are ethics of practice, again, preference for some of human versus AI providers, but also we're going to have professional societies like the American College of Gastroenterology, insurance providers, understand many of these issues, including liability. And then the ethics of the algorithms themselves in terms of bias and lack of transparency. And so these are going to be the areas that we must focus on as we move forward. And the idea of this preference of human versus AI provider is seen here in the levels of automation. And on the left, you have a degree of physician control over the diagnosis and management decisions where the physician is completely liable. And then you have the other side where the degree of control of AI over diagnosis and management decisions increases. And there, the AI developer liability will be an issue. But I suspect that the happy medium is somewhere between level 3 and 4, where you have conditional partial automation and high automation, where there's a balance between the human control and the AI control. And this will be an important discussion, because human AI interactions are an important component of, I think, the success of implementing AI in medicine. And interpretability, although enticing, is not the only key component for optimal human AI outcomes. When clinicians were shown a biased AI model which explicitly highlighted that the AI was using non-relevant information, their performance dropped over 11 percentage points. Explainability didn't help clinicians recover from this serious decline in performance. And so when using AI in clinical contexts, the clinicians must remain an active participant in decision-making. And we have to also remember that staying human in a digital world is going to be important. And we should expect skepticism about the risks and benefits of technology. The risk of technology dehumanizing medicine, the risk of diminishing the worth of patients and the value of expertise, and the risk of workers perceiving they are being monitored by technology, which may erode trust. And so I always remind my fellows that healthcare is deeply personal. medicine is an art, and we must ensure that caregivers continue to do what only humans can do. So in summary, I think the future of AI as a tool for information processing is bright, exciting, and moving at warp speed. I think institutional data silos are a challenge in optimizing AI in healthcare, but AI applied to gastroenterology should decrease variability, minimize human pitfalls, reduce costs, improve outcomes, enhance provider and patient satisfaction. And AI applied to underexplored, unstructured data in the electronic health record, I think is really going to help us collate information for both clinical and research tasks. And then implementation science and human factor engineering, I think, will be crucial in optimizing human AI teamwork. And I'll end with this quote from a good friend and colleague, Brendan Spiegel, who wrote an article in the ACG magazine. AI's emergence challenges us to become the best versions of ourselves, heralding a future where human insight, empathy, and clinical know-how meld with machine intelligence to elevate the art and science of medicine. And with that, I thank you all again for inviting me to speak. It has been a real honor to be here with all of you. Thank you.
Hi, Jonathan. Is Guilherme Macedo.
Hi, Guilherme.
Hi, fine, thank you. Well, it was a wonderful and very inspiring and outstanding conference that you provided us. It is really important at the end of this day. It was a very busy day where we went throughout all the issues concerning artificial intelligence, specifically in the GI world. So thank you for that outstanding presentation. And just let me put you one provocative question. You remember Rumsfeld in 2002, February 2002, he made a wonderful statement about the known unknowns, the unknown knowns, which is the things that we know that we don't know, but also about the unknown unknowns, the thing that we don't know that we still don't know. So what about GI and artificial intelligence at this time? Are we facing the unknown unknown?
Yeah, that is a great question, and I think that the wise thing to realize is that the only thing we know is that we don't know everything. And so I think you bring up a great point as we move forward, because particularly because of that balance between humans and machines, I think we have to move very cautiously and slowly. We should continue to be aggressive in terms of the development of technology. We should be very aggressive in terms of the research that, for example, your group is doing in Porto. But at the same time, we really have to be cautious because of that, because of the unknowns that we aren't even anticipating at this point. And because there's going to have to be a trust by not only the providers who use the technology, but also the patients. And we have to make sure that in medicine, we preserve that trust.
Right. Great. Fabulous. Thank you. Thank you so much. Miguel, should we close the session today?
Yes. So thank you again for the brilliant lecture and for waiting.
I'm sorry I can't join you all for dinner. But
yeah, now the dinner is in a nice place.
But not tonight. Not tonight.
But this will not be the last one. So I believe we'll meet again in Porto.
I hope so.
Anyway, I'm going to your hometown in October for Phoenix, Arizona for ACG 25.
Yes, we'll be there.
It is a great honor for our faculty, and we as friends in our department, it's also a great honor to have you here. And we will close the Congress with this magnificent talk from my friend, dear Professor Later, immediate past president of American College. Thank you very much for making this day a remarkable day, and see you in the next event.